don't forget, the fact that the Sahara Desert is now green and growing and has lakes and rivers running all over the place. Now it's the upper northern part of the Sahara, but that whole monsoonal range zone of Africa per se, because usually it's the middle is the wet zone and the northern part is dry as bone. But now all of that's changed because the jet stream has changed, and all of that is running over. And India is having a monsoon season from hell, and they're going to find out that their planting season is going to be messed with this year. And they count heavily on their homegrown. Their economic boom that's going on all over Asia now due to certain tariff situations. The other economies around the world are doing great, but they're gonna run into a crop problem. And we already know that there's a huge crop problem going on with coffee and cocoa in South America, which is why all these people are moving. And people forget about climate migration has already been going on for 5 or 10 years, people. Everybody around the world is moving because they have no choice, which is also what happened in the last passing of the Nibiru planets in 1650 BC. The Sumerians moved and the Arcadians had to move, and everybody went south to the Delta because the whole northern region from the Balkan states all the way through Turkey and Afghanistan and all of that dried out. All their rivers dried out, and that's where all of those great big cities of Ur and all of that, they had to move. And that's also why they sent the slaves that they had taken from Palestine, which at that time was, I can't even remember the name of it. But then they sent back those slaves because they couldn't afford to feed them, which is where Abraham and everybody went back and became the Jews, which is where the Old Testament came from. And they just carried over the religious stories, which ended up becoming the Old Testament, etc. I hope all of you guys know all of those stories. But it's all interlinked to climate change and the transition of the planets. And there's been a tsunami in the Mediterranean every time these planets come by. And of course, they're now with Mount Etna and all of that's going on. And the Sicilian island about to break off and slide into the ocean again, and created massive, reoccurring 7-time tsunami going through the whole of the Mediterranean. So if you live in the Mediterranean or Rome or Sicily, I would seriously leave because it's coming.
Well, didn't they say there was reports of over 6,000 minor quakes in Santorini?
Yeah, what's that? Undersea Mount Colombo is wiggling and again, and that could. Now watch what happens on the blood moon, on the full moon, to the Mediterranean, and see how many quakes go off. Now they're underreporting. They've had AI go in and actually count the number of earthquakes that the USGS has been not reporting, and you wouldn't believe the number difference. I mean, it's insane what they're either doing it on purpose or they suddenly have interns doing the counting.
I did a report the other day, Sam, where I investigated how many natural disasters we've had since 2020. We've had 6,091 natural occurring disasters since 2020. So in the 5 years, that's experiencing volatility in earthquakes, so as you said, water, anything to do with floods, and also anything seasonal that has never happened before. Increase in tornadoes have gone up by 30%. So in a period of 1 year, you would have something like 11. That's gone up exponentially to about 37 now.
This week, there was a very interesting earthquake, and I didn't. I should have checked the report this morning, but I got caught up in Canadian weather. There was a Kansas, which is rare. There was a Kansas earthquake, 3.5, and I did mean to check the depth because I didn't get the depth on that. In the Humboldt Fault Zone, it was a fracture that people felt literally all the way to Ohio. It's in the mid-continental drift in one of the fault lines, not the New Madrid, but one of the side breakoffs, and there's several fractures and this one leads all the way from let's see. Basically, it leads from Oklahoma City all the way up into Lake Superior and then around all the way to Pennsylvania. And that's known as
Mm-hmm.
the Pennsylvanian plate, that subduction that runs into the Humboldt and the mid-continental rift. So that happened this week. And so that's telling us there's a triggering in even a larger tectonic plate movement thing if the center of the United States is starting to fracture. Now that's where the escarpment from Lake Superior and Niagara Falls, and why there's a 30 or 60 foot difference, is because that Pennsylvania plate, that whole region from Lake Superior all the way to Oklahoma City, sank up in the northern region. So that shows you that there's movement going on. And I didn't check the depth on that one, but being that people felt it as much as they did, I guarantee it was probably pretty shallow. So we
What
have to
about
be ready.
the 7.3 that they had that was at a phenomenal depth, something like 640 kilometers, and they said it was almost touching the mantle.
Right. Yeah, that was this week also. Yes. There was been a bunch of stuff. Now, there in Malaysia, they had some serious ones this week. But then again, there are 5 volcanoes burped off this week alone, where they're actually
New
shelling
Zealand,
out lava and everything else. And again,
New Zealand
Mayan,
active again.
I have a list of all the volcanoes that went off. If I got like 5 pages of notes today. Oh boy, I'm wearing my reading glasses and I still can't read it. Where are you? I know you're here someplace. Da da da. Okay, Mount
You're
Etna,
on mute, Rebecca.
Mount Etna is
Sorry.
sliding.
I
All
just want to say
right.
hi to Jesus and thank him for the donation. That's all.
Thank you, Jesus.
Mayan, Colleen, Lavata, Simaru, Vanuatu. All of these things are being very accurate. That was just this week again. So I really think that, the Ring of Fire and all this tectonic plate movement is direly and directly involving these volcanic occurrences. And of course, don't forget the ones up in Kamchatka. There's 3 of them right next to each other burping, and they have not stopped. And of course, news coverage is gone.
Yep. They're not talking about the bulge that's happening underneath all the continental plates.
Well, yeah, when you have subduction, and that's the reason that Etna and Santorini and all of that are doing their little bit, because the African plate is subducting underneath the Euro-Asian plate, and that's why Yemen and all of that, and the big crack that's going on in Ethiopia and all of that's breaking up, because there's movement and they're not reporting it. We a couple of years ago we reported that the African continent had moved 78 kilometers in a very short period of time. It was reported briefly, and then you never heard anything about it after that.
And weren't they saying in America around the California basin that's lifting up, and that's why they're losing water?
The subduction. There was a rise in Southern California. There is the movement of the Juan de Fuca. Of course, there is a big warning going on. If you live in San Francisco, I would definitely have your alert system ready, because it's prime for a big pop in San Francisco again, and Los Angeles. And of course, don't forget the Salton Sea, and don't forget the possibility of volcanic activity in Arizona, even, because there's a huge lava field with, I think there are more volcanoes in Arizona than there are anywhere else in the United States. And that's quiet.
Well, they must know something's going to happen, because they've only just recently introduced an early alert system on our phones here, which come in on the 7th of July. They're actually going to run a full-on loud test sequence where sirens and everything are going off. So
they've done 2 here.
That tells me that they're getting serious. They know something's going on.
Something is coming.
So they're getting us ready for it. But how many people, like you say, how many people are going to pay attention to it?
Yeah.
You see, if you do those joke little, oh, it's an alert. People will just go, it's another alert. You know,
this is
like
part of the
the
reason that I step forward to come share this information, because these planets aren't just going to pass us by and everything's going to be hunky dory.
Mm.
That's not what's going to happen. Something serious.
And this is why
I
there's
know
that
a
relevance to
portion
3
of
days
it.
of darkness. Can people survive 3 days of darkness? Is the next
are
question.
we going to all fly
Well,
up in the air and be weightless?
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Doubt
Well,
it.
no, that won't occur.
If anything, you'll be
No,
face
normal
down on the
be
dirt, love.
it would just be dark, and then of course, generation of power would be issues and stuff like that. Yeah, people
Yeah.
would freak out. They do recommend that if it does occur, remain within your home. Don't go outside. Don't interact with society, because then there's going to be a lot of crazies out there doing kind of crazy shit, stealing
Oh, yeah.
and whatever, because they're going to be freaking out. They're going to try and protect themselves and steal whatever they can while they can.
Darken your windows, lock your doors, try and be
Yeah.
as quiet as possible. Isolate yourself to one room if you have to.
Sounds like life right now, Sharon.
Well,
That kind of,
I don't mind being in the dark.
Without
yeah,
being
do
in
I
the
have
dark.
any candles
In the
to
green
power
room.
my batteries? Yeah. Do I have that power pack generator supply? Yeah.
Do I have the candles and the torches and an
The
alternative
wind-up
heating?
radio that you can charge your phone on.
And then my
Yeah.
favorite is how long can the kids play Uno by candlelight?
Oh, dear.
How
That's
many
what we
candles have you got?
Well, we had a power outage here, sometime last year where it was like 3 days, and the
We've
girls
had
were,
them up to 2
They were-
weeks.
yeah, they were playing Uno by candlelight over and over again, because there was nothing else to do, and it was
Yeah.
I watched. I don't need to get into Uno because it's frustrating enough as it is, just not having
Yeah.
power. But yeah, people, this is going to be oh my, well, I'm just watching the weather and just watching what's going on outside, and it's escalating so unbelievably right now, you guys. And
Just jump on that crazy train, guys.
Yeah.
All right, here's some purple skies from Sharon. Look at her pictures.
Yes.
She sent me.
This was this morning, guys, only a few hours ago.
It
Thank you,
kind of looks
Purple.
like Atu's moon.
And
So
I did
3
get-
hours ago. Yeah,
They-
3 hours ago these were taken.
Okay. Yeah.
It always looks like a massive bird, like a big eagle coming in. That shape,
Mm.
pattern,
Yeah. The only colour in the sky at the moment.
purple with a pink in.
It sounds like it doesn't, Cat. It sounds like it's dangerous. I told Sam, I feel like maybe my best alternative would be to leave Earth.
Yeah,
Isn't that,
yeah.
it's like,
Sure, I'll just
Right,
pull
yeah.
out my pocket spacecraft and fly
I
away
know.
for a while.
I don't know where to go, but
Yeah.
I'll get you right.
Yeah, let's go to Mars for our holidays. I hear it's very dry there.
Yeah, and it's kind of thin atmosphere, so yeah.
Just
Very
take your
cold at
mask
night.
with you.
Alternative. I'll just
Yeah, well, Earth is always dangerous, but it's more dangerous now for a number of reasons. The new war that started up as of last night, that's a beautiful thing, and we won't go into that. Other than to say it happened, which is dumb. And not only
Yeah.
that is it dumb, it's also illegal. But anyway, moving on. The refractive light color off the planet Atu, which is directly over the top of Earth right now, in Sharon being down at the bottom of the planet, would see a purplish refractive light, I would imagine, because that does look
Yes.
like Atu's moon above you there.
Mm-hmm.
It is really purple.
Yes. As soon as I saw it, I went, at Tuesday today.
And then again, coming in the springtime, your fall, Sharon, we are going
Yes.
to see far more of very big, very beautiful Saru coming in along with Matim.
Yeah,
Don't even know what that's going to be. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool.
yeah. I've noticed Saru
You're
comes
ready for
in
something
late
different?
southeast in the afternoon.
Yep.
And Yuri comes in from my northeast going this way.
Which is opposite up here, because we see Saru coming in the northwest at evening, which is opposite of you. That's why it's just southeast. It's weird. I don't even get it. Of course,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
right,
sitting on the
Sarah.
bottom of the-
We're,
I'm
we're
not
looking
on the
up,
planet.
up and out to the equator. You guys are looking down to the equator.
Right. Mind blowing.
Yeah.
How we can be in two different places and see exactly the same thing, but in reverse.
Oh, that was the last one. All right. That was cool.
Those are really good.
I
Sharon.
love it
So
when
maybe,
the sky
maybe
is-
you might get the same when you go out and have a look. So look for the
Yep.
purple stuff.
That would be
The
nice.
purple stuff.
Normally, when I see purple, it's late sunset. You know, like right before it gets
Oh,
dark.
well,
It's purple. Mhm.
I know that Carol Ann and Sharon, being similar age group as myself, we never had purple skies before
No.
people.
No, not like
Oh,
that.
In the 70s or the
Nope.
80s or the 90s did not exist.
No,
Yeah.
they transverse from
Lots
light,
of gray.
very light blue, and they just slowly get darker, darker, darker until it got dark, and that was it.
And then
Now
it
we're
was,
getting all these different colors: the reds, the oranges, the purples, the greens.
we
It sounds
did not
like
have
Trish
skies like we
always
have
knew.
now. And if you're in your 30s, it's normal to you, but this is
Mhm.
not
Yeah.
normal.
Well,
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
okay, Sharon. All right.
Need a
Yeah.
need a
Trish
top up.
used to make-
Refill,
Right.
refill.
Yeah, if you want to watch
Purple
normal
sky.
skies, just go watch a 1970s or a 1980s Western. You know, they're always
Blue sky.
and you got this really boring, thin, straight blue sky everywhere, one color blue, all up, all down. That little tiny cotton ball over there, and a little tiny
Yep.
cotton ball. And if you were lucky, a big cumulus nimbus coming in, bringing you some rain in the desert. But the skies are nothing in comparison to 1980 skies compared to 2026 skies. It's absolutely night and day different.
Absolutely.
Yep, for sure.
The
Here's a
thing
little-
is, people
tiny-
don't remember anymore. They don't remember.
Just brown things in the sky.
Little round balls.
Oh, I love that one. That's
Oh yeah, that one's
that's your moon.
Wow.
special. Look at it.
But yeah, I like the first three. The first three that pop up. It's like there's no question. You can't just say it's a coincidence or random or no. It's just if it's a random thing, it doesn't happen constantly.
They are there. Without a doubt, they're there. We've been watching them for 16 years from tiny little weird dots over on the left-hand side. That it was just this bright light that got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And we've been screaming this to everybody out there in the world. This is why we do
It's
the
so cool.
shows. This is why we're on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook and trying to, get the sister sites together, getting all these people from around the world together who do see this. And I don't want you to take just my word for it that this is happening, but all the panel members and all of our friends, they all see these things. These are real. This
That's
isn't
right.
make believe. I'm not telling everybody what to see, how to see, or when to see it. They all see it. That's why we're all here to help
Right.
you.
Pretty cool.
We
All
will
right.
know
Did you see your poster, Sam? He's a genius in this poster. That was the topic.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let's
It
get
was a
pulled
little,
up here.
little strange.
Come on.
I'm not used to having my
Oh.
brain outside my skull, but
I get it. I thought it was, I don't know, kind of artsy. If it would
yeah,
just pop
it
up
was,
here,
it was interesting. I saw it and I smiled.
it's different. I know. It's, I mean, it won't come up. It doesn't.
Yeah,
want
it
to
was
be up
it was
here.
a little anatomically uncomfortable, but I felt like somebody
But
served me
it's a
as a
compliment.
lobster dinner. Here, we pop the meat out
It's a
outside the
compliment.
shell
I
for you.
mean,
Here
it
you
just
go.
shows that you have immaculate brain power.
Thank you. I like the suit. I'm not so sure about. I don't think I would wear a red bow tie. Maybe a blue one. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
red.
See, I think that looks kind of good on you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the red would bland
Yeah.
out my sallow.
Just yeah.
Would make me
There
look a
it
little
is.
paler. So
Right.
blue would brighten my eyes.
I
But
can
anyway,
see his
that's-
little
that.
brain.
Like,
and his neurons,
but thank you.
For
I
sure.
think
Oh, hey,
it's like
Michelle is here.
49 long.
She
Hi,
made it.
Michelle.
Hello,
Good to see you,
Michelle.
Michelle.
There's
Good to
that
see you.
cutie little grandbaby.
I know. You know how fast these babies grow. I bet it's already.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
Well,
goodness.
mine did while we were doing this. We turned around. The kids were at my feet when we first started this, and now Nova had her 19th birthday here this month.
Amazing how
Yeah.
blinked her eyes, and she's
gone.
so tall as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I almost have Thomas's video loaded. I got it all put together. He sent it in 3 parts, so I got it all.
Ah.
You're an
There's the
artist.
Please
Yeah.
stand by.
So it's all put together in one video, and I'm going to send it to the laptop. Grandbabies are doing well, she said. Awesome.
Good. That's good to hear.
Oh, that's right. There's 2 now. Oh,
Yeah.
like more probably. Yeah, oh, the babies. Everybody's becoming a granny.
Shh.
Not me.
Shh.
Yeah, not me
Don't
either.
bite your tongue. I don't want to
No.
be a granny. Thank you. I'll pass.
We have
Oh,
grand
Sammy, you're
babies.
becoming a granddaddy.
Yeah, the fur
No.
baby.
God forbid.
No, no, no,
Oh,
no, no.
Granddaddy.
Picturing Sam with the
Granddaddy.
baby sitting on his knee, bouncing.
Bouncing
I'm
a wee
not sure
baby,
about
yeah. Yeah, with his walking stick there going, I told you so.
Somebody put a nickel in Jillian today.
that. Poor Sam.
Okay.
Oh,
I know we're all girls here, but well, Thomas is not a girl. Wow.
Did you hear
Yeah.
that scream? That
Oh.
squeal right there?
Wait.
Was,
Yes,
was that
3
another squeal?
grandbabies.
A scream.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I just heard another squeal that was
A little squeal.
Heard a squeal,
an
No, I didn't hear
EVP.
but thought it was
I saw an EVP in one of somebody's videos this week also, where there was another, not nowhere near as big as that 1, 2, 3 shows ago.
Oh,
2 shows ago, where we had the EVP scream. But I think I just heard another one.
Oh man, maybe it's not too strong yet. It'll probably give us another zorch in a while.
we'll have to look at the rerun because I sort of thought it was Jillian, but I'm not.
1 hour, 46 minutes forward. It's not an exact spot, but go 1 hour, 46 minutes forward. You maybe, because I don't think Jillian made that noise, and I don't think Carol Ann made that noise. And you guys
I'm
were
pretty
talking
sure I
when it
didn't.
happened.
Are we experiencing phenomenon again?
A
Yeah,
sound.
well,
No.
by what's going on in my house, I would almost start to blame me, because I think I've got so many paranormal things going on right in front of, even the girls are talking about it every day. We're seeing something multiple times a day, not just once a day. I mean, all day, every day we're seeing crap fly and walk by here like crazy, dark shadows and everything else. And
Yeah.
it's just amazing.
you're-
And it's way more.
So you're the kid that sees dead people, but all grown up.
I try not to pay attention to. Nova and I were talking in the living room last night, and I saw this big brown rounded blob that moved from one side of the room to the other. And I'd never seen a brown blob before. Usually it's dark or a light or a flash or an orb or something, or a full body luminescent body movement.
Nice out.
This was a weird brown blob last
Gives
night.
you a fear.
And I yanked my head so hard I almost pulled a neck muscle, because I seriously saw it so strongly that it actually gathered my full attention. I actually jumped.
Right.
Mm.
What was that? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yuck.
More activity going on Earth, and I think that has a lot to do with the human resonance and all of that as well.
Yep.
Well, guys, I have the video ready for Thomas's sneak peek, his early preview,
Yeah.
a masterpiece in
Lovely.
making. I know. I think
Ready.
he still has changes. I don't know. So far, it looks perfect.
Hey, are we going to let Europe lead the way here, or come on, Americans, let's get off the butt? And, we're number one with the Nibiru thing. Don't let
Preview.
Germany beat us. I'm teasing.
No.
We're proud out to say hello to David.
We're a
David's
team.
Hi,
here.
David.
Yeah,
Is David here?
kudos to anyone that can get this out
Where is
better
he?
than we can.
There he is. Hey, David. You made it.
Without any opposition.
Hello,
Yeah,
David.
as
no.
long as they
And
stick to real
he's
information. and
also
don't-
translating this into a whole nother language, which
Yeah, there you
is a
go.
whole deal. It's nice that we have somebody that can do that. So
Some of my early shows from the Understanding the Sky series were supposedly translated in like 5 or 6 different languages. For a long time,
Nice.
people were asking if they could do that, and then I
Uh-huh.
never got any copies of it back. So But a lot of people did ask in the early years if they could translate my videos in their language. I remember Swedish and French and a couple other people around the world. And we were really, really popular for the first 10 years. And then we started getting I don't want to say religious nutballs, but I'm going to have to say religious nutballs started turning us in, and we started getting in a bunch of trouble. And now I'm, of course, graded as spam. So if you are friends of mine, check your spam column, because I may have sent you something that you didn't even know you got, and they're shifting it into spam. So I'm doing unfortunately, a lot less posting on Facebook because they're limiting me again, even worse than they ever did before.
Heather made it.
Hi, Heather.
Good to see you.
Good eye. Good eye.
Here we go. Let's play this. Let it roll that clip. All right.
Here we go.
All right.
Da-da-da.
I love that thing.
Cool. I love that too.
We're in the middle of the end times.
Yeah.
Doesn't roll off the tongue nicely, does it?
It doesn't, Sharon. But yet, end times is not from one week to the next week. It's a long period of time, and it builds and.
It's a
don't
progression.
thought that the sky trumpeting would have actually made more media attention as well.
Hey, Dennis.
And it
Hi, Dennis.
barely became, it was huge, but it didn't go public huge.
Not real big.
Oh, look, have some sea trails. Everybody take a deep breath.
Yeah,
Some of those
but
aren't sea trails.
Some of those are
That's
not.
what he says. Yeah, that's what he says. Some of those are.
most
Mm.
are not. I
Not
mean,
the
I
ones
stand
that do a
outside
sharp
and
left turn
count
like that.
planes are spraying, and there's no question most are asteroids.
That's two.
Right.
There's a
Hmm.
third.
I do that more than I don't do that with my programs. I count.
Yeah, the
I just
squiggly
ignore
ones. They
them.
look like squiggles.
I mean-
Then you know that they're.
We're seeing
But where were the
thousands
planes?
or hundreds of thousands of streaks. You know,
Mm.
you see, right? I mean, no, I only
Yeah,
count like
and-
20 planes at the most.
What
That
people
looks like water.
forget is
That's
over
wild.
your main cities where you have your big airports, you're going to see a lot of airplanes. I mean, if I send you a picture right now, the whole United States skies are filled with airplanes.
Yep.
So
Easy.
At any given time, there's 1 million people that are in
Oh
the
my
air right
gosh.
now.
Yeah.
And imagine if they all got zapped.
Yeah, dropping out of the sky.
Yeah.
I had a dream
Yeah,
about that
you
before I left South Africa. I really couldn't get on that plane. I was so scared. I thought, but I was even more scared not to get on the plane. But I was so scared. 33 hours, and it's 8 years since I've been here. But now they're talking about Dubai airport being bombed,
right.
and it's my 8th year here.
And who sat with you all those hours, Jillian?
All of you.
That's right.
Oh, Carol Ann watched with her avid little. Can you please go and
Check out.
see how many planes are over us right now, Carol Ann? I bet you
I'm
could.
already on them. I already have it pulled up.
Yeah. And if people cannot see this, I mean, look at this, what Thomas has put together. It's really cool.
That's
But
the
people
video
are looking-
from Rebecca. I put
people-
unfortunately 4 minutes now. Normally we want to have only 2, but I make a mistake now. We need to watch this 4 minutes of the planet. Sorry.
No,
Oh,
no,
Normally
no.
just
We're really gutted. We just got lots of eye candy. Oh, crushed, you know.
Yeah, it's really hard to stay very short film. We have so much information. We could talk for weeks.
Yep.
it's true.
And how many people haven't got pictures like this with a beautiful, gentle curve and the little squid guy going across? Like, no, it's just a cloud. Like, okay, so why'd you get so many that shape doing that same
And-
thing every day on
And yeah,
every
it happens
country.
over and over and over every day like this, and time after time after time. And the cloud shapes. And I sent Rebecca some pictures today that came in from Europe, and they match my drawings. And you can't make that up.
Look at that
No.
one.
Look at that.
Wow.
So, so
I remember that one.
many of them look just like mine for the last
I
week.
remember.
And this, I love this. Oh my goodness.
I
I
remember
get
the
that
pictures.
Skycam every day now. I just have to stick on my Ring doorbell and I look at them and I marvel again and again. Just when I think they're not here anymore. And then you see them on your Ring doorbell and you go, my goodness, you're beautiful.
every day.
Every day. Yeah, that crud that we all just had is really particularly irritating this year.
Well, remember, there's a lot of volcanic ash and gases all over the planet.
Yeah.
The United States is still in that weird green blob. It's not as bad as it was a week ago, but it is over California and New York. And I'd never
They said
seen
we
that.
were going to get the Sahara dust, Sam.
Yeah, I looked at. Yeah, there is a Sahara dust storm going on around the entire equator right now, all into the Caribbean and into the Mediterranean as well. And
They said it was coming up here.
it's over India. Yeah, it'll work its way around the entire planet, but
That's wild.
strongly this week been going across the Atlantic, and they
We've
did
had
actually
to-
put a warning up about that for for people
We've
in
had
Jamaica
two
and
Outback dust storms in the last week.
I would imagine.
Yeah,
with, you know,
because of the wind, the change
yeah,
in
the
direction
jet's
of the
going
wind.
right over the center of Australia, and that's kicking up some real weather that they never used to have either.
Simpson Desert is green.
Yep. Yeah, they're getting a lot more rain than usual.
Mhm.
The Alta, it's Alta or whatever sea or ocean up there by the Black Sea and all of that Russia drained over the last few decades and killed is also filling back up. And of course, it's a good thing and a bad thing because they're trying to dam it in and it's not going to be dammed. Well, it'll be damned anyway. Yeah. And of course, what went through all of China and the rainstorms that Malaysia and Indonesia and Vietnam and Laos and all of those guys are just getting hammered. But they've got a monsoon season this year. It's just insane.
Well, they've got waist deep floods
Yeah.
in India
Yeah,
right now,
and-
haven't
yeah.
they?
Right. And that's that jet stream that's going over the top of North Africa and then right into, the Arab states. And then it's going across and regathering, picking up moisture from the Indian Ocean and all of that. And then straight over Asia, all the way to Japan. And then it's splitting north up into Russia, which is pumping up moisture off the Indian Ocean into Russia to meet that Arctic blast. And that's why they're getting all that snow from Moscow to Siberia and Kamchatka. They are buried in all of Eastern Asia, just buried in snow right now.
And
Yep.
getting earthquakes along with it in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the seismic team have also worked out that right along that continental edge, it's about to slip. And if it slips, it's going to let off some real major stuff, guys.
There's the Japanese plate fault zone is ready to pop. The Malaysian
Mhm.
fault zone, the California one, on and on and on. We're sitting here waiting any day now for Maria to call us and say, the scar blew, and that's right across the bay there from Anchorage. And they're freezing their asses off now. They were warm a couple of weeks ago, and now it's really, really cold up in Alaska and Canada.
Yep.
Again, in central Canada tonight, it'll be 35 below. So yeah, people, planets, they're here. This is why he was warning you. They're here. That is early is Saturn and Saturn yellow moon. That's the winged planet, people. That again,
So
is
the
Saturn
wheel,
yellow
is
moon
that-
over the top of the sun. Over the top.
the wheel, is that meant to represent the second sun?
Yeah, that is
Or is-
the wheel. Even India uses that wheel that's a symbol that's the Sumerians used for the
But
second.
the wheel is also associated with the chakras, the
Right.
spinning chakras.
Right.
And they're supposed to come out like petals in a flower,
love
and
that
as
one.
they
That
evolve from bottom
That's
to top,
early.
they
That's
extend in multiplicity.
That is the closest we ever saw a Saturn Jello moon, and that is 2016-17.
That's almost touching.
And then it went away and it pulled back. This is 2011. Notice the water. You seeing the two stars. And then this is 2025 when we started getting reports from the southern hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these pictures are my old pictures. I love it. This is one of mine.
See it again, and notice how it looks like it's 3D with multiple suns.
Yeah, Thomas kept I sent Thomas a lot of pictures. And of course, these are the alien ships. But don't forget
They're all
that
got
dark
halos
circle
above
that's
their
right
head.
there. That's a big planet. We're showing you where the Holy of Holies. There again.
And
See that
look at
white
the
area?
circles.
That's not a watermark. That's the cluster group, that white flashy area on the left back there. I
Dual
always
suns
just thought it was a
again.
watermark.
That's
That's
Boas.
famous.
Look at that. It's Boas.
Yep, that's a famous picture.
That's because it came out of Leo. That's why it's the
Mhm.
lion. And see, look, the sun is on the left. The smaller sun is on the left. The bigger sun is on the right. Right where it's supposed to be. And we say that because we saw in the early part of January last year that it was on the right hand side, and then the left, and then the right, and then the left, and we're going, what's going on? But now it's predominantly on the left hand side, which is where it's supposed to be. Yeah.
That
Underground
Cappadocia.
for re-
Bunkers. Come for a ride.
21 what quadrillion?
Trillion, yes.
Well, are you sure? Isn't it more than trillion?
Probably.
It's
What
written-
comes after trillion? A Google.
Yeah, a million. Okay, a million, billion, trillion. Yeah, you're right, Thomas. A million, billion, trillion. Yeah, guys, I've been in one of those. They're real. The elevator ride is a way long ride.
And you
there's
gave up your
lots of
golden
them.
ticket for us.
Yep, I gave up my golden ticket because I couldn't do the lie. I had to tell
You
the
have
truth.
moral. You
Yeah,
have
I
moral.
couldn't do the lie. I just couldn't. I couldn't sit there and let them lie to me because my remote viewing skills work. I can look at people and know when they're lying to me.
But not only that, how many people are obsessed with money? Money does all the talking. We'll pay you off, you shut up.
I wish they didn't even talk about money with me. They just talked about being, imprisoned on the Air Force Base for the rest of my life.
No thanks.
Here's the keys to your house. Here's the keys to your K car. I laughed about that one. Still laughing about that one. But planetary discharge connection between bodies, right there, people. That's a
That's
bleed
a
off between
huge one.
planets. Yeah, I couldn't do the living on the Air Force Base at Langley, and that's where the key to the house was. And I didn't even get through. Look at the purple. Look at the purple. That's Atu, by the way. That's the snail foot drop that goes on
The
between
siphon.
Atu's moon, and don't forget, in the center of that is the red asteroid.
Just sucking it all up. Look at it. Siphoning it up.
Oh, it doesn't really do a lot of pulling. It does actually more of an ion drop tail that reaches to the ground and then pans out into a snail foot. Whereas Necessity has this
Necessity is the one that
where it actually does
right.
suck up.
Yeah,
Because
but
it
that's more
spins faster.
dangerous because of its rotation.
Now, Atu is a
As
gas
you can see.
giant, whereas Necessity is a small rock type planet. And I believe Necessity is smaller than Earth. So it spins much faster. That's why it
Yep.
also puts out that more intensely wider discharge from the smaller
Mhm.
planet.
Yep.
Hi, Irene.
Hello,
Rain bomb.
Irene. Good to see you.
Rain bomb.
Hope your eyes are better.
There's a
Yes, healing
good one.
thoughts.
Look at that.
Look at that green
Green.
inside the
The
illuminated core. It's illuminated inside because the planet is way above us, and the sun is shining on the bottom of the planet.
I
Watch
love,
the level of the water go up.
I love this one and the one where it goes over that one town. Even though it wasn't nice, it was
No.
amazing. It was an amazing video.
Yep.
I wonder if we're
So
getting
much
a
water.
chemistry equation variant like H2O2 or H3 or H1O2 and any of this electrical. There's some strange shit going on all over the planet with water and snow and.
Yes, this is maybe a summary, but Rebecca is not there, so we can't pause it there. But it's interesting. There are mostly facts on this paper written down.
Yeah,
More and
now
more
remember,
water
a lot
coming
of
from
these
space.
old dates that were given too are always debatable because if you talk to any 4 scientists, you can't get 3 of them to agree on anything.
No.
So the dates of this and the dates of that, I've run into that for many, many years now. Because I'm always cross-checking, trying to look in the past. Is this directly correlated to the passing of the planets?
My goodness. I couldn't imagine being in an earthquake. Oh my God.
You've never been in an earthquake?
Never.
No.
Ever.
Oh, well, we had up here in Montana, we had a 6.3 in Stanley, Idaho, about 5 years ago. And me and the kids were hanging on for dear life for about, 5 to 10 seconds.
And it
But
probably
if you got
seemed
one
like
that lasts for
forever.
a minute or two, I mean, those poor people in Japan, holy God, they're skateboarding down the mountain. They're being rocked and rolled side to side for, I think one of them was literally like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And of course, when everything shakes apart and falls down everywhere
Did you
around
see
you.
that?
Look,
Oh, look at the
Earthquake
land
from
moving.
the air. Oh my gosh, when we go back to
that's a
Queensland, we have to
landslide.
look
That's
at that
a
again.
tectonic landslide. That's
Oh,
what's
that's
going on in Sicily right
liquefaction.
now.
Wow.
Liquefaction.
Yeah, when it liquefies the ground like that. Oh,
That's
my word.
the 2011 tsunami in Japan after the earthquake.
Yep, that's the Japan one.
I have probably
2000.
seen every inch of that footage out there at least 5 times. I have watched too much tsunami footage repetitively,
Yeah.
trying to
Then you got
remind
the
myself.
Indonesian ones. Don't forget the Indonesian floods,
Oh yeah.
the tsunamis that took out half of the islands.
Yeah, 250,000 people.
Oh,
Where are they?
that's devastating.
And we should also say our prayers for all of the Chinese folks that have been lost, that have not been reported.
Mm.
For everything, Sam.
They've had serious, drastic flooding going for 3 years now.
And all because they changed the course of their rivers with 180 dams.
And those dams are made out of less than superior cement and too low rebar. They were skimping and being,
Reinforced.
they were stealing money left and right because that's the whole thing with China.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
And again, don't forget the Laos.
All the crops
and,
are gone.
2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was that massive flood in Tibet from the Himalayas because 2 ice lakes under glaciers, lakes that are underneath a glacier, broke open. One broke open into the other one, and then that other one broke in, and it wiped out a shitload of people in Tibet. And that was on the news for 2 days and gone. And I don't think we ever got a casualty count in Tibet, and it was big.
You probably wouldn't either. These dramatic earth changes are, you just can't unsee them once you see them. Look at them. My goodness.
And you can't just discount it as climate change because the climate change is not by carbon sequestration on the planet. That helps a great deal. But that is
And
not
yet-
why. All
and
of
yet-
the normal planets are heating up. NASA announced it all the way back in 2011.
Mhm.
And all the axes of the planets are tipped. NASA
Mhm.
announced that in 2010-ish.
Yep.
Okay. The only
And their
thing...
cause, all their cores are heating up too.
Yeah, right. And the only thing that can cause all the planets in a solar system to heat up is another star, people.
Presence of another star. Yep.
Hello, yes, this sounds really screwy. How could that possibly be? We would have noticed by now. Oh, come on, guys, we noticed, and maybe you didn't.
We're
And-
noticing, but they're not putting two and two together.
Yeah,
And then you get the other side of the coin is if that star is so close, why hasn't it ripped us apart or thrown us out of orbit yet?
Because they don't understand the science behind it.
That's right. The dynamics around how these actual
So
systems.
oh gosh, I forgot the word. For every something, there's a
for action,
For
for
every
action, there's
reaction,
equal
there's
but
There's
opposite
equal and
reaction.
opposite reaction.
yeah. That was a great video.
And everything is electrically
I love it.
connected to each other, and that's the unification model that Einstein, because we're still running off of Einsteinian theory. Now there is something, dark matter is imagined to be stellar material that is so hot, and it runs in what, quote unquote, according to modern science, in tendrils. And so they automatically make you think it's this liquid. In one way, it sort of is. It is a hot gaseous liquid, but what it also is it's an electrically charged, literally thing grabbing all the normal matter, and it all forms together in these tendrils, which I believe are like building blocks. You got your molecules there, Sharon?
Oh yes. Hang
Hold
on.
up one of your molecules. Sorry, I didn't make it.
Is
There you go.
water.
Now there are thread links between all bodies in our solar system. There are thread links between our, like that red blob right there. could be
Oxygen?
construed- If we were to say that's an electron cluster, as in Imaru, holding the two stars. That is
Okay,
basically
yep.
what we are. And there's a larger
notice-
standard red
And
star.
notice the angular is 120 degrees around because that's where
Yep.
it's stable.
Right, but
That's where
in
it's
the
holding
case of the
position.
binary system, they're not stable because they're transitory. They rotate and
So,
follow and stuff.
Yep, and as they move apart, obviously the dynamics change. So these two become more electric static, and this one becomes more polar, wanting to come back again.
Which is why we're spread out and smaller, and they're tightly rotating in a closer orbit to their star, and then the electron cluster, which is Imaru or Hercubus,
Yep.
which we rarely talk about, but
No.
and that's why they're tight and small, and all their planets are close together, where we're spread out and spiraling on the outskirts, playing catch up behind this functioning double two atom molecule. And of course, all the planets and all the moons and the asteroids or everything are protons, neutrons, and electrons. Now, NASA is starting to finally start about what they're referring to as exoplanets. And yet they're right here, right next door, and this is the name of this one, and yet we don't even consider them planets. Big chucklers, they cut Pluto off the list, but I believe Pluto is actually bigger than Mercury. So, what do
But
they do?
then they're basing that on the dynamics, on the mathematic conception of where planets should lie within those extremes.
Right.
It doesn't mean
Rather-
that that's the actual case.
Right, and rather than referencing it with atomic structure and the shell structure ability and capability of a chemistry compound, 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, protons and neutrons in each atomic structure. That's what it is, and that was what my paper was on, that we were a chemistry equation in space and not just willy-nilly gravity that grabs this rock and keeps it there.
Because molecules don't act in that manner at all.
Right. And nor do gas giants. Gas giants pull in all these particular gases according to their internal electron cluster that's pulling in all, and it's got this intense atomic mass, and it's pulling all these specific gases out of the atmosphere of space mining all of these gases. and
You
those
only
are
have to
on deck
look at
stars.
you only have to look at the number of moons that Saturn and Jupiter have
Oh
captured.
my God. Yeah, 60, 68, 70. I mean, there's still
129 or something around Saturn
yeah,
right now.
yeah, one's got 60 and one's got 100 and some odd. Yeah. And they're
Hey,
still
Amy.
counting.
Yep.
And and they are talking about these exoplanets, but these exoplanets that are even smaller than Mercury are still planets because they've got a volcanic core and they are a proton, part of the
Mhm.
proton count of what our binary solar system actually is. And Einstein didn't even touch that.
And we all know that for it to be a working model, it all has to have everything in its dynamic place. So, like you're saying, the p orbital has to be filled, the s orbital has to be filled. Everything has to be dynamically in its right place.
And because we know what some of our protons are made of, like for instance, Mercury is a solid ball of iron, and we know that we've got an iron core plus other elements.
Yeah, iron and nickel is our main core.
And don't forget gold and all, copper and zinc and blah
All
blah
the soft
blah blah.
metals.
And because of that same premise of that being the example, we know that we are a chemistry equation within the soft metals group of the middle of the periodic chart.
Whereas Mars is an iron rock because of its color. So, and its core is actually what, cold now? So they keep telling.
Yeah, it's cooler. It's not rotational because of lack of atmosphere, and there is a water base inner core that actually keeps it cooler because its lack of atmosphere actually reduces the overall planetary temperature to 150 below zero, even in the sunshine. So therefore, that is why the core is remaining cooler and non-volcanic like it used to be. Same thing, sort of, kind of with the moon. The moon, and there's that big debate. Our moon actually has a volcanic core, so it really can't be a moon, but it's our moon. Hello.
We've got to look at it like Mars. It's been stripped of anything external.
Right. Because the atmosphere, it does have a minor atmosphere, but mostly because of the lack of the magnetosphere of a rotational core, a dynamo, to give that planet more electricity to hold in the atmosphere, which is what our planet does. Because we're electric and our core is spinning and doing all of that, it holds in our atmosphere not to bleed off to space. Whereas Mars bleeds into space because it doesn't have enough electricity to hold it in. Now that's electricity is totally part of the equation with Mars, but they don't even want to give that credit to Earth. And I'm just chuckling over that, going, you have no idea what we are with this big spinning electrical ball, like a Tesla project. And you've got to take that into a place. And we're connected to our star, just like all the planets are connected to each other. And everything is connected. And that's why we don't steal planets from Nibiru, and Nibiru doesn't steal moons from us, or blah blah blah. Why their major asteroids don't hit us, because they're all electrically connected to themselves. And we talk about the opposite polarity of the other planets versus our polarity, so they get this repelling and the discharge pattern, which is natural within the standard binary solar system discharge pattern, that every few thousand years they come together, they discharge, and then they go back, they're recharged, and they're stable, and then they move into their normal pattern for so many thousand years, and then come back and do it again. That's a normal. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the way that I look at it is just like rubbing a balloon on a surface and then picking up the paper. We're exactly the same thing. The static discharge between those two through the rubbing of both of our atmospheres.
Right, and that's where I believe the trumpeting comes from. That, and maybe perhaps movement of the planets versus the tectonic plates might even be sliding, and they were hearing, ooh, the entire sound of that tectonic plate moving. And I think it's both connected. I think we should say they're both. It's like the upper atmosphere and our tectonic plates howling at the same time,
or them even moving up a few inches from their current position.
They're waiting on the west coast of Canada for the big one, because they've got activity going on they've got this. It's like Explorer plate. I think it's called Explorer. It's this little tiny broken off plate that has decided to no longer move in the same way. The Juan de Fuco and the Axiom Seamount on the south and all of that are doing all that crazy shit down at off of Seattle and Oregon. But they've got this plate that's breaking off and severing. So they've actually lowered their expectation of the big one on the Canadian West Coast, which is actually neat for them. But then there's crazy movement, off Santa Barbara. And this is why I think that coastal edge is also moving in and then being broken up by the crazy ass Pacific Ocean. All the oceans are acting really weird right now. There are storms, higher water levels, movement of the planet, sloshing of the mid-earth ocean bulge is moving regularly.
And then we've got all that under continental shelf moving water as well.
Yeah,
so any aquifers,
they're
because
the water
I was
jets
talking.
underneath the ocean is actually moving completely different in many ways.
Yeah. Because we were talking about that, Thomas and I, about fissures opening up and new steam vents becoming more apparent, especially in Iceland and that, where the vents are coming up through the roads now. Yeah,
Iceland is warning that there might be a new offshore volcano going offshore of Grindavik.
They said the Urianas Peninsula is very active.
Right, and there's I mean, of course, we keep forgetting the ones over in Kamchatka there, and those three are right next to each other, three major volcanoes, and they are just spewing, and nobody is talking about it. And the last stuff that I did get to see, and I'll have to go look for it again, but those were prominent, big belchers. I mean, those guys are ready to go to town as far as volcanoes go, and it's right there up in Kamchatka, and there's barely anybody that lives up there. By the way, that is north of Japan on the Japanese islands of Kamchatka.
And not only that, have you noticed that some of the erupted material isn't like normal lava? Sometimes it's blue because it's got excessive methane in it now.
Right, they have
It's actually
registered
hitting gas
movement.
pockets.
Yeah, that's what happened in Italy at Campi Flegrei a week and a half ago, where all of a sudden there was 80 some reports of streets cracking open and houses falling down and stuff because these vent cracks just opened up all over the place and started releasing unusually large gases that they'd not seen prior. And this, of course, is also what's going on with Sicily, because that's all connected, including the crap going on all the way over there at Santorini. That's all connected.
Isn't that joining up with some other one?
No, there's just one from there's a huge lava dome underneath the Mediterranean that is connected from Sicily all the way to Greece.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like a great big active area. Is just
they're realizing that one caldera literally from Arizona all the way to Seattle. And it's just when you get the subduction plate, that's where when one plate, the Pacific plate on the west coast of America is subducting under the North American plate, because the North American plate is lighter and the Pacific is so it's subducting, it's going down. And then when it goes down after a short distance, a few hundred miles, it goes so deep that all of that material melts. And so all the gases and everything that melt off through this melting transition and becoming lava, those gases have to rise somewhere. And then usually within 200 miles of the subduction, the opposite of the subduction, there is always volcanoes, because the cracks break, and those gases working their way through the fissures, which is also part of the process of creating gold and silver and zinc and copper and iron and all of this, because these gases.
Diamonds. I want to walk and get some diamonds.
Diamonds included.
You have to go to Neptune for that.
Go through
Neptune,
and they break the thing, and then there's an electrical discharge, and gold is like a slag left over between quartz deposits, which is water that's full of all kinds of sulfides and all kinds of things, and then it solidifies over time, and then that's where gold comes from, and your copper and all this other stuff. It comes from an
Mhm.
electrical chemical process of the subduction. That's the bottom of Saru right there.
Gee, look at that thing.
No, I take it back. That's
So obvious.
I double checked the light. That's Nepesity.
Mittens making bread.
I know.
This is Saru cutting off the top of the sun.
That looks alien, doesn't it?
Yeah,
How'd they get blue like that?
because Matim is just to the left.
The sundogs.
Yeah.
That is light behind the. No, yeah, yes. There's two of them. So it's going to say it's cut off, but
Roll
it's not.
out.
That is the bottom of Nepesity again.
It's got the 3 bands, has it? Got the 3
Yeah.
bands.
That is
Asteroid?
that's the red asteroid, and underneath and now Atu straight above that. That is
Oh.
Saturn. Note the microclouding and the flame-like clouds.
Hi,
That's-
Michelle.
And sublimation lines.
Yep. It's
Yeah,
like
there
waves.
Yeah, that's because the sun is shining on the side of that planet right there, and that is making a sublimation heat wave because you're running from minus 420 degrees Celsius to about 150 below Celsius, and so there is an actual gas sublimation change on the side of the sun shines on them.
Look at that kitty cat having
In
her
other
cameo.
words,
I don't see.
in other words, Sam is saying that it is changing the physical state from ice to gas
Correct.
and missing out the water phase.
And gas can be a cloud too. You see a cloud of gas.
Hey,
That
there.
again is the orange underbelly of the open core of Saru. She's getting
She's
close,
big.
people. She's
She's
gonna
getting
be big.
bigger.
Guffaw, yeah. Asteroid. but which
Asteroid.
one?
I love poking the asteroids. Wow.
That is
Sorry.
the opposite. We see the light is absolutely directly behind you. So this is if we talk about backlit crescent flare from space. Well, that is a backlit crescent flare. From
Double.
Earth. Well, it's just
Double.
showing you it's a circular light shining through the atmosphere from direct
Yep.
light behind you.
And light scatterings created the second one.
So if you see a backlit crescent flare from the side, the sun shines behind the planet, the light goes through the atmosphere, and then you see that central flaring out the side. That's what it looks like from Earth.
I agree, Tara.
I thought
Fantastic.
about that. It took me like 6 or 7 years to figure that out. I kept arguing, like, what the hell am I looking at? What the hell am I looking at? Duh. Light's directly behind you. And it's a centralized atmospheric circular halo.
Oh,
Alexandra's here. Good to see
That's
you.
the bottom of Nepesity.
Hello.
Glad you're here. Thank you for being here.
Look at that mess. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
That's Nepesity and the big three.
it almost looks like a jaw, a flying jaw.
Crazy.
Well, it looks pretty murderous to me.
I
Yeah.
was going to say, that looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
Look at the rainbow.
And internal green illumination.
The glowing is amazing. Come on, Ozzy, can't get up here.
Super cells don't glow from inside.
Never try and stand
No.
underneath it either, guys. Oh my gosh. Imagine that much water hitting you at once.
Well, come night setting, Isatum is very visible now, and this is, of course, the bottom of Uri. Excuse me, Saru. See the green blue in the background?
Yep. Wow. Sky's on fire.
Figure out which one that
Fiery
is.
skull, man. Look at that thing.
Look at the cloud on that side.
It's definitely two planets.
Yeah.
Two planets.
Look at the cloud on that side. Is that Nibiru over there?
I'm trying to figure out where the light is coming from. No, this would be
The sun, the light's coming from the
Atu and maybe Nibiru.
your left shoulder then.
Look at that thing. That's the Pacific zigzags, isn't it?
That could be, a lot of people go, oh, it's solar waving from the CME that are passing Earth. Well, when they go around other planets in the sky, that's what it looks like. Is it's wrapping that planet polar material that comes at us as a wave of these big CME outputs, and these planets.
I've never seen anything like that growing up, ever.
No, well, of course, because there's planets there now, and then they're showing the harmonic wave upon their atmosphere. That's, of course, in the Pasadena again.
That's what I mean. These are unbelievable, guys. From someone who's lived through the 70s, the 80s, and 90s, and have never seen these phenomenons before.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. We've never had skies like this, ever.
No.
Go watch a Clint Eastwood Western, and you'll never see anything like this in any of them.
The good, the bad, and the ugly is a good one.
Wah, 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 wah. That's a
Even
darn good one.
Bonanza. Bonanza's another good
the
series.
spaghetti westerns.
Yeah. Just don't go Blazing Saddles, okay?
Well, you have to prove you're 18 to watch that on YouTube now.
No surprise.
All
Look
because
at
of
that
cartoons
guy.
or something, like they're pulling
Wow.
the alley on Blazing Saddles. Oh my God.
It's like all the good movies that put censorship on it from something.
Yeah, they don't want you to watch it. They want you to buy the copy.
Every time you go to try and watch something these days, it says rent or buy.
I still need a copy of The Mandalorian on DVD, somebody.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that is the bottom of Attu. Yeah, Attu.
Yeah, look at the curve.
And that white
That
line.
one's the
is
smiley
Attu
curve.
green.
Look at the smiley curve, man.
Yeah, yeah.
But taken with a fisheye lens. That's why it's.
I was going to say, bit of distortion there on the building.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Yeah, that's a planet, people.
Dollar
And-
General.
That is the red asteroid and Pappy.
Wow.
Is the bottom of Uri.
Wow.
Yeah. Uri or
But
Attu. More like Uri than Attu. It's the
Look where Yuri
Attus.
Beautiful.
with the bubbles.
Attus are
Attus
much
are
rounder
all-
and they look more like grapes, where Uris
Right.
are more like
More like
corn.
cow udders. They're just all hanging in there.
That is the bottom of Attu with the snail foot developing.
Yeah.
Massive one.
And of
Very
course, the
close.
rainbow is from staring through the asteroid fields at the bottom of Uri. So it's
Right.
all micro debris to macro debris.
In other words, dust particles, rocks.
Yeah, the
Smoke.
light hits it and it refracts and breaks down the light into a prism effect that the human eye can see.
Just
Otherwise,
imagine all those little light crystals being hit by rays of light and how they're making their own little rainbows.
Right, yeah, and there is a certain amount of ice and stuff in between all of that,
Yep.
dust and debris. Because there is sublimation repetitively in between the asteroid groups, and we know that they discharge regularly, so they're very highly electrical. And sometimes, we've seen this over the years, where the lead asteroid actually is self-luminescent by itself, which is unbelievably phenomenal, which is how we first saw them coming in. A lot of what we first started watching was what we refer to as the OCG, and that's Object Cluster Group. We shortened it because we used to type it thousands of times, right, Rebecca?
Yeah, imagine.
And we ended up typing it so many times we had to shorten it. But the asteroids have a very unique property, and there again, this is why we call it Apophis. This is why we call it wormwood. This is why when we early saw them, they were all in one little tiny group. But then come to find out over the years, as they got closer and closer and closer, we found out how far spread out they are, and the fact that they're actually just orbiting inside the group of the gas giants between Uri and Attu. And these asteroids are part of the asteroid field from these gas giants.
So Attu's a gas giant too.
Yes, correct. And they're directly, which is weird, and I've never seen it this way before, but Attu is a smaller gas giant than Uri, and they are directly connected, and they're always directly connected. They never
And so
separate.
is Nepicity, but Nepicity is connected to that side.
No, Nepicity is a smaller planet, and it's actually on a lower orbit plane down below. It's literally the last in its lineup because Matim is on a completely different orbit between Uri and Saru, and it's completely different than all the other planets. And I think that has to do with how small it is.
So
Well-
would Maxim be the same size as Nepicity?
Nepicity is small green. We believe it has volcanic eruptions regularly because we saw illuminated green dots on its green facial. But no, it's tiny and it's on a lower. It's literally the tail end of the whole spiral of the two-armed octopus. You go Nepicity, you go Atu, you go Uri, you go Saru. And Isatum is on the other octopus arm with Nibiru. And
So think of our solar system and how our planets are arranged. They're in a very similar context, but in opposition to us. And they've got their own little tentacle.
and they're
So they're
rotating
swinging
above
around
us
like
while
this.
we rotate the opposite direction underneath.
So
them
yeah,
and
so they're
through
swinging
them.
like this.
And we've documented the placement, and I don't think it's fully, I don't think I got all the cycles in my brain exactly right, but I know that they came out from underneath us. I know where they were in 2012 and 2013,
Mhm.
14, 15, and then we were doing the drawing, the cutouts, and we gave all that information, and then later on we did the drawings, monthly site drawings. So we watched the spiral, and we know that they went right, left in the early years, and then the spiral got tighter because of proximity. And we saw them, and we now
Yeah.
know that they're rising up and going beyond us because Nibiru is past Earth already, and Atu is past Earth, but then swings back over the top of us. And then Uri's going to follow suit as well. And the Saturn is now getting so close and so big. The Saturn's yellow moon is now going over the top of us. So we're going to see events from that all summer. Should be awesome.
So
So
more red skies.
Isatum is bigger than Atu.
No. Atu is a gas giant. Isatum is a probably a little bit bigger than Earth rock type planet.
Like Mars.
Like Mars
Just
has
trying
no,
to imagine the
has
size
no
of
visible
them.
oceans on it, etc. No, but it's rusty. We know that it's got the yellow moon. We know that the wing tail goes around the yellow, around its Saturn. And I imagine that has a great deal to do with the iron oxide deposits that are going on in the red sky. And you're seeing the side edge of its Saturn here in this shot. That's why it's that red.
Because I
We're
thought
gonna
I
be
saw
seeing-
red, weird sort of half head thing, size shape things
Well, you
in
can
the
see
northern
the side
lights.
edge. You can see the side edge of the Saturn planetary in this if you really look.
Yeah.
So we're going to see more of her now. Is that
Right. And then when she goes
they're going
by,
to get redder
it'll
and
be
redder
really red.
skies now?
When they
Wow,
go by and they
okay.
start to leave, we'll see the red, we'll see the purple, we'll see the green, because then they're going to be facially illuminated beyond Earth. Prior
Yeah.
to all this, we were seeing their dark sides because they were between us and our star, and they
Yeah.
were coming up from below us, and now
Mhm.
we're seeing the bottoms of them. So we're going to see nighttime illuminations, we're going to see daytime illuminations in the years to come. And it'll be absolutely undeniable. I don't know what the hell they're going to try and do to hide them once they're fully all in the light and gone.
Just wondering.
Going away.
How big they can make the chemtrails. I mean,
But you see it in the nightly weather reports. They're standing there gasping on about something, and the sky is bright red behind them. They don't say anything about it.
nah.
Oh, beautiful sunset tonight. And that's it. That's all they say.
Yeah, glowing sunshine.
That
I mean,
is
sunset.
an asteroid and Pappy and a whole bunch of other asteroids right there.
Look at that.
That is a skip in. There's something bounced off our upper atmosphere.
Like a skiff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like a rock on a pond.
Yeah. And
Oh, yeah.
if it, if it's metal, which a lot of asteroids are metal, they carry a charge. And so when they hit our electrical atmosphere, they bounce off because they're a different charge, and it will create that. Zoosh. It's like throwing a rock, skipping it over the water.
Yep.
Amazing. Oh,
Wow.
look at that.
That is
Oh, wow.
okay. The
Cow
sun,
crowd. Look at the cows.
obviously, that's Texas.
My gosh. The fingers.
Oh, yeah.
The fan.
What the hell? What is that step?
Where do you begin with this one? It's probably okay. It could be the long box cube in front of that, or in Saturn's Gilmer.
Say one in front of the other.
Yeah, I reckon.
Again, people, the cubes, the boycott, the aliens are
Nick.
here. They're parked
Yeah,
over
he's-
Earth. They have been for years. When are you guys going to wake up to that? Oh my God!
Oh, send the paddy wagon for those people.
Freesley. Hi,
Send
Freesley.
the paddy wagon for those people.
Yay.
The white coats are coming.
Peach.
You can't have square clothes.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad I'm not in a rubber room when the shit hits.
This way, Sam. You won't be alone.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, it'll be like The Walking Dead, man.
We'll be all in there with you, holding hands, singing Kumbaya.
That's because we found the Stargate, you know.
No, we're trying to contact them to get us out, love.
No, Carol Ann's coming in the shuttle for us.
That's right.
Look at that. Oh
Thank
my
you,
gosh.
Carol Ann. Oh, look at that. How'd you explain that one, Sam? Or
I can't. I
No.
don't know.
Bouncy, bouncy.
doing.
Air show and they're all. doing
That could be the bottom of Nepacity quite easily.
No way. Wow.
And remember the big three asteroids. Now that the big three, there's a whole bunch of smaller asteroids along with all this other stuff. We don't have even a remote accurate count, people. We've just been talking about the big stuff for years.
Damn, I need a lot of chocolate sticks for these pictures.
Are you meaning to tell me you still got some?
A box has survived for Saturday night.
Hey, I went to
good,
get
good.
orange covered chocolate sticks for Christmas this year, and I couldn't find any. I was bummed.
Oh, Jaffa ones.
Look at that.
Jack-
You tell me that's a normal sky.
No way.
Normal time. Come on.
It's like looking inside a washing machine.
There's the bottom, people.
Oh,
Hello.
come on. Look at that.
How can you deny it? Gosh.
Yeah, if that doesn't tell you there's something immediately above your head doing that, I don't know how to explain it to you. That's something punching into the upper atmosphere.
Yeah, something went bash.
They call it a
Yep.
punch cloud. I mean, my God, think about it.
Yep.
Spooky, man.
No, people
Wow.
look at that and they just assume that the atmosphere is like right there. They don't realize how many miles that is away.
Yeah.
Again,
And this is
we're
worse.
poor at distance and we're poor at time.
Yes, we are. That was a sad one.
That is
And relying on our five senses is a deception as well.
Yeah, it
playing
sure
like
is.
bubbly clouds with.
What is that, Sam? Look at that. Oh, my word. Look at that, Sam. What is that?
That's Atu's moon.
Wow, that's big.
Freaky. It's like it's got veins.
Yeah, that's Atu's moon. It's bubbly and it looks like little grapes hanging down.
Right.
Cotton
And so
candy.
And
different
Uri is more coral bubbly.
Right.
Ah. Mhm.
And see how dark that is. That's Atu.
Yeah, that's all attached together. It's all
No,
look at
that
beautiful.
That is a skiff punch cloud that's created by the Salamander asteroid group.
Wow. Oh,
Whoa.
That is the big three at the bottom of Nepacity.
Look how much light there is. Wow.
Yeah, the illumination of the bottom of Nepacity just brilliantly illuminated. And look how dark the mountain range is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Showing you the cutoff of light that's occurring. Oh,
No
boy,
wonder we're all feeling it.
that's a cool shot. I mean, oh boy. Hey, you guys, Jesus is back.
Oh.
Didn't know he left.
Hmm.
That's an awesome picture.
Yes, beautiful.
I had
Oh,
not seen that.
I love you, puffball. Look at it.
It's an
Okay,
egg,
Judging the light, judging the light, judging.
Cloud egg.
Cocoon.
the
Well, it's
cosmic
definitely
egg.
an asteroid. It's too small to be a moon.
All the other funky things there as well. Those other
I'm
scallopy things.
thinking that's the lead asteroid
Oh,
by the angle of light.
It's got some striping.
Yeah.
Oh, don't mind that. That's just a starship.
yeah, Stairway to Heaven.
You know, I all week I've had this just whatever. If they're going to listen eventually, you know, I've just had this calm about not really trying to cram anybody's information down their throats. Especially last night, Nova threw this at me. She says, Dad, I have to, even though we've had this discussion, I have to give you examples of what I was talking about. I said, well, I fully understand. She says, no, I have to show you these examples. So she brings out her tablet and she has to show me every one of them. God, she said, I have to prove it. I do. It's like, okay, go.
Sit there, Dad, and just take it all.
And I
in.
laughed. I went, yes, mini me.
Yeah, she definitely is.
Because I'm like that. For years, I would give people 10 different examples, and then I had to hone it down to 3.
That's amazing.
Yeah, well, I just, in the early years, I wanted to prove it to everybody that,
Right.
you can't make this shit up. And
We're doing that, Sam.
that is
Still
that's
doing it.
yellow moon. Notice the flame-like clouds. Like they're little.
But that's
Thank you, Heather.
a progression of that age too. These kids take an interest in what we're doing too. So secretly, they're keeping your legacy going, Sam.
Yeah,
Even though they may not admit it,
Yeah,
but they
right.
have got it all in here.
Right, and the end,
Always hear what you're saying.
Dad, I was raised with this. I don't want to hear it. See that white line? That's the bottom of a planet being illuminated, guys.
That was a curve there.
Yeah,
Definite.
absolutely undeniable. Edge of Uri in the upper left corner here.
Good night, Heather.
Good night, Heather.
Matim is cutting in from the left-hand side. That's that blue shaft light.
Night night, Heather. We'll
Oh,
see.
night, Heather.
Thank you for being here. And question is this, we're going to start seeing a lot more of Saru. And the question is this the open core of Saru, depending on where it is taken. Well, that would either be that's too big to be.
Was that Tim?
Maybe that was Matim.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we see it again?
Sure.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
you
and
go.
then that wispy in front could be Mary Moon. Yeah, that would be Matim.
Curvature.
So,
Yeah.
for example, they might not be. Sorry, who am I talking about? They might not be like total actual round shapes. They could be.
Right. Yeah. Well. Yeah. We know that Atu's moon isn't fully round either. It has a weird left side flat spot too. So we don't know if Matim is absolutely round or not. We've only seen. God, we barely spent any time watching Matim. It was there. It was tiny. It was there. It was there. It was there, and it was gone.
Hey, Ninja.
Ninja.
And then just
Good to see
From
you.
tiny blue dot in 2014, 15,
Okay.
and then after 2017, it was gone. And we didn't see Matim again until 2024.
When it's done the shuffle.
Yeah, well, it went behind Uri, and Uri's been in the way, and we haven't been able to see Matim for many years because it's always been behind Uri. And now
Yeah.
that Uri is
insane to
raising
think
up,
it's that big.
now that Uri is raising up, and we're seeing Matim heading towards us as well as Saru.
Hmm.
Okay, Tara. This is for Michelle. This link here. She has somebody that wants to send pictures. So
Oh, thanks, Rebecca. I was just
cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Specs.
Wow.
Weird that is.
Well, there's one sea trail,
Yeah, but they're all asteroids.
but those are asteroids. Yes, correct.
I can't believe they would actually want to trail at night.
Okay, notice where the light is coming from.
The left.
Bob coming in.
So that would be the snorkel being developed or Atu's snailfoot. That is
Amazing.
That is the salamander on the side of Uri.
Yep.
It's also the dragon, which is also the angel, which is also the skeleton, because it's got all of those appearances as well. Or you could even call it Apophis, or you could call it Wormwood,
Yep.
Yeah, people are talking about that again. This
or you
week,
could call it
Lord.
the dragon. That is Atu's moon. Bubbly, bubbly, and dangerous.
Yep.
And illuminated inside, by the way, because see how white it is. It's the moon.
Wow.
The light is shining on the bottom of the planet, and the atmosphere underneath it is what we're staring through.
Oh, look at that.
That's
That is
pretty
one
evident.
cloud from an asteroid.
Very evident.
Can't be a
I was
planet because
Either
it's
red
too small.
asteroid, at some point. These are some of these pictures are older.
I was watching the live Mayan volcano erupting last night, last night, my early morning. And I saw a very huge meteorite or asteroid come in. It was very big, very bright in Malaysia. So not only that, people, we are seeing meteor showers again, and there's numerous. So, if you got a clear night, go outside and watch. You're going to see something. Take the time to go outside. Take the time, bring your camera with you. This shows you our atmosphere is being pushed like waves. You got to ask yourself, what is up there pushing our upper atmosphere into a liquid state like this?
Yep. But didn't they announce that there was another comment on the way?
Yeah, well, there's 3 of them right now going on. There's the green one, which is going to be highly visible for the next couple of weeks. And then there's a couple other ones that are not as bold, but they are just as evident and visible. And I believe that's in the eastern sky.
And their excuse is that they're coming from the asteroid belt, not from the planets.
Yeah, they're talking about, bumping the Oort cloud and all of this. And but also, we got to remember, people, we have moved into the upper hemisphere of our galaxy. And it
Of
is
our solar
an
disk.
electrical
We've
cloud.
moved to the top.
Yeah, we moved to the top, and there are more comets because this is a very electrical area. So
Yep.
we're going to see a way uptick in the number of comets.
Yeah.
So we've moved into a new space, and we're going to see all these things.
Right, that was the
Yeah.
advent changes of the Mayan calendar, was discussing the transition from the 5th age to the 6th age, and the 13th Baktum, the time of no time, was where we were traveling between the bottom plane of our galaxy. The no time was in the middle of the galaxy, which we're moving through the strong wave and the weak wave properties of the magnetosphere of the galaxy to rise up into the highly more electrical upper part of our galaxy to begin the 6th age. And never in recorded human history have we been in this electrical big gaseous cloud in our solar systems. Never been ever recorded history we've been here. So what we're dealing with now is all bets are off. We got a whole brand new story. It's all electrical as hell. And we're going to see nothing but new.
Wow.
Yeah. That's light shining under Saru.
And as you said, we're in for the biggest show on Earth.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is the greatest secret of all times. See that light band? That's one of the see-through bands of Uri. It's not as thick, as dense as the other stripes, but the light shines inside of it and creates that rainbow.
Amazing. And that's a
Uri's got
gas
several
that's giving off
stripes that are
those
actually
colours.
see in deeper on a few of her stripes, and it goes all the way back to that early smaller picture of Uri, all the way back in, I think, 2015-ish, that we use all the time. And you can see that there's different layers of Uri. God, all of a sudden I'm blind. Thank you, Rainbow.
But as you keep saying, Uri is also a gas planet, very much like Jupiter, with all its spinning
Right.
storms going around the outside of it to keep all of those asteroids adhered to it electromagnetically.
And this is where we run back to that debate again. Is the Salamander asteroid group actually a moon or smaller moons all clustered partially in and out of the atmosphere of Uri and her base cloud? And
Yeah.
so, it's still, we might have some inaccuracies, and we do admit that we may be making some minor mistakes, but for the most part, we know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, the observations are only going to get more interesting the
Yeah.
more that they
Oh,
move.
Yeah, the fun has just begun, and if you have a camera and you want to learn these skills, I love it. That's early. That's Lead Asteroid crossing in front of the sun, and we dealt with so many people going, oh, it's Nibiru. Like,
Was that
no,
2018?
yeah, about 2018, right?
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
went multiple times. There were a series of times where the asteroids were crossing in front of the sun,
Yep.
time after time. And we'd go
Oh,
through that
wow.
on this cycle. We'd go through it the next cycle. And then we'd have to talk to people, go, no, that's not Nibiru. That's just one of the asteroids. And they go, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Rain bomb.
Yeah, but right in front of the sun.
Yep.
Amazing. Look at that, guys.
Where's that?
That's rain bomb from Nepacity in front of the sun. See the green planet up above?
It's blinding.
That's the
Yeah,
water.
especially
dumping.
trying. My eyes are like,
The
And that's
mantis
that full moon
clouds.
again. See how white and illuminated it is inside. It's not a
they're
storm.
hanging others there.
Grape-like. That's why they call them momentous clouds, mammalian
Yes.
protuberances. To use
And what
the
have we got?
scientific
We've got
term.
at least. What have we got? At least 16 new names for these cloud formations they want to shove down our throats?
Yeah, those new ones. Yeah.
17 names or
Of
something.
course,
Yeah.
We got like
that is
17
the
of them.
spiral asteroid passing close by Earth.
Woo, look at that little buggy. Oh, look at that little-
One.
That's got a face on it.
That's an old shot of the lead asteroid.
Yeah, because it's got the stripes, eh?
Is that the spiral?
And that, I still to this day, I think that's a rocket
Really?
trail because it
Ooh,
spirals
launch.
3 times and then straight out.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Look at
That's
that.
Uri onset. That's the base cloud of Uri coming, and you can see Uri's cutting off the sun on the left-hand side of the sun.
Yep.
Seeing the side edge of it, and that's the base cloud cutting in and coming in. And that was a
Look
couple
at
years
that.
ago.
Wow.
Oh, we
Asteroid?
just seen that. Look at that, Sam. That's almost like a
An
replica of that
asteroid
golden.
and Pappy, and again, excuse me, dry throat. That is the Salamander asteroid group on the edge of Uri, and this is that's at 2.
I love those wispy,
This is
feathery
Uri
kind
again,
of clouds.
Feather things.
Uri, and
Yeah.
our base
Like a
cloud.
peacock.
All them asteroids.
That's the side of something because that's so blue
Yeah,
on that side.
Side of
like-
it's one of the planets. I can't exactly tell the light. It would probably be either Nibiru or Nepacity.
Yo, come on.
Atmospheric halo. We can't,
Beautiful.
planetary cutoff of the light. Probably is
Oh,
something.
look at the wee edge inside there.
And see this
Yep.
straight line sublimation and the rainbowing and all of that.
Mhm. Look at how dim the sun is there.
Pinched off.
It's got 2 colors as
And
well.
that's what's
Oh,
going
look
on.
at it.
There's so many planets. There's one above, one beside, one,
Yep.
right, one left, and one above. And it's actually
Amazing.
pinching off the light. And you can tell with the blue shaft flaring. You can always, it always tells on itself.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to
that's-
show us the stuff by Alexander, Rebecca?
That's what's wrong with the light right now, people. That is
What?
a
I don't know
asteroid.
what you're
That
talking
is,
about.
I'm
What is
wondering
it?
it should be the lead asteroid, but
Yeah, look at it.
it could be the lead asteroid and then something else.
Something behind it.
Yeah, there's several smaller things along with that right there. That one's the red asteroid. We know that with the little sister in the middle core.
But guys, I think I will drop off. so I'm tired.
Good night, Thomas.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
feedback.
For you.
Yeah.
No problem.
Just let us know
So-
if you need any assistance.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. I will do.
Welcome.
I'm not ready with the
Welcome.
video. It was just the beginning, the start.
I
I
love
will
it.
add other stuff, and then I will ask if I have any questions, of course. Thank
Okay.
you.
Absolutely. Have a good week.
So,
Good night.
have a
Thomas.
nice evening. Good week too for you, all of you guys. See you. Bye bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Bye, Thomas.
Time. Thank you.
No problem, Rebecca. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, look, the salamander right there. 2 arms, some feet,
The dragon.
holding on to the side of Yuri.
Going for a ride.
Amazing how it just looks like that. It's such a perfect name for it.
And, it got the name all the way back 2017, 2018 when Yuri was on the right-hand side. So where we
Did
first
you
saw
just
it.
call it that, Sam?
Yeah, because it literally looked like a salamander holding onto the side of a big ball.
And it does. If you look at it,
Huh?
it looks like a lizard.
And that's the red asteroid again, and that's the red asteroid again. Now it reaches up to Atu's moon encased in that red as well, but these are the asteroids under Yuri as well. That's why they're rainbowing out, because that's way up in space, people.
Look at that. That's almost like a sprite.
Yeah. A really close one.
That's our, I believe our metal asteroids discharging off our upper atmosphere. Just like the planets do. I believe that asteroids that are compounded of mostly metal probably collect a static charge, but being between these two bodies, they're like a diode,
Well, it makes sense if they're
That's what
cathode
they're-
anode arrangement.
Yeah, again, the red asteroid in front of Atu and Atu's moon. Look at the purple.
Oh, look at purple, yeah.
Purple skies.
And again, this is still the same thing. This is the red asteroid underneath Atu and Atu's moon, and it's creating the snail foot. The red asteroid is directly involved in the development of the snail foot it's that ionized electrical connection that makes all these clouds form into that snail foot
Hmm.
that reaches all the way down to the bottom. Boy, there's an early Isatum. No, I take it back. That's the red asteroid, because it's not that old. This photo isn't that old.
Good night, Audrey. Have a good week.
Audrey.
Thank you for
Night,
all the
night,
work.
Audrey.
Maybe we'll
Again,
see her
This is the
later
red asteroid.
after her little nap.
3 hours, 3 minutes.
Doing well, guys.
That is Atu's moon. Look where the light is coming from behind us.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. Some of them you're not sure. Like, what is.
Asteroidal debris.
Yo, you're right behind me.
Knock, knock.
Boink, boink. Doing, doing.
Is that rock bouncing off the water again?
Red.
And a bit of purple behind it. Look.
Wonder when I'm going to see that red. Oh, God, that would be good. Oh, that's weird. Look at that.
Well, that is interesting. That's a light pinch between two bodies.
Sore
Weird
and
Those
eye.
golden on the sides.
You can't make that up.
Sore and eye. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. There's an object on the left and an object on the right, and it's pinching the light, and it's light pinching between it. And we've been talking about the light's been wrong for a couple of years now. Nobody notices.
How can you get a sky
I
like
drive-
that and not see?
Drive back from Missoula into Lolo, more asteroids. Drive back into Lolo, and I'm going, God, the light is so in the wrong place, and it's so big, and it's so bright. And it's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And everybody actually asteroids.
I can't understand why people can't see this and just stand there in amazement going, what is that? Oh, put it down. It was aliens.
alien feet. Look at them. That's like Grinch's feet.
Red skies
Up in the
again.
sky.
Look at the pinch, the bottom.
Oh, look at that weirdness. That must be Atu's bomb.
Open core.
Isn't that someone's blowing bomb?
You know, and people say, well, those are just clouds. And the thing is like these are repetitive cloud patterns that we see nonstop. They happen all the time, people. And again, like I was sitting there watching yesterday, that one asteroid sat there in my north window, sat there all day. Well, all the regular weather just kept going by, but that thing didn't move all day.
Mhm.
So, people, wake up. Hello. Warning, Will Robinson. Danger.
Look
They're
at
not
that.
just doing. They're not just doing their flybys anymore. They're doing stopovers.
Yeah. Undulating asparagus, asparagus clouds. Yeah.
Asparagus. Amazing.
You know, and I keep seeing BBB 333 and all these other people that are, you know, using our material and oh, look what we got. Look, and there's, you know, some of them are out there finally using some of our terminology, but we're sure not getting credit for this.
Look at that weirdness.
It looks like it's just.
Listen, don't worry about it.
It looks like it's plowing through, doesn't it?
I would be inclined to tell you that is the Texas cube.
Doing a descent. Straight down.
It's sublimating because it's in the light and it's got a path of travel because it's orbiting along with Atu's moon, and so.
Hello.
Yeah, that is an asteroid, people. That is the Tan asteroid. That is the best close-up we've ever had of the Tan asteroid. Holy shit.
It's amazing.
Wow.
An asteroid. Hi, guy. Ooh. Hello.
Is it
Just
a moon?
floating there.
Is it a moon? We keep wondering if it's a moon.
Just floating there like bricks don't.
Boy, look at that.
Wow.
That looks like something from the Alien movie series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird but scary. Look at it.
That, of course, is
Osteoporosis.
Atu.
Whoa.
I said osteoporosis of the bones.
Oh, nasty. Ah. Cute.
I don't know what the colorization is doing with this. Like, wow, weird. Are we seeing a negative?
What did they do? Filter that thing.
Like, oh, yeah, this one I remember.
Is that Saru over there?
Early Atu. That's an older
Sweet.
book, I think.
What's the
Actually,
blue?
really that ugly.
Yeah, Atu's nasty looking.
Don't tell him that.
Might get
love
very insulted with us.
I have far more captures. I think Atu on Atu's moon is literally number one because it's purple. A number one
Yeah.
capture out of all of the planets. It's ridiculous that you had a 30-year NDA. Thank you, XAV, because people would have lost their minds back in the 90s if they had been looking at. Yeah, well, there's a lot to that. People are losing their mind today over it as well. And a lot of people get mad at me and they don't want to listen and they don't want to hear it. And they don't believe it could even remotely be possible. But we started all the way back in 2010 collecting information and comparing. And that's led us to doing the show for you here today.
But they think that we're doomsayers. We're not here to do that. That's
What
not
is that?
all of this.
Rebecca,
Yeah.
the picture before this one. I mean, that's filter. Look at that. I mean, that's
Yeah, that's
like,
been colorized.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that. Look at that.
Yeah, but look at what's creating that right next to it.
Okay, I got it.
Flaring
That's what
around.
we're looking at. This is a good example of the two stars, people.
It's our
Yeah.
little one, and they're
You've got
big
lead
badass one.
asteroid cutting in front of the larger sun, and so it's blocking the light. So we're actually seeing the dwarf yellow soul. to the left. God save this picture, Rebecca.
Okay. All right.
That is our star is on the left, and what's being partially cut off is the larger standard red star.
Yeah, hang on to that a minute. I want to take a picture.
So, like, cut off by what?
By lead asteroid and Isatum.
Uh-huh.
Yep. The lead asteroid is the
The
top.
lead asteroid is what's cutting in front of the standard red star, blocking enough
Yep.
of the light that we can see dwarf yellow Sol on the left.
Hmm.
Yep.
That is, oh God, what a shot this is. And look at the reflection on the water.
On the water.
It's
Yeah.
not a lens flare, people.
Yeah, look, it's red, and then our one's yellow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's red on the right on the water, and then there's yellow on the right on the water. You've got the dwarf red being cut into by the lead asteroid, and the feathering at the bottom of this is Saturn cutting in. And then the light is interrupted enough that this tiny little dwarf, really our real normal size sun, people, is visible. God, what a shot.
Well done. Whoever caught that one.
Yeah. Wow.
Where is that? Is there any information on that?
It's on some sort of beach. So, any coastline it could be. Any
Yeah,
coastline.
I mean, seriously, notice the size of that smaller star, people. That's our normal sun.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
This
Look at it.
sucker that's headed towards us is not, and we are going to fry from this thing.
Oh, no.
Let us pray
Think
that
about
that thing goes up instead of towards us.
Well, think about it, guys. If their planets are bigger, they'll need a bigger sun.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're all connected and holding. They're the central pattern. They're the core of the atomic structure that we are. So
Mhm.
that's what most power is. And the secondary smaller star, we wind around it playing catch up way out in space away from it. And then we cross paths every 3,654 years. Sorry, I got the hiccups all of a sudden.
That was excitement seeing the sun.
No, I opened a new pop, and so it's fresh carbonate. I took a sip here just a moment ago. I was like, now I'm going Don't drink so much pop, Sam, but I got to be able to keep talking.
As long as you don't do a talky burp.
Yeah, I wish I could lately. I'm sitting in this chair, and they don't leave me, and then they end up in my shoulders or in my intestines after the show. I'm going, oh my God, I feel so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I learned not to drink too much pop during the show. But I
Is that
have a cherry Coke, so I couldn't say no.
Cherry Coke. Is that the last slide, Rebecca?
Yeah, it sure is.
And that,
Thank
of
you.
course, is Isatum Jello Moon over the
That
sun
was it.
about 2
Finale.
years ago or so.
Yay,
3
DJ.
years ago.
And that's what's depicted in all of the Egyptian murals, petroglyphs.
The winged planet. And that is over to the top of the sun. And
Yep.
that happened twice. It was 2018 and 19, and then again 22 and 23, I think, if not 23, 24.
Mhm.
23, 24. Yeah.
As they,
And then around 24, we started seeing Isatum coming back with Nibiru again. And I am now sunblind from staring at that. I remember I got a 43-inch screen, and then she switched screens on me, and I realized now I can't see anything. It's like, oh, I'm blind. I'm staring at the
spotlight in your
sun,
face.
even in photographs.
It gets you. It does get you.
Oh, you got your
I've
reading
just
glasses
noticed
on.
there's a big shine there, so see if I can get rid of the shine.
Yeah, so how's your map doing there with your pins, Sharon?
We need some more people from South America if we can get some.
We had a bunch for a
Is it
long
vacant?
time, and I
It's
wonder what
vacant
happened
down
to them.
here.
We lost a lot of friends in Russia when they shut down Telegram and all of that, and we lost a lot of friends in South Korea and China. We had actually a few friends in China, and I know Matthew Wee is out there someplace, but we haven't gotten a lot of Malaysian friends lately either. But then
Yeah.
they had a big thing going on with a lot of folks doing some bad things with the internet. I wish they do something about India now, because most of the scam networks, unfortunately, are coming out of India. Sad.
It's probably why we don't have a lot of those people in our groups. They're being held back.
Well, I mean, Rebecca and I went through, I don't know how many, and thank you, Carol Ann. I don't know how many people we had to filter out that were bombing us, with bots from India and from Malaysia. And the thing is, you could see them, they were repetitively typing the same thing, person after
Yep.
person after person after person. And they'd send 20 or 30 candidates to try to get in.
But haven't you seen what they do over there? They have walls and walls of phones,
Right.
all logged in at the same time,
Right.
all bot
And when somebody
bombarding.
answers the phone, some poor, old person on Social Security, they con into
Yep.
into paying them thousands of dollars because the phone scams and the Amazon refund scams and all of that, and the banking
Yep.
scams. It's horrible.
Yep.
I've had
We're
that
being
happen to me, where
infiltrated.
they took over my computer one time, and I didn't have a choice, because
Mm.
I opened it something in PM, and it was I remember what it was. It said, "Guess who died?" And it was from somebody I thought I could trust. And I opened it up because I wanted to see who died, and boom, they got me.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. They only have to find the hook to get in.
I've lost a couple of computers to nasty shit, and then of course I've had. This is my 15th computer, and
Gosh.
they have fried them over and over. And of course, a lot of computers just wear out earlier than they're supposed to. And this is when I started with just not buying the cheap shit anymore, and I stuck with HP Hewlett Packard, and they
Yep.
are the best computer equipment out there.
Yep. I'm sitting in front of an Asus laptop.
Yeah,
One of the
and
top range.
I've got the tower and the 43-inch screen and the keyboard, and computer. I PC. I don't laptop.
Yep.
Laptops are too
That's what-
small, if you can find, and I can't type on the tiny little thing. I need my mouse.
No, mine's a 18-inch. I hate little screens like this and little keypads like
I've got a
this.
43-inch HP, so it's a
Yeah, but
computer
that's
monitor.
TV.
It's a little expensive, but I bought it for myself for Christmas. This like 5 years ago. Once in a while, I get myself an occasional Christmas present.
Why shouldn't you? You deserve it too.
Well,
What do you got, Rebecca?
I had the kids for the longest
I
time.
have-
This came first.
Well,
Uh,
they play their games,
have
huh?
some pictures from Tara that she sent, and I have some pictures from, I believe it was Specs in the email. If the names are correct, I think it's coming from Specs.
Mhm.
And then AV sent me some pictures. So
While I'm thinking about it, have you looked at that? What I sent you today
Yes.
on PM?
darn it, Sam. Yes, sorry. Hang on.
Yeah, I've only sent you 4 things, so it should be.
I know.
Cover it and be done. But I wanted to show that because I do want to talk about it, because it is important.
Okay.
It is very big coming this summer.
I'm gonna get this
Coming to theaters near you.
now. Okay, hang on. Hey, baby.
Oh, hey, we've got a black cat eclipse. Oh no!
Just had our photos taken.
That's mine.
Oh,
Ring piece
Yeah.
alert. The ring piece alert.
baby girl.
Doorbell.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a doorbell. It's a cat doorbell.
Extra clingy. She's in heat again, so she's kind of clingy
Is that
today.
Mittens?
This, yeah.
Yeah.
All I saw was black, so I didn't get to see her
I
face.
know. Go sit down over there. Go sit down. She's just kind of everywhere. She wants outside like so bad. It's like worse than ever, I think.
Well, that's when you just lock them in their little kitty carrier and
I
put them in the
know,
basement.
she just-
Joking. Let them howl
I
in the basement.
I know. She's due to be spayed next week. So, and then that will be over.
And then it's over and done.
I know. I'm so ready for that.
And then she'll
I
gain
know
weight.
he is too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They get the food pouch after they get spayed.
Yeah, they usually
Yep.
do get fat. Yeah.
Yep.
right.
Changes their metabolism, and then they get fat. That's what
Yeah,
happened to Roosevelt,
that's
but then she got skinny again. So we're
Well, they're
Great.
just like us. They're emotional eaters.
Stressed out.
She needs to put on some weight. She's like so little for her age. You know, she's really like maybe 6 pounds.
well, that's all that running
Oh,
around.
they can
she's doing.
spare her
If
some.
she stopped jet setting with the ET Grays, it would be a totally different story.
Well, she is looking after her figure. Look at that Barbie car, and
Right.
she's got a life, love.
Right.
Those little glasses, for the fame and
Kimbach and
all.
all of that.
You got to be drop dead gorgeous if you're going to be a star.
Yeah, well,
Of
yeah.
course, she is. She really is. Okay, I got this
The
video.
Skywatching cat. Mittens.
Yeah, bear with me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw a wrench in your works.
No. It's nothing. I was just getting that video. You sent me a video. And
Right,
so it
right,
took a moment
right.
to-
Well, it's so predominantly important though, because that's one of the coolest sightings of Saru, I believe, that I've ever seen.
Nice.
Okay, but sorry, I don't know how to say this. I don't know. I just, to me, it looks really like something we've never seen before.
Well, if you now there's I have comparison pictures to go along with it. Let me look at what I sent you.
You know me. I like to verify things because I don't want us to be wrong.
Right.
I
Well,
want
you
it to be
can
accurate.
you can take my word for it. I gave you an example below that as well, below that video of the
Okay.
bottom of Saru in the early years, and I have more if you want them. I just
Right.
didn't want to bomb you with too much work before the show.
Okay.
Trust
I'll
me,
just
take my word for it. I know what I'm looking
how
at.
different. Right, but you remember what I told you how they are replicating. They're replicating real things and turning it
No,
into
this is
AI.
you can't make this one up. This is definitely Saru. The lighting is right. The placement is right. It's just amazingly wow.
Well, okay, the results say it's AI,
Well, it is.
but
Well,
I'll go
let
ahead
me
and
relook at it, but I do
Right.
not think it is.
I don't like to say that. I don't want to be,
Well,
tell
no,
you
you're. Yeah, no, this is not AI.
but I would like to be accurate. I don't want us to
Yeah, I
share
understand.
wrong information. So I'm
You can
touchy
throw
about that.
a disclaimer out. Because I, in my personal
Right.
opinion, think it's AI,
It's
and I
fine.
myself, in my personal opinion, believe that it's real. So let them decide, but by all means, share it.
I'm getting it right this second. It's like right here.
Don't make controversy or waves or anything like that. But
No,
I saw it. I immediately went, oh my
Rebecca,
god, it's Saru.
But Rebecca, we also have to consider how many times have our things been flagged as AI when we know that they're not. So you can get it wrong. We have to admit that sometimes.
yeah, but but if you check it against multiple websites and they each
Mhm.
come back with the same result,
A lot of
Mhm.
how you can tell if AI is how the camera angle changes. If it's filmed
Right.
by a person, it's one thing. If it's filmed by AI, you can tell how the camera angle moves. This is a person moving the camera.
Sam, I don't know. I work with
That-
AI a little bit more than you do, I think. And
That is the base open core of Saru.
it's really impressive what they are able to do.
Now,
with
Saru
AI.
has one single band to it at the bottom, and it's bright orange, yellow, illuminated regularly. Now, go to that next picture that I sent you.
Sorry.
If you'd like, I can send you some more examples of it.
I mean, yeah, I would like to see more real pictures that look just like this so we can
Well, I'll show you one of the earliest Saru pictures we have from Montana, and it was taken
Yeah.
by Renee.
I can see why you're questioning it, Rebecca, because it's never exhibited that kind of formation before.
never.
And I
With
will
just colours.
I'll just keep grabbing my
If
Saru
anybody's
pictures.
looking, it's me. I'm all over this every single day.
Mm.
And I would remember seeing something like this repeating
Came in
itself.
today. It came in today.
It just looks
Okay.
unreal to me.
All right, let me. And then here's Saru. I'm on my
Okay.
third one already. There's
Okay.
you probably have 4 by now. I'm going to grab one more of the very illuminated bottom of Saru. And I would like you to look in the internal core of the first 2 punch clouds. And then the other 2 are illuminated core of Saru and illuminated core of Saru even closer.
Okay. Sorry,
has
Sam.
a
Every
single
time
band.
I'm saving what you're sending me, and
Well,
it's not
AI wouldn't get the single band correct. Not only that, I have another photograph that it literally matches that. When Saru was doing a close pass all the way back to 2013, and I'll
I
grab
really think
that one.
they're copying They're copying it. They are
No.
mimicking it.
Well, why would they do that?
Because here's why. So when people see it and it's provable that it's AI, then when they see a real cloud that looks like that, the planets, then they'll be like, that's not real, that's AI. I seen it on an AI group site, channel, whatever. It's to discredit the real thing.
Okay.
But that's been happening since AI's ever been installed.
Take
Okay.
They've
the,
been using
Yeah.
they've been
Not to-
using that to manipulate our minds into thinking that everything's normal. Don't look
No.
this way, look this way.
not to throw a wrench in the works, but I just handed you 5 or 6 examples.
I'm working on it. I
Okay.
had to like screenshot.
I'm sorry, I
one.
don't mean to make you work your butt
You're
off
not.
here, but
I'm not.
when you compare
okay.
all of those to this, they match.
It won't let me save them, so I gotta screenshot them one at a time. That's all.
Right. Sorry. Again, work.
No, I don't know why it's being like this. It helped. It did that with Thomas's video too. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But we're almost there, guys. Don't worry.
At least I'm not in here yet. I saw
But-
this, and then I saw the internal clouding on the inside of the open core is what immediately I went, wow, that is Saru.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all of them. I don't know.
Yeah, look at that internal core. There's one real major base ring,
Right.
and then there's the widening of the rest of the base cloud. But Saru has one major ring, and that major ring illuminates at the right angle of sunlight on it, and it matches the 2 punch cloud shots that I sent you, the 2 self-illuminated ones, and then there's a last close-up pass of 2015-ish, 14-ish, I don't remember, 13-ish, I don't remember exactly when it was. But I looked at it, and I couldn't even believe that was Saru years ago. And that was then we did the cross reference of the base cloud and the single rounded, weird base cloud. And that's why I've always believed that's got to be Saru, even though I couldn't believe it was.
Yeah. Here's another expert opinion from Jesus.
Okay, well, I'm not
I
going to let
know,
you
I
discount my work.
It's
No,
not that.
no. I'm telling you.
Oh gosh.
Children.
I'm not like that at all. At all.
Handbags at
I'm-
6 o'clock. Handbags at
I
6
would-
o'clock.
I would just fall over it if that was real.
That is why I sent it to you. Otherwise, I would not have sent it to you, and I would have discounted it.
Yeah,
Not
here we
real
go.
ladies.
Finally got it.
The curiosity is getting to us.
Okay. I know. Here we
You
go.
can't
Here's
make
what
this
Sam
shit up.
said.
Correct.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh darn it! Bear with me. I got problems today. You know. I got problems.
Well, that would be my week.
I can't breathe. That's all. Let's see.
Here,
All right.
have
I'm
some.
still waiting for the white band
No,
with the with the
That's
rubber
like
room
cold
people. to me.
medicine is terrible. No cold medicine is terrible.
If you really want some assistance in reducing the amount of lurgies you get, go and get yourself some aerosol iodine. It's what they use in the hospital to prevent them from getting.
That's
The
what
lurgies.
Julian was telling me.
Yeah, I was
Well, I told
done with that.
Julian.
Done with that
Right.
virus within the week.
Yeah,
Bye.
I told
Bye,
Julian.
bye,
Yeah,
This illuminated band. It's that
Sorry,
one
sir?
strongly illuminated baseband that illuminates like that. Now go through the series of them.
Okay.
Look at the little green thing up there. That's another
That's
little bubble.
that's Nepenthe. And Nepenthe again. That is the ring. The bottom of the big blue area is Ceru up above it. That's the bottom
So
of
that's
Nepenthe.
2011.
Yeah,
Holy moly, look at that thing.
this is 2012 in Montana.
Okay, but see what I'm saying? I mean, these don't look anything like the red picture.
The core that is the same internal core that orange prior video that we saw. It matches.
But the other one, because the way the light's hitting it, looks like it's being sucked up internally.
That's a different one. Here's what else you sent me. You sent me this picture to match a petty.
Yeah, that drawing matches. If you look at where Casper
Uh-huh.
is, and you look right here again, you can see this
I
came
see
from
it.
Petty in this week in
Yep.
Budapest, and it matches. And Texas Cube, you can
I
see the
can
little
see it,
nib on the
Cubie.
right hand side that's coming out just like Casper.
Mhm.
Cubie. Oh, it's cute, man. It's got a wee bubble nose in front of it. Look at that.
Yeah, but the Texas Cube right there as well. And I chuckled because it
Yeah.
matched, and I just went, "Oh,
I
there
do
you go,
see
Petty.
it.
This is what that is."
I made a comparison out of it too somewhere.
Good.
Yeah.
Can't make this shit up, people.
That's another thing is when you hear voices talking in the background, they'd be like, "Oh my God, look at the sky!" It's just, you know.
Oh
it's like-
You're
my
so skeptical,
gosh.
Rebecca. You're so skeptical.
My God.
I have every
I think
reason to
you're
be
stopping
too.
yourself from seeing
actually.
certain things, and I believe that is Ceru. I really do.
Okay. Well, I'll be on the lookout. I want to
There we
see more of that.
Impasse.
Well,
Look,
what we
look
do
at
is we just keep watching, and we're going to see similar 4 or 5 more times in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll go yes or no. And if we
Yeah,
don't
but
see it, then we
Rebecca-
can discount it.
Yay. Another
Rebecca's just trying to make sure that the credibility is there.
Yeah.
I have
Yes.
no problem with that at all.
Meticulous, like it has to be
I
perfect.
think-
We're just trying to keep
I
it,
know.
keeping your reputation spotless.
Yeah,
Because we work too
because
hard,
we don't
too long
Yeah.
to do what we're doing.
we don't want
to
people
let-
pointing fingers at us, going, "They use AI, they're full of shit." They AI.
I know.
So-
Exactly.
And they called it something too.
I know. When it-
Where did they get their names from? Oh,
Little green man.
I make
Yes.
mistakes from time to time, but I'm pretty darn sure that's Ceru.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
otherwise I wouldn't have sent it to you.
well,
I
we'll
know
be
that.
watching.
I know.
The
We'll be
master
watching-
has spoken.
Because I've never seen Ceru more than just a straight line across the sky at sunset. And I'm out there.
Yep.
I mean, I'm out there chronicling it.
Well,
making-
I've been telling you guys she's on the way.
Because
She's
we don't
arriving.
see it ourselves doesn't mean it
She's
doesn't
arriving.
exist, but
I'm
it's
in the
weird.
open core regularly now. Driving home from Missoula, so the core is bigger and closer. Before we were just in the straight line, and now everything has moved really quick in the last month alone.
Robbie
You got a
knows, too.
princess behind you.
It's always like a 6-second video. They're always real short clips, because that's how, like,
There's a cat.
Yeah,
They
another
make-
cat behind you. Okay. Other side.
I might drop coffee.
They're just trying to make it giggle. Come on, giggle, mommy, giggle.
Ransomware.
Giggle, mommy, giggle.
Fat Kush. Ransomware. I use.
Must be dinner time.
That's been going on. This is like the 5th day of her walking. That's her mating now, I guess.
Oh,
She wants a boyfriend.
There's a
can't have
cat, a
one.
mugshot behind you, like.
she's not allowed to have a boyfriend. She's too
No
young.
boyfriends. That's right. I
No
told her.
boyfriends. Daddy Sam will get a club out from behind the couch.
The other night at 11:45, I was letting one of my kitty cats in, my black cat Brina, and Mittens got out, and I was just like, oh my god, you know, she's really, you can't catch her, she's so fast. Anyway, Taylor and I were out at midnight with flashlights running around the yard, you know, and he was over here, I'm over there. We finally cornered her and he got her, but he wasn't happy about it. I had to wake him up to get his help, and
Yeah, I would be
And
putting her in
the poor guy's work
career when the
too,
door
so he's
gets open.
exhausted.
exactly. Oh boy,
Yeah.
that's memories. Yes. Okay.
And that's cats for you.
Is I know Tara. Is Tara here? And we have Specs sent some things, and then AV. I'm working on that AV. I'm gonna load that up. Sent me some pictures. So tell me, yeah. Here's Thunder. Thunder. I got the stuff for you too. Let's do that one. Let's do Thunders. All right, hang on. Yeah, I'm glad I found her too. I was afraid. I don't know. She doesn't normally ever run off, but and I have a little tracker on her collar, which is something.
Yeah, because my dad was complaining that one of their cats went disappearing for 10 days. And very
Oh
similar
my
to
gosh.
Mittens, she'll lay on the pavement and expect people to pat her. So it wouldn't surprise me anyone could have picked her up and walked away with her. But
That is
yeah,
so
she
scary.
mysteriously came back yesterday.
You know what, Sharon? I have a cat. She's in my bathroom right now. She likes sleeping in the bathroom because the heater. But when she was little, she's like 8 years old now. When she was little, she went missing for 5 months.
Wow.
5 months. And one evening, I had a window open. The screen was off. And girl, she jumped through the window one night. She just came back. And then the next day, she started bringing her little babies to the front door. She had kittens while she was out. And she showed back up with her babies.
I was actually having this conversation with my dad the other day. Why is it that animals know how to find their way home? How is that possible?
I know.
What is in their brains that give them the direction to get home?
A friend told me that she heard they can smell their way home within 4 miles. Like they can
smell their potties.
But what about incidences where dogs have been missing for 5 years and they've been halfway across the other side of the country?
Yeah.
How does that work? How does that work? See,
I know.
the intellect
They're
of
super
animals
smart,
is something that we are probably never going to understand.
Yep. Ah, boy, I know.
They're
Jesus,
more highly sensitive than we are, that's for sure.
I know it. I couldn't. I was stunned when she showed back up. I never thought. Anyway, she's here, so she's fine.
Well, good. Glad to hear that.
She's cute because she's missing her tail. She was born with no tail.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what they call. There's a
Called the
name.
Manx.
Manx. Yeah, she has no tail. So she looks like a little bunny rabbit when she's running around. It's cute.
And they've got a different hind leg muscle structure because of the lack of that tail.
Yeah.
See,
Different dynamic. Yeah.
Right. They've got a running butt like a rabbit.
Yeah.
Thundads.
Doing their glutes, man.
It's popping up here. Here we go, guys. This is from Thundads. Drum roll.
Goodness. That's pretty.
Yeah.
Crystals and flowers.
And butterflies.
And
Now
butterfly.
look at that blue-green people.
Saru.
Yep.
See, that's what I'm used to seeing for Saru.
Right.
Yeah.
Yay, Thunder.
Sweet, sweet man.
David, right?
Yeah, the other day, it was after sunset, and the sky was just unbelievable blue-green. And, of course, the yellow and orange at the bottom, which is what Sarah was famous for. Well, I was so shocked when we finally started seeing her come back. First time in, since, 2024, 25. And then Matim popped out, and like, oh, that, So this is going to be so insanely cool this summer. It's going to be absolutely insane. And we still have a close pass scenario, Matin, close pass scenario of Asatum, close pass scenario of Saru. God only knows what's coming. And by the way, again, that yellow sun soul sticking out and being blocked by Asatum, awesome photograph.
Absolutely, I agree.
I don't think I'll
Picture
ever
of that one.
That's awesome.
That's going to be a
Beautiful.
talking point for a while.
Now again,
Yeah,
I
just
talked about.
stick one of them memorials.
I mentioned this earlier before the show, even though I don't know if I've talked about it on today's show, but I was watching Ukrainian footage and the Russian and Ukrainian war, and the way the camera was flexing and refocusing, you could see the second star to the left of the larger star. You could see our star next to the second star, the larger star, and in two separate videos. So it was, it's like, yeah, that's really there, and it wasn't AI generated or anything like it. It was live footage, and I couldn't believe the difference in the Russian sky versus the American sky. I'm sure that they're not doing chemtrails over the top of Russia.
We don't waste money on shit like that.
Well, this summer, I am sure that at some point this summer or this spring even, we are going to definitely be more aware of the being two stars in our sky. It's got to be out into the public, people. It has to. There's a lot of people talking about, this 2-star scenario. And then, of course, we have some yahoos that are wanting to talk about 3 stars. And then there's that really weird guy or whomever. Oh, look, 7 stars in the sky, 7 suns. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah, remember that one. Was he Chinese or something?
Glass thing,
Well, let's see how they dismiss this one, yeah?
Yeah, and again, once these planets go beyond us, they're going to be more regularly facially illuminated. And we should eventually... Now, when the planets are close, we see them mostly as deep blue, even when they're facially illuminated, especially with Nibiru, because Nibiru is blue. But the farther away they go, they're going to start showing their actual facial colors once they get a certain distance away from us.
Yep.
How long is that going to take, Tom?
Well, that would be within, this year, next year, and the year after, and all of that, and on for, 3 or 4 years after that, 5 years, 6 years. They should.
Well, how long will they take to get here? They're going to take exactly the same amount of time to leave.
Right. And, 2008, 9, 10, 11, it was arrival. And so departing.
But if they knew they were coming in the 70s, doesn't that amount of time before also count?
I knew they were coming. Everybody did. Anybody that even read Isaac Asimov, or anybody that looked into Worlds in Collision by Velikovsky.
Yep.
And then, of course, in the 1970s, the clay tablets with Zechariah Sitchin and all of this became popular. So everybody knew in the early 70s that Planet X or these other planets were on their way. And then it just became buried.
But does all those 30 years count as well? Like it's part of it's part.
Well, think about it. Look at how long it's taken to reach its elliptical path. And if it takes 3,654 years to reach us on this elliptic, imagine it going back around the other way. So it has 2 phases where it's in these cycles.
Right. And
so we get 2 bangs, bang, bang.
Either direction, it's a 10-year cycle on the approach, and at least a 10-year cycle. This is just generic, even a 10-year exit cycle.
Why do you think they've got the 2030 agenda?
Right. And people, we know they're here, and we're seeing them illuminate at night. Again, last week we had that really cool nighttime illumination of what I still believe was probably Casper. And very close, very big, but it was way too actually big to be Casper, but it had the direct look and lining of what Casper should look like. And we don't know where it is at night anyway. So, and all of this crazy, it's still a learning curve for all of us. I mean, we are still learning all kinds of new stuff.
And we're going to see something different all the time. That's the dynamic of it. It's always changing.
want to bring Jesus in.
Please.
He's here. And Specs, I'm getting ready to show. They sent me 2 pictures, so I'll get that up here too. But
Cool.
let's get Jesus in here and see how he's doing over in Utah. Hey,
Good.
Jesus.
I can
Hey,
let
Hey,
you know
Jesus.
for a while.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, bro.
Very well. You?
Hey, Sam, Jillian. How's I've been listening, hearing. I was on earlier, and then I had to go take care of something, and then here I am. But I've been listening off and on. Gosh, you know, this AI thing is it's becoming quite the nuisance. I gotta say.
Yep.
I know you're irritated by it.
Like, is it not? You know, and I think that's the whole point of just getting us all. You know, because I do agree with Rebecca. I think they're copying, right, what is there and then making it AI. And that's why it's not. That's why we're getting tricked. But me and Carol were talking about the other day that we should be a little bit more on member submissions so we can avoid these issues, because again, we're just talking about credibility. Credibility is a big thing, and we have done this for so long that I think we've gained some credibility. You know, it'd be kind of a shame to kind of go back the other way. I know that we can't be perfect. You know, we're gonna kind of run into speed bumps, but I do feel that I think member submissions are just more safe.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is, I follow like a lot of the photographers, dronographers, you know, people that have just the best pictures because of their equipment and stuff that aren't in the group, you know. I see it.
There is a lot of,
It's-
you know, it's kind of a complicated.
You gotta kind
time
of
right
look,
now.
look and see who's posting what and look at their material.
I agree. I
Uh-huh.
think looking into what they posted or their history or whatever. There was that ethereal one that you were talking about, Rebecca. I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and when I went into that ethereal because it started popping up
Oh.
in my feed.
Yeah.
I went in
Oh,
there.
ethereal world. Ethereal world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one. It was clear.
Well, remember they also did that to us with Photoshop too. So I try not to give in to the negative, and I try to seek the positive. But yes, I don't usually farm out videos that I see. But when I saw the inside core of that video, I went, "Oh, look at that!"
You see,
And
but
I
what they
think
can
there's
do,
some
Sam, is take your pure picture like that. Sorry,
Well, what I
and
think is that
recreate around it.
look, we're in the early stages of all this AI stuff, and I think
Mhm.
it's going to take us a little bit to kind of adjust to it. But we certainly do need to address the issue because it is becoming an issue.
not worried.
You know,
Yes,
I
sir.
I can't tell you. I can like I think we've kept it very minimal here on the show, but I'll tell you, I'm seeing people that I've known for years post some seriously weird, crazy.
Fall
Does
for it, and then have tantrums with you.
Yeah.
That's why record keeping is very important, because we
Thank you,
have
sir.
now got the most important catalogue of 15, 16 years worth of captures
Yeah.
from everyone around the world, from all of our members that are
And they were all
legitimate
pure before
sightings.
this AI bullshit started.
They're all legitimate sightings. Nobody can come back and contest that any of those have been manipulated.
It just seems to me that you know, if you look at the timeline of things, there's a lot of shit that came out like just at the right time. Like as these like things are gonna get, like Sam, you were saying it earlier. Things are gonna get to a point where they're undeniable very soon. Like very soon. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do to cover it up because
Tara's trying to
I
talk to
don't
you.
think they're sky scribbling.
yeah,
enough.
that's definitely ramping up for sure. I have not seen, like, today was just insane.
Okay.
But there is going to be a point where it's going to get impossible to cover up. And I think that's a perfect time to roll out this AI, confusion. A lot of it's going to be confusion. A lot of it's going to be in these kind of.
I'd like to see them explain the two suns. I can't wait
Oh,
for
I
that.
can't wait. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Now,
like,
now, I
I think they're going to do the China thing, Sam. Oh, it's
they're going to do the
probably.
sun simulator.
Yeah,
They're going to
Sun
say
they're going
yeah.
to say it's the one from China that's up there.
I saw a posting today on Facebook from one of our older members who's unfortunately stepped over, partially over to the dark side. I'm not going to name them, but they were actually posting stuff, and I just shook my head over it, and it's it's a pain in the butt that a lot of people are working to go into
Against us.
disinformation, and it sucks. But I really think that we're going to be so absolutely accurate that, which is what we have been, and we're going to continue to be so. I am not worried.
I'm not
either,
either,
Sam.
'cause-
We have a lot of the things that we have a lot of members that are genuinely
She's so pretty.
addicted to doing this themselves. Like there's always going to be the old schools like me, Rebecca, Jillian that are going to break out her. Nothing can replace our love for the camera and going outside and recording it. So it won't. But I do feel that it could be like one of those things that somebody can run into, somebody who's on the fence, really, who's kind of trying to look for like we were in the beginning. We're looking for what fits, what doesn't fit, and then you run across something that doesn't feel right. I feel like that could really steer them away. And again, I think that's the point.
Well, and then you look at you gotta look and see at the channel or group that is sharing that picture, like that ethereal earth. That's what it's called. That's the first one that I started seeing, and then I started seeing dozens. I've probably blocked like 30 sites because I don't want to see it. I'm just annoyed by it, and I don't even want to look at them. So I just blocked the whole thing, and they're just popping up over. I mean,
and also recently, Petty posted something awesome recently, and I was like, I saw that same thing. So it's really, I think within that first week of stuff coming in, you kind of, there's a lot of similarities in what's coming in. Like what I saw was
Just wait until the 180-day cycle starts.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting cycle. There's going to be a lot of exciting and scary and all that, everything in between this cycle. I just know it. I'm already seeing it. The asteroids are so illuminated.
Their cycle. I mean, I was standing the other day. I'd stopped the bike on one of my journeys. I think I was just out that day to the shops and to look up and see, like, oh, look at the rainbow around the sun, for example. It is so clearly rainbow. And when you're standing taking a picture of it, Jesus, and said, this man's going, what are you doing?
Yeah, the backlit. They're getting backlit is what I'm noticing. A lot of them are getting really backlit.
Mm-hmm.
So you see in their shapes, and then you'll see the outline.
You can see that there's a round thing next to the sun. Hello, can't you see it?
But they're huge and they're all over the place. And I have noticed over the last few months, they're getting very obvious, like so obvious.
It reminds me of when I first saw that first thing next to the sun. When it was this mustard shaped thing. It was like cratered. It was mustard shaped next to the sun on the right, down in the southern hemisphere. So would that have been then on the left, up in the northern hemisphere?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Okay, I have. Let's see. I sent Tara a link, so we'll be expecting her. And then sorry, Jesus. I was going to say you said something else. I have a video of some of your other things to show, and then, but let me go ahead and get its Specs. Is Specs here? I want to make sure. She was here a minute ago, but I have, she said this is her first submission for pictures. So
Oh wow! Oh wow! We
Yeah.
gotta
I'd like to check.
we gotta break somebody in today. Nice.
Mhm. An apprentice, the Sky Watcher
Okay,
apprentice.
Tara.
Specs is here.
Okay, good. I think let me see if we can. Because I didn't see it. Cool. All right, cool. All right, here's pop it up here. 2 different pictures. Here we got cool sun pinch.
Yeah.
Major.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I covered
So
those
right.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's pinching planets.
You can see the cutoffs. The cutoff flares, one this way, one that way.
Yeah.
The light
So
doesn't lie,
bright.
guys. The light. It's all about that light. I don't get tired of saying that. It's all about the light. Remember, beyond our blue skies, everything's dark out there.
And then here's a second picture there.
Matim on the left and his Saturn on the right.
Yeah, look at them. Say cheese, puppy.
Yeah. There it is. That's why it's doing it.
And that's why the
Sometimes
light is so
pinch
wrong.
Can
And
last
then-
a few minutes, and sometimes it lasts for hours. I've seen it go on and on. Yeah, Specs, you did great.
Yeah, you do.
Good job. Keep it up.
See, and that's what it's about, Specs. When you see something that doesn't feel right, just take photos.
Take a
and-
picture, yeah, like take
Yeah,
20.
and then look at it later when you get home or whatever. Look at it, preferably in a darker room so you can see what's, because there's so much there that our eyes will miss. But anytime that you feel something's off, just grab your camera and start recording, and that's how you'll be amazed at the stuff that you'll catch.
That's cool.
Beautiful. I mean, that's a tiny little sun pinch right there.
It's a fun process. Once you understand
Yeah.
that the
I love
camera will catch it much better than your eyes, but you will perceive it. You'll perceive it because you just know that something is off, right? You know, it's always like such a constant, but you just feel like something's wrong. And I think most people do feel that something's off, but they just don't get what it is.
And don't dismiss it as just being a dirty lens either.
That's right. That's right.
If it happens reoccurringly, then it's obvious that it is something that's going on above us, not just a dirty lens.
I just come across another picture that Sam had sent me, and I maybe had missed it. But I'm going to bring it up here because I think it's relevant. I can see where this one, I can see where he's coming from on that.
Mhm.
Okay. I can see, but again,
Questionable.
I'm not saying it's could never look like that in real life, but we need
The
to
one
see
I'm
more.
thinking of, yeah, that's the one I was.
Don't test positive for AI. I'd like to see a video that I
You
can
make it
test
sound like a virus. It must be a planet virus.
No, I want to be a scientist, a video scientist. I'm going to test it against multiple sites, and if it comes back that it's not AI, it's a legit capture.
Oh, this is the one I'm thinking of that I sent you. Is the last one I sent you. That one was.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
That one is literally 2014, 2015. So that was pre-AI, pre-Photoshop, all of that.
Right. I remember. Yeah, I do. Okay, here it comes. Yeah. Yep. I know. I mean, this world is crazy. This whole world is just
Messed up, man.
it is really messed up. It really is in so many ways. Don't get me started.
It's so
Messed up,
it's so
man.
stupid, it's hard to even.
Merton.
Can't.
It's
The only
sounds so
escape
dumb.
is
It's hard to believe, honestly.
get high.
Like,
Here we go.
Oh, I love this one.
Yeah.
oh, there.
I mean,
see,
yeah, it's pretty wild. And that's
this
real.
this is old. This is old enough to say.
Yeah, this is
This is
old.
this is one of the first. What is it?
Yeah,
Saru
Put
and
that,
Saturn,
put
right?
that one next to
Right.
the orange one, the new one.
Yellow Under Saru.
Yeah. See, this is
Yeah,
this
put
is,
this
is,
one next to the other one and see if
this
the
is
shape.
well, this is way before. But again, Jillian, that's what they're doing. Is that they're
Yeah.
replicating old stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna look the same, but this doesn't look wrong. Like when I see this, the pixels. What is AI? What is this America's AI, Rebecca?
What's that?
Did you check that one? The
I
one?
haven't. You want me to? I'll check it.
I don't. It's too old. I really doubt. Really doubt.
Yeah, I think it's real too.
Yeah, but then that would give you like a fake test, like a fake positive or a fake negative kind of nonsense,
The
like when you
pixels,
had
everything
the C
matches.
tests.
This is
Mhm.
looking too good to be true. Is what it feels like to me. Is
But
it's a
just because we've
chameleon.
never seen it ourselves, again, it doesn't mean it's not true, but it
Yeah.
also
No,
just means like
you know, like,
wait
these
until you can
effects-
put it next to another one that
these
looks the
effects
same.
have happened. You know, they're
Right.
definitely
Sure.
they're definitely you know fit.
They're
they-
messing with
they-
us,
they
man.
fit the pattern for sure. They definitely fit the pattern.
hmm
And
Yeah,
that's
because
why
some of
the
these
confusion.
other guys are quite clever now as well. The debunkers, they'll go out and make a thing like this, and then bring it to you and see how you fall for it, and then they can go, "Yeah, taught you, told you so." You know.
That hurt, Jillian.
Okay, there's the result.
There you go.
Not likely to be AI.
Look at that.
That's a good
If
test.
that's pure
Um,
and it's beautiful and
because
it's good, look
I've
at
been
it.
wanting to do that. I've been wanting to send something to you and see what AI says.
Yeah, actually, I can send you the links. There's like 3 different websites
Yeah. Oh, you know what?
that I use, and then
Chris sent me some. I haven't even got to it.
I just save them on my home screen.
Yeah.
And then the one that we're talking about, it was 99.8% AI.
Mm,
So there's a big difference. 99 versus 1.
yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but I just think that they can take our work and use it against us really well. It's like
No,
I don't know.
It's
It's
kinda
just the
what
way
they're
that I
doing.
feel.
That's what they're doing.
No,
That's literally
Stop
what they're
definitely
doing.
to hide what's going on. Like they have every resource imaginable to do it.
Yeah.
And they're just going to.
And you've been saying that all along, Rebecca. They're there trying to discredit Samuel's work, and they'll do it any way they can just because they're ruthless. And we have to fight for what we've been studying for years and years. We have to be really careful, but we also have to. It's a weird thing, like protect Sam as well in the work. You know.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what's
do
bothered
that.
me? You know what's bothered me? Who, if it's not going to be Sam that's going to be recognised for this work, who is going to be? Who's going to
They'll
step up
feel
and go?
it.
But I've
can
had
feel it,
this
sorry,
all my
but-
life. If you know what I mean, what government operative is going to be the one that puts their face to this?
No,
Because
nobody.
Sam has been
there
pushing for that for the last
I don't-
30 years to try and get this out, and
don't
he hasn't been
expect
taken
any-
seriously.
I don't expect any government to come forward. I don't.
Nah.
Well, look at what they're doing with Trump and Obama at the moment. Obama had a speech the other day where he came out and
Okay.
he actually admitted that yes, we've got alien races, but I haven't seen a grey myself.
Well, he, Sharon, he said it in one of it. I don't know if it was his first or second term, but he said to expect that we should be prepared and to expect space weather events. He said that like 10 years ago.
And why didn't
Well, he was
anyone
in
take
Germany.
it
He
seriously?
was in
back
That's
then?
about
Germany.
as close to disclosure as we're gonna get. That's it.
Not according to
well, he-
Trump. Apparently,
Well, he
he's
was
going
in
to do
Germany
some
when
more.
That
and
says it's blocked.
came in.
Says Trump, and then something was blocked
Yeah,
on religious grounds.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know.
But this is what I'm saying. Here we are banging away, trying to get the message out and promote the message that Sam has had from time immemorial, and we can't get the traction that we need to elevate this to the level that we want.
And somebody that I know said, like, oh, well, why did you put that little alien thing on there? Because that immediately takes away the seriousness of what you're talking about. But that's what it's all about.
you know, I often
That's why.
comment the same picture, the same rebuttal to people, and there's times where there's not a single reply, there's not a single comment, there's not a single emoji of anything, not not a
nothing.
hate, not a thumbs down.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but how do you show somebody a striped planet? You know, and it's clear. You guys have seen that picture. You guys have seen that video.
Yeah.
It's not like you could say it's clouds,
Mm.
but not get a single reaction. That to me, that doesn't sit well with me. That's not reality. Not on TikTok, not on Facebook, not on YouTube. Somebody would have made a comment even to ridicule me, all right? But sometimes there's nothing. There's literally hundreds of comments on a other bunch of dumb shit that we hear all the time because the comments
Cats wearing
be
shoes and stuff.
ridiculous, right? But there's only my little comment that gets not a zero, like literally zero. That's suspicious. That's more than suspicious, and I think that is what is happening. Because even if you look at our views, they've been staying anywhere from 400 to 600 views. Nothing up, nothing down. It just varies from 400 to 600. Occasionally, we might get 700, 800, 900, but it always stays at 400 to 600. I really do believe that we are contained. I really do believe that.
Absolutely.
And as I was telling,
Absolutely.
I said last week, I think we need to start talking to people personally in our private lives. I've been doing more of that. Maybe some people will follow, maybe some won't, but I do feel that at least then there's a real chance. Because sometimes I feel like I post like I don't know. I'm big on patterns, and sometimes it just feels like that same pattern over and over of the same views, the same reactions. Even the comments are so similar.
And no comments about the cubes ever.
Exactly. And it just doesn't.
And then-
it doesn't feel real. Because
And then
again,
if you do get comments like Maria COVID Hill, the misleading information that comes along with it. I was talking to Jillian the other day about a post that she kept going, plasma. This is plasma, interdimensional plasma. Anyone could tell that they are flares from water on a lens. Now, these people, they've got the hundreds of thousands of followers. They're the ones that are getting all the credibility for spreading bullshit.
because
That's
what they
the
want to
frustrating
spread,
part.
because That's what they
That's
want
it.
to spread. They want
Yep.
to, and we're seeing it. We're bombarded. Sometimes we're just buried in misinformation.
Yeah.
Welcome to my
I have
world.
to be. I used to ignore my comments. I don't anymore because I feel like I have to at least give whoever's reading the comments or whoever's watching my videos, at least to give them two different responses. One
Mhm.
and then one from at least say, hey man, maybe these guys are just nuts. Continue on this
Or what?
where it leads.
Show up at that Gino Ivey's door with a paddy wagon.
Gina Marie. I don't
We're
know.
gonna have
Like
a
that,
hard
okay?
time covering up the 2 stars.
Yeah, they are, Sam. They are, and a lot
don't
of the
think that won't stop
the circus is only going to get wilder and wilder.
So get
leading
your
up.
tickets
Bring it.
early. Make sure you stop by the
Thank
the
you,
candy
Mariam.
floss aisle and get your popcorn and everything, and get a good seat down at the bottom. So when the elephants come, you won't get lost, and then you got to watch out for the clowns with the buckets of confetti. So.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you so much.
And our ringmaster, Rebecca, will
Yes.
keep us all in line. And
I do that well.
Yeah,
The
she's not
lions,
scared.
the lions.
She's not scared of anybody.
She's got the
Okay.
lions in the corner.
got
I
the lion
know.
cake. Yep, no
True.
snappy whip in the
I
chair.
can sit down, you little.
Yeah.
We're not going to get it perfect, right? But it is important that
Yeah,
we
exactly.
address these issues.
Oh gosh.
Yeah,
We must be
we've
promoted.
had this discussion over and over again about what it's going to take, what's it going to take, what's it going to take to get this out.
a grassroots movement, Sam, is what it's going to take.
Oh,
We're going
boy.
to have to
Right.
reach people personally. You know,
I
Yeah,
have
tell
been
them
doing that.
mittens.
I've been
technology.
doing one
The
person at a
thing
time
that
for
technology is
15
so.
years.
Thank you, Maria.
Technology and social media, every platform has been. It's not even free speech anymore. Like you can't even say certain words. You can't even say. You have to say unalive now.
I was
You have to-
having a conversation. Rebecca and I talked on the phone for hours the other day. It was like 5
Yeah.
hours or something like that.
Yeah, something
And we
like
were
that.
discussing how we could do the show differently and better. And we have got to start actually framing our statements in a question. Well, do you see that? Can you see that this edge is here? Can you see that this dark area here is doing this? Rather than going, well, look, dark area is doing that. Rather than making the statement, we have to ask people if they see it. And we have to
you were
question.
saying the other day too, Sam, and I don't want to resort to these things, but maybe be a little bit dramatic because it seems to that's what people kind of gravitate to.
There was a
Maybe
guy.
a little dramatic, maybe just a little drama, a little.
Well,
bit.
there was a guy the other day. He was posting Alaskan sky, live cam lens flares again.
Oh God.
And I took it upon myself to pick out his profile. Then I went into private message with him, and then I said, I see that you're interested in seeing the passing planets of the Nibiru group. And then I handed him a couple of examples of how large actually Nibiru was at this current time. And then I gave him 3 links to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. I gave one of Rebecca's shorts. I gave our last week's show. And then I gave another link to something, another one of the videos. Probably, I think it was yours, Jesus. But yeah, we got to do this one person at a time, and we have been doing it one person at a time in all our sister sites on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok. And when I'm at the truck stop, I'm doing it one person at a time, handing out the Nibiru Gold card. And you write me a letter, you get a gold card. Their supplies are almost gone. There's only like an inch left of them, and there's only a few. So get them while you can. Mail a small donation, mail me a letter. Mail a donation.
As I said,
as well.
snail mail.
Aw. Thanks, Jesus. Wow, that's a surprise.
Yeah,
Apologies
snail
for
mail
the
works.
snail mail.
Well, we want to see Mittens
Awesome.
munching again. So
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we want to see mittens. Come on, show us mittens again. Mittens. Mittens. There's a cat behind your left
Yeah, the
shoulder
cat
again.
behind
It's
her is
hilarious.
Chippy!
Can't I be a sky watching cat too?
That
Keep it-
silver cat behind you is so cute.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that cheese flavoring on those chips because it'll bum you up. The Rat Pack.
Yeah, she likes the good stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm happy.
Rebecca, if you could put up the banner so that people can get my address and drop me,
can do
snail
that.
mail, drop me a card, you'll get a card back.
Yeah.
Or, thank you card or
Yeah.
whatever.
Hold up here.
One
A month
person
or
at
so.
a time.
That's what it takes. I was at a place we call here Bunnings, which is a great big hardware store, the other day, and I was outside just taking pictures, and a random rolly trolley guy came up and went, "What are you doing?" And I went, "I'm taking pictures of the sky." And he goes, "But why? You can't see anything." And I went, "Well, if you look hard enough, you can actually see something. Look, it looks different on my screen than what I can see in the sky." So I've got another young person now taking notice of what's going on in the sky.
Yeah.
It only takes
And
it
then
only
all
takes
it takes
more
is
conversation.
all it takes is opening that curiosity. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. This is why, Sharon, it doesn't make sense to me that we haven't moved forward that much. because
Forward, yeah.
People are curious.
Mm.
Even if it's just out of bullshit or out of boredom, somebody's gonna say something or comment something or at least interact, right? Yeah, I do feel that people are more curious than sometimes social media lets on, but it's so controlled. It is
I
very.
think Rebecca did really
But
well
not only that-
recently on TikTok. I think her like count was like 80,000
Yeah,
likes. So
she's
that
been
was
getting
awesome.
she's been having some good little crowds. I've been seeing.
Yeah.
In fact, the other day, she had one of my passengers going because I was listening to it, right? And she just all of a sudden, Rebecca was talking about the Aurora Borealis being as far down as Florida, right? And she's like,
Cuba.
she's right. And then she just really got into it. And then I started talking to her, and then I ended up giving her our information. She's a flat earther, but I think we could convert her. I really think she was open enough to actually be converted. So, again, you never know. I gave her information. For all I know, she's listening right now. If you are, it'd be, keep forward, keep learning, because this is one of the most important things that you may ever come across. So,
Yeah, I just paid my PO box fee for another year. So, by all means, write me a letter if you have a question. Send me a postcard, send me a small donation. That'd be fantastic. We're not getting any, so we do require more donations to keep going because we have stuff to pay for people, myself and Rebecca, and all the other members as well.
Right.
And be sure to visit everybody else's sister site, YouTube channel or Facebook page, because we've been doing this for 16 years, April, people, and we are not guessing. It's important for your support to keep us going, because we're kind of getting a little bit discouraged in certain ways, never in others. But we need to know you're out there, and we need to have you help us pass this information along as well.
yeah. We really, really need to get this information to move forward, guys. Just one person, again, I know it could be tricky. I try to keep this life away from my personal life, because some people just won't understand, and that's fine. You have to just be okay with that. Also, just there's certain people you're going to come across, and I think everybody here is a good judge, more or less a good judge of character, right? Sometimes you just know this person just might be open to at least exploring something, or at least being curious enough, and just go for it. Or you don't even have to be specific. You just have to maybe say something general that doesn't get much of your attention, and then lead them to the podcast or the Facebook group, and then let them go from there. They let them
Just
do their
being
own.
caught outside taking pictures, like Rebecca was on live the other day, and some guy approached her going, "What are you doing?" "I'm just taking pictures of the clouds."
I was briefly worried for her while, this was a strange guy that
I
walked
was
up on her.
too.
And I was like, uh-oh, because the vibe, I can read things, and the vibe of that guy was not good.
It was aggressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, when I told him that I was live, I guess that changed his tune, and that's
It was like, "Oh God, I got to go because it get recorded on live vision."
yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Really?
people, watching whatever's going on. So that was odd. He came out.
That was your safety net. Your safety net that day.
exactly.
But we could tell the minute he approached you that he was a bad
Did
feeling.
he have a bicycle with him?
It seemed like he did. Like he was pushing.
Yeah, I got the feeling that he had a bicycle with him.
Yeah. But yeah, he came up from behind. I guess I didn't see him coming my way.
And that's what I mean. Safety as well, we've got to be very cautious while we're out there as
You
well.
should actually, in your kit, you should add a pepper spray.
A little zapper.
Well, in some states, zappers are illegal, so.
So is pepper spray.
Well, in some states, yeah.
I know Taylor.
Anyway,
Montana
guys.
bear spray,
Guns are legal everywhere, though. But,
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm going to love you and leave you guys. Have a great
Okay.
week. Amazing shots again. And let's see what we can generate in the next couple of months with what we're going to see.
It only gets
It's going
better.
to be amazing, huh?
Yeah.
It's
should
gonna be I'm excited.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
like
take care,
storms,
everyone.
the sky.
As we
so-
start March.
Yeah, I'll have to go to
Tomorrow.
bed soon too. I've just realized that it's going to
I
be
know. It's
2 in the
late,
morning in a wee minute, and I've
Yeah.
got to go to laundry.
Yeah.
Darn
Well,
it.
have a good week, everyone. Keep those captures
Okay.
going.
Okay,
Good
you
Take
too.
care, everyone.
Jared.
Bye for
Nice,
now.
guys.
Bye.
Good night, Sharon.
Yeah, Julian, I have your reel. Let's get it. Let's play it.
They probably got, I made 3, but one of them got a Oopsie Daisy, a rude person on them.
Okay, I didn't realize there was 3. I just had 1. Hang on.
You know, I've been spending the week watching a whole bunch of Appalachian mountain cryptid and Bigfoot videos all week and everything. Oh my God. The videos just keep getting better and better at what they're capturing out there. There is so much that the human race doesn't know about what's going on Earth, you know, including archaeology and all of this. And I've been so chuckling to watch the physics people realize that they've been wrong for decades.
Oh, and it's getting ridiculous, Sam. Like everything is blowing up in their face.
Right, it is.
Everything is blowing up in their face. Everything
Yeah,
they
look, see.
thought they knew.
Look, Trump. Look there.
What?
Yeah, right. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
Hey, what are you doing, Julian?
Yeah.
I'm just telling people. Come on.
No.
Well, guys, we just started a new war today, so it's not
Look,
an
see, look there.
encouragement
Look
to
what I
war.
got. Oh, my
Right.
room doorbell is right there.
We're gonna call this the Epstein War.
Yeah.
Cover it up.
Look at
Cover
that
it up.
thing.
Yeah, look at that blue edge of that planet there. That is Saturn.
We had frost everywhere this morning. It was like from
Well, your
0 to
grass
0.
is alive, you know. I mean, my grass is brown and dead.
No, the one half was green, see? It was melted out.
You definitely got a doggy yard.
My little blue friend, look.
Yeah, I looked at that. I'm not sure what that is yet.
It was definitely no flare. It did not flare.
There's a lot of junk. There's a lot of debris moving in front of the sun. There's a lot of it, and even the moon. I've noticed a lot of stuff crossing the moon as well. The moon has been illuminating a lot of junk up there as well.
Oh, there's been a lot
And
of
notice
junk up
the
there.
angle of
Wow.
illumination of the moon.
Yeah.
The angle, the moon's side crescent is wrong.
You know, I
Yeah,
really,
how did that work?
really wanted to talk about that, Sam. Carol, are you still here? Because it was Carol that I really wanted to ask. She's one of the more old school members. I hope she's still on here.
She's fixing dinner right now, Carolyn. Yeah.
So in my 43 years of life, I've always watched the night sky. Always watched the night sky. Not so much anymore because everything happens in the day, right? But I've always been watching the night sky. I have never seen the moon shadow. It's always been God's thumbnail, right? That's what they used to call it, right? It's like God's thumbnail because it was always
Gobekli Tepe, look at it. It's amazing. I would love
now
to.
people are saying but I've seen a few videos and we've talked about this before, how the shadows on the bottom. Now they're calling it a Shire moon. Carol, have you ever heard of that? Even if it's a rare case, I've heard of it
Only
in that
recently.
movie. It's from that movie. What is that movie? There's that movie with the cat.
What?
The Mad Hatter. What the hell was that movie called?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. That's where I've heard it. But other than that, I've never heard of a Shire moon, right? I've never heard of that. Shire.
Cheshire.
Cheshire.
There you go.
Cheshire.
Okay,
The Shire cat.
that I've heard of it in Alice in Wonderland, but is it an occurrence that you grew up hearing about, Carol,
No,
or
no.
ever saw?
I'd never heard of it until recently.
Exactly. So when I go into
Daddy,
the
look.
comments, okay, when I go into the comments, right? There was a few videos this week where people were pointing it out, right? That the moon shadow was wrong, but there was only everybody was making their comments, right? And there's always only 2 or 3 comments of somebody saying, "Oh, this has happened. This has always happened since I was a kid," right? And then there's always like 2 or 3 people. That's it. Out of like 200 comments, like 50 people commenting, there's always 2 or 3 comments saying, "No, this is normal. We've always seen this." And I'm like, "No, the hell
This
we haven't.
picture.
We've seen it
This.
in a freaking movie." But I think just those 3 comments throw off the entire conversation, the entire comment section. And I was like, you know what? In my time, I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna ask somebody that's maybe a little older that has that.
Carol answered you, by the way.
knows. And I knew Carol Ann would definitely know. And exactly. So we're this information is getting messed with. It's definitely going to mess with because
Well, and
again,
that's
I
why there's a
noticed
larger
the same
percentage
pattern
of us
of
older
comments. There's always
Skywatchers
a-
that know what's going on. That's why, you know, a great deal of us people are in our 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s because we were old enough to know the sky. And when all of a sudden we realized the sky was changing. And that's why those are the easiest people we've been able to convince, is because they know that we never had a sky like this before.
That's right.
Which one is that tilted to the
But
side? Like this?
every time those comments come up, I'm like, there's like a red flag in my head that just goes off, like an alarm that I'm like, nah, this guy's full of shit. This guy's lying.
Yeah.
They're just throwing in the comments just to confuse everybody and get everybody. It's nothing. It's normal, right? Because unfortunately, that is all it takes. Sometimes it's just for somebody to say it's okay, don't worry about it, everything's fine. And
It's the same people that talk on their phone in a movie theater during the movie.
Yeah, that's what I commented. I'm like, I think you're just confusing your movie, your memories of watching Alice in Wonderland.
Yep.
Because it was first the wet moon, right? That's what they called it, the wet moon. And then now it's Cheshire, or what? I don't know.
Cheshire.
Cheshire moon. Saying that, oh, I grew up watching this. I'm 50 and I've always seen this. No, the hell you haven't. You the hell the hell. No, absolutely not.
You know how many people have said to us, "Oh, I knew Nibiru was here in the 90s. I got pictures of this back in 1995," and I'm just laughing at them, going, "Yeah, right."
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and all they're trying to do is cast a shadow of doubt. You know, drop a rock into the bucket.
Yes,
and
that's exactly when I saw those comments. I was like, that's what it is, because there was only 2 or 3 comments out of the whole 50 people commenting. And yeah, Tara, it's a cat, right? And how he smiles is like basically a half circle. So that's why they call it Cheshire Moon. But it's from a freaking movie. It's not real life, you know. And some of us older folks, again, anybody who's like 30 and younger, maybe remember. But for somebody that's 40, like 43, like myself, I know in my time I've never seen that, never heard of it, never. And I wouldn't know. I've always been a skywatcher. This is not something that started 10 years ago. I've always watched the sky, especially the moon. It's always been a thing for me. It became new to see the day skies, because that's really when most of the action happens now. But yeah, I've always watched the night sky. It's not. I am not a stranger to it. That's why when it changed, I noticed something was wrong, because how would you not? You keep seeing the same car in the same garage, and one day they move it. You gotta notice, or at least you should notice. But that's good to know that.
I was talking to a friend of mine at Walmart the other day, and I had pointed out to her the 2 crescents going on, you know, the smaller object and smaller normal moon in front of the larger yellow object. And I told her about it, and she looked up that site drawing. And then literally this week she said, "You know what? I saw it myself. You're right. It's happening. There are, 2 moons there. There's not just 1 crescent, there's 2." And she herself saw this. And, we've been telling people this stuff for years. And it's just amazing it has not gotten out yet. Just
I've,
amazing.
I've seen I've seen that moon. In fact, I sent you a picture recently, Sam, of the other, maybe a couple of weeks ago. It was something really reflective. Something was reflecting light behind the moon, big time,
Mhm.
big time.
Yeah, it's really big, that thing
It was a
behind the moon.
perfect circle. With the night shots, they're a little tricky, but I still feel that if there's light being reflected,
Then there's something there.
that's not a camera thing because it's light at night, you know.
Yep.
But it just goes to show you how easily not easily, but these little simple tactics that they use have been incredibly I don't want to say successful, but it does work for a lot of people, that don't know any better.
Adding doubt. Adding doubt.
And sometimes that's all it takes, Sam. That is all it takes, because I got to tell you, so sometimes like I kept going back to the comments the day after and the day after to see how the conversation was going out of curiosity. And there was a few other people that joined in the whole, yeah, I've seen it too, and I've seen it too. And all of a sudden, these guys have some epiphany of, oh, well, I remember it too. Like the power of suggestion is crazy.
It's almost like that Mandela effect, where they'll convince you.
I mean, Julian, our memory is a lot of the things that we remember aren't exactly the how they happened. It's just our brain is the way we get most of the details right, but details askew. There you go.
Yeah, I was just looking at the picture.
Yeah,
that you sent, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yep, there is something definitely illuminating different in the nighttime sky behind the moon. It's quite large compared to what I've actually seen by eye up here.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. So I was
up
like,
here you see
it's the same thing, just a lot bigger.
Just a slightly larger yellow object behind our white moon, which is why we're always having these super moons over and over and over again. And
I took a screenshot, look, the other day. So there's supposedly going to be another planet alignment, right? Hang on.
Right now. It's
okay, so on February 28th, which is that today?
Yeah, that's today.
Every planet in our solar system will gather in the night sky for a rare parade that won't happen again until 2040.
Correct.
2040, okay? I assure you, it's not going to be a freaking year. It's gonna happen before 2040. I assure you, within the next year, we're going to see another one, because how many alignments have we seen?
We just went through another. All the planets were aligned in December and January, and that broke up. And now this is like a 5-planet alignment.
So this isn't an experiment, because as soon as I saw it, I've been waiting to see either an eclipse or one of them where it says it's so rare and it's not going to happen for so and so. I got the screenshot now.
And
now we're going to see. We're going to prove this. See what happens.
It's like, what was that thing that went around the sun just recently, or what was that thing that just went and then zapped out?
It looked like the moon, and we all went. The moon doesn't move like that.
Just moving
That's not the moon. That was not the moon. That was like fast and like wow.
I saw the still captures, and it really did look like the moon facially, and I went, "That's weird."
Moved really different.
Yeah, but the moon doesn't move like that in front of the sun. They would have been closer to the horizon and smaller.
What if they have a bunch of those things that looks like our moon? Because they said that the moon was
we've even had
here and put there.
We've had sightings of smaller cubes lately too, and we weren't bringing that up, but because we're just focusing on the main 2 cubes. But there's been smaller cubes sighted. Last week we had a really convincing sight of a brand new space tube, matched exactly, even the older photographs.
Oh, Sam, I keep forgetting to tell you. I saw the docking station. I freaking saw it. I could not catch I saw the docking station. It was a freaking line, right? And they had the straight lines on each side, like parking little freaking.
No parking bays, yeah.
Yeah, I could not catch a picture because I was on the highway, and I just couldn't. But it
Lighter,
happened so
the
fast,
lighter
and I
craft
was
docking
like,
station.
that is not a cloud formation. It looked like a cloud, of course, but it was symmetrical. It was a straight line. It looked like one of those old antennas. I remember those antennas for your TV reception they used to put outside.
Right.
It looked like that. Just not so. It was. I was like, no freaking way.
Got a bigger box on one end and a pointed tip on the far end.
That's right. I was like, no freaking way. I just saw that, and I
watched one of those offload off the Cube in 2019 of April.
Nuts.
There were no clouds wrapped around it at all. I watched it come out of the Texas Cube by eye. I sat there on my back porch and watched the whole, and there's a star, a Star Destroyer come out, and there's a support craft, and there's a weird box tanker thing, and there's a fighter craft docking station. And the thing is, it was because it matched one of the Star Wars cartoons I saw years ago, and I just went, "Oh shit, I know what that is."
It was the most eerie thing I've ever seen, Sam, because when you see it, it's not like it just feels, I don't know, it feels alien. Like that's like in every sense of the word, it feels alien. And I'm like, that's when I saw it, I knew instantly what it was. I'm like, holy crap! This is the first time I ever get to see that. Again, I'm one of those people, Sam, and that I have to see it before I actually. And I know that I know that everything you have said has always been true, Sam. But seeing is believing. Seeing is believing, and I'll tell you, I was just sitting there, just freaking the hell out. This was probably like a month ago, and I keep forgetting to tell you. But I mean, the last month has been a little weird as far as being on the show and not. But
it's weird for everybody right now. People are you can't spell, we can't talk right, we screw up, or walking into the edge of the door, and you blind yourself by trying to put your glasses on, all of that crazy stuff.
It has been
the guy with the rim of the one arm of the glasses. And I did that the other day. We're all grouped up. I really think that the planetary and the 3i Atlas and all of that, and when we go through the blood moon, watch what happens with volcanoes and earthquakes. I mean, this could be a biggie. And then again, everything I'm researching is all masked. Something big is coming. So be ready. Something big is coming.
Carol, when you said you asked around, like who, like people, like your husband, like who?
He was one. Yeah, I asked two different people. He said he's never heard it called that. And the other guy said where he lives, sometimes they call it a wet moon or a Cheshire moon, and basically it's like the regular moon, not the super moon.
Well, see, that's what AI told me. I tried asking AI, and I cannot. It would not acknowledge the bottom, the shadow being at the bottom. It would only acknowledge from top to bottom.
Right.
And every time that I would try to get it to say no, but what about this moon that it's cut off at the bottom?
And that was posted all up and down news.
He would not acknowledge it. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Never mind. I'm done with this conversation.
Right. Okay. The other day, though, I was reminded XAV did post a picture, and it looked like a smiley face, and he mentioned Cheshire Moon.
Yeah.
That's Atu's moon at night, people.
I was going to say night illumination. Then.
Yep.
But personally, I never heard of it.
I never have either.
I haven't either.
And I'm older than Sam, so.
Yuppers.
Dicker?
But I also think that because it's being pushed on and pushed, I think that
Satham Jawamon, lead
you know what
asteroid.
they say, like not a Mandela effect, but almost like they're implanting a memory in some people. I don't know. I've
Yeah,
never
well,
heard of it.
they tell you a
I
lie
don't know
enough
anybody
times.
who's heard of it. Everything that I looked up, I could not find
Right.
any comprehensive or any recent anything.
Well, it's like the new terminology with these clouds. Like, okay, so it's not a new cloud.
Yuri.
You know, so they'll throw terms at us.
Yuri.
And it's, I think, part of the scheme to discredit other things. So,
Hey, you're
Yeah,
saying
if they
that-
tell you a lie enough times, it becomes the truth.
yeah,
just like
yeah.
not being able to say dead. I'm sorry. I've been
We're just
saying dead
alive,
for,
We're just saying an hour, and now you can't even say dead, you know, and
oh, but I am, because just because they say I cannot,
now I have to.
Yeah, we're being manipulated into a corner.
they can.
Well, they keep, our rights are one by one have been taken. To say that we're completely free is quite the statement these days. Social media is not free. It is not uncensored. It is highly censored. Highly.
And they're also recording a history of your activity that can be used against you.
At this age, Sam, I don't much care anymore.
Yeah, well, I've been a
I
little
don't
closer
either.
to it
I
than
know.
There was a
But-
time where I was like that too,
Stubborn.
Carol. But I'm like, let the chips fall where they're made. I mean, what the hell are we? What are we supposed to do?
It's not fun until they take you away, but at the same token, I mean, I weigh that all the time. It's like when
You're
course.
younger than I am, and you have
Um,
two
I-
girls
you
at
know.
home yet. So,
But it's not to me, it's not an option to stop. And I don't think
No.
it is for any of us.
I mean, I'll be careful, but maybe publicly, but privately, no. I talk the way I want.
yeah, it's well, we're getting we're getting hit and
I
thrashed
know.
and beaten and
I
kicked
know.
and mutilated and everything because they don't want this information. And every time I hear Rebecca even say, because they don't want you to have this information, I cringe. And then I run through, both sides of the coin on that. Do they not want us to know, or are we, being overly zealous by such a statement? But no, we've seen enough evidence that we know we're being stomped on. We know that they're censoring us. The censorship level is huge.
Absolutely.
I've been doing this all
Mm.
these years. That is not going to stop me. Not
Yeah,
at this point.
yeah, exactly.
No. I'm
Sarah,
stubborn.
this is what annoys me about Google is that this is I knew it. I tried Google too. Well, no, actually, I didn't try Google. I just tried AI, thinking was AI. Maybe I could teach it or something, but it didn't even learn what I was trying to tell it. So I'm guessing Google probably was on the other end of being helpless as well.
Well, they probably got a preconditioned scenario for it to discount any discussion topics of this classified information, so therefore you completely ignore it. What you have to do is you have to mandate that Google or Grok or whatever go back and read copious volumes of our information and then direct it with considerable direction, saying and only to a summation can you lead with this parameter. And you can ask it to avoid previous preset parameters by the corporation that it belongs to. But you have to state that. You have to say, avoiding any preset parameters according to anyone else's information of the Nibiru system the Nibiru binary planet system by Samuel Hoffman. Go back, study, look up all this, then come to a summation. But you can talk your way around limitations.
Right. Well, I went on a deep dive the other night. I mean, it was a deep dive about the word unalive. And it was pretty interesting on the reasoning behind it, which evades me right now, but
It's demonetization by YouTube and TikTok.
partially, yeah.
Well, that way they save money. Because if you give out,
that was mentioned.
you want to see how fast you get flagged. Talk about the number of people that unalived out of a specific religious group during World War II.
There's keywords.
And watch
and
how
there
fast
has
that
to be,
goes.
there has to be keywords, key phrases, key everything.
Yeah,
I'm
just
sure that
three
there's
letters.
there's a bot assigned to all these keywords. I assure you.
Right, they're flagged.
I don't know if you remember, Rocketman was telling me that he could do that he could assign a certain kind of he could make a bot that would seek out a certain phrase and then just harass that person, just harass whoever posted it and ridicule them, and he could literally program the bot to do that. And when he told me that, I was like,
They've had that all
scary.
along.
That is
Even
scary.
with the early AI or early.
Exactly, Sam. And this was what, a year ago, almost 2 years ago.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, the early hashtagging. We know that anytime in the early years, anytime you said the word Nibiru, boom, we were running into trouble.
Yeah.
And anytime we said this is happening and that's happening, boom, we
Right.
were running into trouble. And again, look how many times they flagged my site drawings for nudity. Look how many times I went to Facebook jail.
Well, I mean, Facebook in our groups, the algorithms are set up that
Right.
if Rebecca's name is mentioned, boom, we'll know about it.
Yeah.
So, but it's for the protection of the group that we use them.
And also, think
It's
about
not
this. Facebook, most
Gotten
social
worse.
media, it's just like the news stations. They're all owned. There's only very few of them.
Yep.
And they're all monopolized as well. So most of the stuff that you see is because they want you to see it, or they don't care that you see it. Most of what you hear is why I'm like,
They select it.
I am
I'm not-
so suspicious of everything.
Well, we now, as of the newest merger acquisition that went through about a week or two ago, we now have to scratch CBS off the list of
Oh yeah,
incredible
oh,
news.
yeah.
They've now sold Paramount and all of those guys, and they're owned by the right wing, and you're only going to see right wing off of CBS from now on.
We are already.
It's
Well,
just
yeah,
a
they have
handful of organization or corporations that control all media, like all of it.
Yeah, it's owned by like 7 guys.
6,
Yep.
but yeah,
Oh,
I
6,
mean,
okay,
it's just right. It's just, and they're all like going to lunch together. It's like it's so,
Well,
it's so
I think we're going
programmed.
to find
It's
out
like
the hard way
programming
very
people.
soon.
That's it.
I think
Oh,
we're all
yeah.
in for a very serious shock. I think there's a major event coming.
I agree.
It could be anywhere from
I
an
agree.
asteroid to a super volcano to a planetary breakup of tectonics. It could be a close pass. God only knows what's coming. Again, they're talking now that the sun, the one that they're showing us, has gone into a new transitory period of polarity reversal. I heard that and I went, what?
I was seeing that.
And so they're yo-yoing us with information. So everybody's got to, cherry pick carefully and what's true, what's not true. And so something we know that there's a solar event coming too.
I have been meaning to say that this year we will see some space weather events that won't be that ain't gonna be as easily written off.
Well, pray we don't get a Carrington event, because if we do, then we're all done, and then our
Don't worry about anything then.
Look, I don't want to start, back in the Stone Age, but something to shake us awake would it be?
Yeah, we kind of, for years I've said that we need a wake-up call. We need something big to wake everybody the F up. And I'd settle for some sort of a meteor event. Again, like, remember, guys, Chelyabinsk. And that happened at the beginning of, the 180-day cycle. And all of that. So we could see another new. And look at all the sci-fis out there now on YouTube. I got, Greenland 2.
Asteroid.
Yeah, tectonic plates, volcanoes, Godzilla.
Flood.
You have
But
to,
don't you
that's the context that I take it in, Sam. Every time that I see crazy, the circus going wild on the news, is I figure that something is getting close to
Closer and
happening.
closer
Yeah.
and closer.
The crazier, the wilder the circus, the
Is that a
closer
space
we
tube?
are to some major event. That's
Right.
I
Is that the
correlate
Space
that.
Cube and the Texas Cube and Atu's moon and then the red asteroid? Yes.
What? Where's the space tube? What?
That would be that middle finger.
Yeah, look at that thing.
That's the space
And
tube.
then,
The Texas Cube, you could see the side orb and the square, and then there's a little bit of a sea trail going through it. And then on
Yeah.
the left, you've got the red asteroid going almost vertically down in front of Atu's moon.
which one's the
Nice.
space tube in the middle?
Yep.
The
in the middle.
finger there.
Yeah, that
I
looks
still
like the
call it-
middle finger.
Okay.
The
That's
squeeze.
a
guys.
vertical space
It
tube.
does not.
It almost looks
That
like-
matches sightings that came in all this week.
Don't get me started.
Finger.
I know. Yeah, DJ,
Elian, behave yourself.
help me. I know. Don't get me started.
I know.
Don't get me started.
Okay. The finger, middle finger.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's
I
actually
didn't
doing
know.
the finger. She's like,
That's the bottom of Uri.
See, the reason why you have these big sun flares in the morning sometimes, guys, is because you're seeing the bottom of a planet
Yay,
reflected in the
cat.
night.
That's cool. That's it.
Yeah, that is
Look
I
at
said
the light
there's
cut
a
off.
new right there. Rebecca 101. We could do that.
Uri cutting into the sun.
Hmm.
Yeah, the crazier the
Sign
circus,
me
the
up.
closer. Again, let me quote the Bible here. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I think disclaimer. There is some history there, but what does it say? One of the passages say, there will be rumors of war. That's just the reason why. And not that I'm saying it's all fake.
wars and
Well, what they-
wars and rumors of wars.
Yes, there will be a lot of. Because have you noticed, guys? It's one freaking thing after another. That
And
they
this
have
is directly
everybody-
involving
It's
Israel.
not by accident.
It's
it's
not
not
by
by
accident, but it's been one
No.
thing after another since
And
2020.
the wars and rumor wars can go back centuries. There's so
Yeah.
many, it applies to all the time.
And I'll tell you, I have.
And they just keep repeating the pattern that whatever they were doing to keep the masses jamming, they'll
Yeah.
just do it
Yeah.
again in the next
And
day.
exactly.
And-
I was
Madness.
telling you, as I was saying the other day,
An
Rebecca.
asylum.
How many times have we done this? How many times have we been here? How many times have we done this cycle?
The tale of
How many times have we all done this together?
Wrong.
Because we all
Okay.
recognize each other
That's what I'm
somehow.
saying. I have to leave the planet. I have to leave.
The
Okay,
tale
guys.
of resurrection was introduced by
Come
the
get me.
Ethiopians, just as the prophecy of Revelations also foretold.
I can't take it. There's no way out. That's the only
Yeah,
way
because
out.
I just put that into my reel about reborn and the tablet and the little
Yeah.
word reborn scrolled across it. It's true.
True.
Again and again and again.
Absolutely.
on.
I've been using that
Oh my
phrase a lot.
god, I could kick this little
Right.
can
Yeah,
until it
that's
breaks the
pretty
window.
good.
So bad, y'all. It's so bad.
No, I leave this time. I'm not coming back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're all like,
yeah,
beaming
yeah.
out, man, beaming out.
Arrow, it's the reason why I'm 43 and I haven't had kids. It's because I'm not coming back. That's
What
it.
about
I'm done.
if your kids
This is
don't
it.
have kids? What about that?
That's the end of the line, man.
No, is that the same thing? If your kids don't have kids, does that keep you from coming back?
I look at
Good
it this
question. I
way.
don't know.
Spiritually, I feel that we're all connected, that we never leave each other, that we will always be together, or we
Okay,
will
right.
meet up again. So my not coming back isn't going to make a difference. I'm still connected. So
Right. I
I
get
like
it.
that. I see.
that plane.
Yeah.
I will
That's-
always be connected to you guys no matter what.
Right.
I'm not here. You know
Well-
I'm here. You know.
Well,
That's part of the
Carol,
part of the monad, part of the pleroma. You're all linked forever.
I'm going to bring Tara on. Tara's here. I just
Okay.
want to tell everybody. Here she
It's like,
comes.
oh, I wonder when that
Tara.
girl was getting here because I'm
Tara
starting to fall
is-
asleep.
Wow.
There she is. Hey, Tara.
Emily, can you
Hey,
hear me?
Tara.
We can
She
hear
made
you.
it.
We
You
can
made
hear
it. You made it. You made it. How's your
Nice.
mini me?
She's good. She's upstairs playing with her bestie.
Did they have a happy birthday? Did they have a happy
We
birthday?
had a great birthday last weekend. Thanks for asking. We went
Mm-hmm.
to have a party. We went to the Dallas World Aquarium. I took her and her best friend who's here.
How
this weekend.
was it? We're looking for pictures, man. Where's the evidence?
It was great. I didn't take a lot of pictures because I took my mom and I had to push her around in a wheelchair. And that place is not designed to push somebody around in a wheelchair. It is up and down and bumpy, like kind of a fake stone.
That's when you get a
Massive.
selfie stick stuck on your cap and you're like clickety click, clickety click.
Yes, I got to work out, but it was fun.
Yeah, sounds like it's a special
Like
thing to do
swimming
in an aquarium.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon right there. Nibiru is behind it.
Fable's another one that comes to mind, Robbie. One of the reasons why they cover it up because there's a lot of people that would freak the F out.
Oh boy, would they?
Mhm.
Yeah, not only would they freak
People
out, I
have
mean,
to-
there's the people that all get switched off as well. Like, what?
Well, there's a
You
lot
know.
of people that want to handle this, like wouldn't be able to handle this.
And
And
everybody
if-
quit their job and head to the hills.
And even if you look back at our history, there's a few people that kind of pretty much lost it. Since
Yeah, I don't want all them
2000.
people up in the Highlands. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I mean, look
But
at
not
what
enough of them in
happened-
the morning trying to get to work. God.
Yeah, look at what happened with your buddy Steve, whatever
Olsen.
his name, Steve Olsen. And then there was that other lady that just went up to a freaking mountain and just basically secluded herself in a freaking cave up there.
Nice.
There have been a lot of con men out there getting people together, getting survival supplies and all of this, and then robbing them of their money. Been a lot of that going on.
Yeah, just before I came here, there was one dude doing that, and you have to pay to get into this level, this tier level of information. And now that other dude's
Right,
doing
and
it too.
we have chosen
Rapid
not to
salt.
do that. We have chosen to give our information freely, although we do need donations. However, if people knew that this was going on, they would then have to explain to everyone that there are extraterrestrials that live on those planets. And we talk about the planets all the time, but we don't talk about the people that live on them. And those are the Anunnaki, the Nibiruans, the Saruns. They are the demigods. And there is so much information out there on those as well. But I mean, there's overwashed tons and tons of disinfo mixed in with little tidbits of truth. And you got to watch who you're watching. Don't give views to people that are full of shit, but do give views to people that are talking the truth. And I think we've got an
Get your
exact opposite of that. I think people are clicking on the hype rather than the reality.
Yeah, I agree because it sounds. Well, I was going to say it sounds more interesting, but it really doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of
Well,
crazy.
I can start screaming, the sky is falling, the two stars, we're going to die, we're going to die, we're going to die, and watch how many of those videos would get watched. And yes, this star is really, really important to people. And again, Rebecca, that photograph of the wing that shows our sun, the size.
Yeah,
is what
I'm
I
gonna
just
send
went,
you
"Oh,
a
that is
copy."
perfect. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Isn't that cool?
What,
that
that
is the
picture
perfect
with the
shot.
little sign on
Oh.
the side was gorgeous. Yeah. Huh.
That's the
I'll be
real
out there
size of our
looking for it
normal
every
sun.
morning now.
When Carol Ann and I were kids, that was the size of the sun. It's the size of a quarter in the sky. Like you hold a quarter up in front of your hand at arm's reach. The sun is the size of a quarter, not that damn softball that's hanging in the sky right now.
Absolutely.
Did you see that?
And this is why we had no snow here in Montana. You guys won't be getting any water from us this year.
I know.
Warning,
See that
warning,
Corona
Will,
hole
danger,
you
Will
Jody?
Robinson. Hello.
No, sorry.
I saw somebody posting about how I don't remember who it was. It's not somebody I'm connected to, but saying if you really knew how much we should be worried about there being no snow on the mountains right now, I think she was in Colorado, then everybody would be flipping out because there's a problem. We don't
Well,
have
the
enough water.
farmer that I work with also said that there is much less precipitation happening
Well,
here.
you know,
too.
and
They're really
I try
annoying
to warn
farmers
people.
because if anybody should know what's happening or that something's off, is the farmers. What the hell?
Mhm.
Yep.
What the hell, dude? Like we all have to change our lives, so you get up an hour earlier, twice. So freaking, we got to deal with that, and you can't even tell that something has changed. I'm really annoyed by that. I'm not gonna lie. I've been
Well,
really
part of my realization of the second star arrival was the fact that I was, as a teenager for high school, during high school, I had a summertime job on a farm. And I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I was on the job site by 5 a.m. and we watched the sunrise and we watched where the sun came up every day for a couple of years. And so that had me early taught. And when I started to realize that the sun was coming up in the north east sky in 2011, and then it matched all of those photographs that Carol Ann and I were getting in on Montana Skywatcher with the two suns and the much larger one in the northeast sky and our normal star still due east. And then the reflections on the water, we knew it wasn't lens flares, two different sizes. We knew this was accurate. And we had credible sources coming in from around the world in 2010, 2011.
And no AI.
Yeah, and no photoshopping yet.
It was all personal pictures too. We didn't
Right.
take them off of videos and shit like.
And if
stuff like
anybody
that.
did Photoshop, it was obvious, immediately evident.
Whoa,
they didn't have
that
the
swear
slightest
jar's getting
clue,
big, man.
you know, how to match the planet sizes and locations and everything way before Photoshop. So people
Right.
we know, and oh my God, I barely scream everything that I should be warning you. I barely tell you guys, you know, the Henny Penny story. I want to scream every show, every week. I try to contain myself. Guys, this is serious. You know, we're in
AV has
trouble.
a question.
Go ahead.
AV has a question, and I have a video to play. We're gonna watch his slideshow from AV.
Alchemy and alchemical.
Alchemical. Alchemical.
Yeah, well, it's alchemic as in alchemy.
Alchemy.
This is
Dragon.
another
No,
subject.
no, I'm terribly sorry. I can't go across that bridge.
Yeah, we're mixing science with alchemy, which
and
is part of
mysticism.
science, but
No,
it's
no,
different.
Well, actually, alchemy and the binary solar system is the actual. Yes, we are chemistry in space. We are a building block to a larger dimension that we have building blocks from a smaller dimension that make us.
Through
So like
chemistry.
cells in our body and plankton in our oceans, our galaxies are plankton in an ocean of a larger dimension. They are the building blocks of a larger dimension. So yes, there is a certain amount of alchemy to it, but no,
Alchemy,
there's no
but not
mythical dragons living or in the clouds of the gas giants. Now, however, Jesus and I have both over the years taken some close-up shots inside the cloud pattern of Uri, and we have seen some shocking shit going on in there. And we have been tiptoeing between what we think we saw and repeatedly saw that may be a little bit of paranormal, really weird shit. So,
Draco's like dragony kind of.
well, you know, if you want to talk about skeleton dragons, maybe, but
It just-
dragons in the gas giants, no.
It feels like a presence to me.
You know,
A creepy presence.
well, what do you know about the
I'm
Nephilim?
not typically like this stuff, and I've been meaning to say because I've been accused a lot lately of being scared. I don't do this out of fear.
Oh,
And
there's
I
a
don't
damn good
what
reason
you're-
for that, by the way.
Uh,
You be good. You keep staying scared. Now, Caroline, what do you know about the Nephilim?
Fallen angels.
That's a term. That's a Bible term.
Giants.
That's a Bible term.
Giants. They were
Also
made by the.
huge. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jillian.
but there were
Say
many
what
types.
I'm
There
saying.
was not just one type of Nephilim. There was
Right.
there were
There's a lot
hundreds
of
of
comments
animal
here.
half-breed everything that were created and messed with, which is why we the myths. But the point with it is, now we also talk about all of these melted cities where the stone structures of these really old, younger Dryas period and older Dryas period cities that are melted. The stone has been melted by some
Yeah, like your
unknown-
Grand Canyon.
Well, the destruction of the Nephilim, we all believe occurred, but do you know that the souls of the Nephilim were never picked up?
Well, you said you saw a soul catcher.
Well, the point with it is I do believe that if we were to cross-reference the object cluster group with Apophis or Wormwood or the dragon or any of that, and they perhaps, okay, now in the Egyptian lore, Ra versus Apophis, Ra was trying to stop Apophis from picking up any of his people off of the planet and stealing his souls and his humans. So what if OCG or whatever, Wormwood, Apophis actually did pick up souls of them? That would account for that weird shit that we're seeing inside the, inside the asteroids of Uri, that all these things that look like skeletons and spirits.
So they
and
were exiled to there. So their actual physical bodies or
their
something was exiled to there.
I'm not saying this is a fact, but this is a hypothesis of mine from what we've seen, because I couldn't justify what we were seeing inside those early day captures of what was going on inside Uri, and it was like, oh my God, it looks like thousands and thousands of skeletons and spirits and stuff all standing there, and Jesus has seen it, I've seen it, many other people have cited it over the years, and we pushed it to the side. But,
For a long
Looks
time,
like all them skeletons in Lord of the Rings, man.
right.
for a long time, Sam, I kind of dismissed it as just, I was still kind of learning, but now as I've gotten more, more experience, that was not that was real. Like what I was seeing, what I was
saw
receiving
repetitive
was
captures.
real. Like that was real.
It looked
That was
like
not-
exactly like the Dead City inside Lord of the Rings, where there's thousands of spirits standing in front of these
Right.
buildings, and we saw skeletons, and we saw people that were partially, covered in cloaks and meat, and but skeletons and nasty and ooky, and we saw so many sightings of that. To this day, I still believe there's a paranormal attachment to what's going on in everything, including our Earth, and me watching all the shit fly by me in my house every day, and the
So if
paranormal.
we have it here, why
way
couldn't they have
into-
it there?
Excuse me.
If we have that all here, why couldn't they have it there?
Well, as above, so below.
You know what I
I
mean?
don't separate any of that at all.
So
Yeah, there's a great example right there. What are we taking for granted that we're looking at the small stuff in the sky? Don't discount anything, guys. We can be staring at star destroyers to flying skeletons. Now, I'm not advocating, there's dragons out there, there's a flying skeleton. No, I don't want to talk about pareidolia. But we have to keep it in mind that not everything that we see can be easily written off, just like that straight line right there,
Right.
halfway up on the left side.
No,
It's a
I'm really
fine
glad
line.
that
Don't write
you say
anything off.
that. There is stuff up there sometimes that I'm like, that's not something that I know or
Yeah.
understand as of
right.
yet.
So
And I know
it's
for a
fine
fact,
line, Jesus, between is it possible or is it probable?
I know
It's a
for a
fine
fact that in my delving into magic, that there are elemental spirits all in the forest, in the cities, and I know that there's spirits walking around all the time. I see them all the time.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and people, they are here all the time. Now, we had a paranormal thing happen, 3 shows ago, and it really happened.
That was
And we
some
didn't
creepy,
make that
that was
up.
some creepy shit. I saw that afterwards. I'm like, what the hell was that? That was, jeez.
I think
Even
everybody
was
said the
it
same thing.
Nova or Shiloh? One of
Yeah,
one
Nova
of-
came running in from the other end of the house.
heard
Going, what
that,
the
yeah.
hell was that?
What was that? Perfect words.
That was some creepy shit. That was, and it didn't come from outside source. Like it was directly into the feed. Is what I think.
It was an electronic voice projection, EVP. And spirits can use, boy, look at that. There is a circle above that sun, isn't there?
There is a circle there as well, but that looks weirdly big. Like, what the hell is
That
that?
matches yours. Is this yours, Jillian?
This is
No.
AD.
Well, this matches your shot,
Yeah,
Jillian.
you're welcome, AD.
That was your blue shot right there, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder. Oh, I got it. What if that's Mary Moon?
Well, so that blue thing's Mary Moon. Look, it matches it. It's got the little it's got the little markings on it and everything.
Outside, and look, there is a light
Oh.
glare going on from a cut in. What if that's Mary Moon and Matim?
Well, let's look at the drawing and get a good visual. Hang on a second.
Well, we know that Matim is moving. We know that Mary Moon will move. We know Matim is getting bigger. We know that Saru has moved in the last month. MM is Mary Moon.
Mhm.
We believe that Matim has a moon.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe, right? I mean, okay, so
There's
what would
also
make
that
Pappy.
thing-
There's Pappy, the tan asteroid, and Lorraine. It's in the drawing as well. Pappy in this shot could be above the sun. Although this month I drew it below the sun.
so what makes you think that's not our sun in behind the binary?
Oh, actually, it's too big.
Okay. I just wasn't sure.
It's too big.
Let's see.
That's either a lens flare or it is not, and that's hard to call.
It looks real because it's behind all the.
Well, it was in the previous picture as well, so that it inclines me to believe it's not a lens flare.
I'll just put mine right next to it.
Yeah, right.
And
and it
It's
does
got the
match
same
Jillian.
little markings on it too.
Well, we were in the early part questioning, is that a lens flare? Because it is the same size as the sun.
Funda has a question, Sam, about cubes. Are the cubes affected by the elements of Earth?
No, these are intergalactic shifts that are, their tech level is so far advanced to ours, you wouldn't believe. Those are the movable square parking garages. They'll pop that big damn ass thing through a wormhole, and then it gets here, stops, and then it offloads all the smaller ships.
That's so perfect. That is
When I say smaller ships, I mean Star Destroyers, which are,
like,
3 or 4 football fields long.
Which is another
everything
reason why I
on the
feel
right
like
side of the sun is
that
what this
they've
picture has.
that they don't want to bring this information forward, Sam, is because I do feel that we have been left behind technologically. Maybe we're definitely not as advanced as they are, but I do feel that we on Earth have enough technology to change the way people live.
I have a question for you.
Hmm?
What happens when the human race finds out that we actually paid the commodity request?
They're gonna shit themselves. Sorry.
No, they'll know it today and forget it tomorrow.
But all of our
Unfortunately,
one
you're not wrong.
commodity that we all-
Unfortunately.
we will kill for this element on the periodic chart, which is why we are here on the planet in the first place. And we may find out that we gave away our reserves of that commodity to the visiting extraterrestrials.
It's gonna
They
go.
are going to shit.
I think so.
Gosh,
Sure.
Oh, it's
Growing
beautiful.
human race
I need
like-
to go to bed, everybody. Yeah, it's like past 2:00. I need
Yeah,
to go.
girl, go
But
ahead.
Good night,
Good
Jillian.
night.
Good night, Jillian.
Love you,
Thank
hun.
you.
night, guys. Love you guys too. And
Yep.
think,
Love
oh my
you.
God, is that the same as my one?
Wow.
Yep. It looks real, doesn't it?
Hmm. I told you this thing felt different. There was no flaring. When I took the picture, there was not a single flare. And when I took the other pictures, I managed to cut off its top part and only got its ass, the little blue thing. But it was in the same position. Yep. Good night, Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie and DJ.
Yeah, look
And
at the
Dylan.
blue
DJ.
flaring
DJ, yes. Like,
cut off.
yeah, he's got to come back on and talk to us. Come on, DJ. He's on guard in the chat room already with Carol Ann.
Good, good. He's working hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Jesus said earlier, it takes one person at a time that we have to slowly go, look, people, the overwhelming evidence is so large for so long. This is just amazing that we are still having to work this hard. Seriously. I mean, hello.
It's because we're so censored, I think. I mean, you know, we really have to work for every follow. We really have to go out there and convince one person at a time.
We do. Week after week.
People are conditioned to a deep extent, and they're comfortable where they are. Nobody's, well, I won't say nobody. People in general don't want to fight. They're tired of it.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Most
we're also
people-
fighting all the misinformation for every person that we get their attention. They're like, but it's this, blah, 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 blah. Or, but
No,
it's that, blah, 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 blah.
Jesus. Tara, you have no idea the shit I have to listen to on a daily
I
basis.
know I do. I believe you.
Yeah. The
I'm just.
I was
I-
going to say the British word for rubbish, like bollocks, you know.
Yeah,
I can't say that word here. A giant ass swear
lately,
jar, Caroline.
lately it's been the difficult part of my job is having to listen to the craziest shit. I feel like I'm in an insane asylum. Like, please get these ideas out.
Rebecca says that all the time. Like, how'd you get out of this biggest
It's
insane
true.
asylum? It's like,
after everyone gets out of the vehicle,
And they think we're crazy.
keep your arms and legs in the
Brush it off.
vehicles at all times.
shake it out the window.
Funda sent me this, was asking, what is this,
We're looking at
Sam?
Wolf Creek Pass.
Okay.
Oh, come on, show me. Oh no, not this thing
Everybody
again.
say it
That's
together.
what's on the lady that keeps posting
Oh,
this.
look,
From
it's the Alaska Skycam
Cam.
lens
Oh
flare.
look, it's a sparkly space ball.
That is
Yeah.
the Alaska Skycam. That is the famous lens
Water
flare that
droplets.
everybody spends months and years talking about.
That is Nibiru. Everybody thinks
Yes,
it's Nibiru.
isn't
Yeah,
Nibiru pretty,
yeah.
everybody? Or
Yeah.
it's maybe one of our concentric sparkly moons. I mean, look, it is like it's almost like two moons there. Look at that. Mm.
Yeah, that is a lens
They have
flare, and you can
resistance.
tell because it looks like you're looking at something through a microscope.
And as the curved lens moves,
Well, not and as the sun
oil
moves,
and
and
residue,
the angle of light changes, and so the lens flare moves.
right, as it's a curved lens, and it's also filled with crap and oil and residue. And as it's going like this, that oil and residue is also moving.
Right.
Sorry,
And these-
Gina.
Don't fall for
These
it.
orbs, I mean, you ask these people, why does it only happen on the FAA cams? They're not appearing anywhere else on anybody else's pictures
'Cause
ever.
it's
It's that
Mm.
module of camera
It's
that's
silent.
got that glitch in it.
Like they just
Different
ignore
kinds
that
of-
question
Yes.
altogether. And
It's-
I actually have a screenshot. It appears to be an email that somebody messaged FAA. They messaged that site, and they responded back saying it's a lens flare. Like it's coming from. You can see the email that it came from, and they are saying themselves it's not real. It's
Well, there's
a
a housing
flare.
unit. These are cameras that are out in the mountain. There's
I have it.
It's a camera
Never touch.
wrapped up in a housing unit, so you have a double.
Yeah, a
Not
round
only do you
plastic
have the
bubble
double
on the
effect,
face.
you could literally see here.
There's no
But you also
maintenance
have all
on
that crap. You know, there's nobody going up the mountain to clean that up every day.
Blow the
No,
date
That
up
thing
on
is
this.
probably dirty consistently.
Talk
Okay,
to the
I have
2
pilots.
days ago.
Ask the pilots what they think of this.
Kind of Birdicage
You know,
says,
this
"What
is
if
that-
I'm not convinced?"
This is that exact example of why I private messaged that guy. I said, I see that you're interested in knowledge about, you know, the passing planets in the Nibiru group. And this is literally exactly what he was posting. And people, this is the Sky Camp thing. This is why we don't use this. We've known about this for 6, 8, 10 years. We've been aware of this condition forever. And we've worked our way past it because we did citizen science. We collected all the information. We know what we're looking at. We know the planets are the planets. We know the asteroids are the asteroids, and we know the live webcams are, you know, showing lens flares. And it's only in the northern hemisphere that they did that.
Okay, here it is. I'm just gonna say, I mean, not
that
many people spend as much time as some of us looking at pictures and videos and going outside
Right.
and looking, and
Right.
you know, I mean, we really do our
Right.
research, and so we can tell, we know when it's real and when it's not. Here, I think I can zoom in on it here. There.
Cripes, Rebecca, think how much money you and I would have if we try to get a job with these debunkers.
Oh man, I
We'd
know.
be having a
I
great
know. We're
time.
working hard too. Yeah.
We're working hard, is right.
Yeah. But this is this person, West.
Yeah.
From what I've noticed,
And it look,
wouldn't,
you can,
it wouldn't take that much to make a successful thing if you're willing to lie out of your ass, you know. And
well, and
listen
it looks like you're seeing a germ on a microscope, and that's refraction flaring, and we know that.
And it's
Anybody
the
that has
number
any
of,
camera experience would know that.
number of lenses they have lined up too.
Right.
If you put a lens inside a
dots.
housing, it
All the
makes a
dots.
difference too. It's just like the windows on an airliner is 3 levels. So when you take a
Yep.
picture through an airplane window, you're going to see reflections.
Yep.
So
Yep.
people
Dot,
that
dot,
don't
dot.
fly might not know that.
Yeah,
but there's enough
unfortunately,
information.
they're focused on that when the real planet is
Right.
taking the entire freaking sky, flaring the sun back there.
Green
See.
line right there, yeah.
Yeah.
And you try to tell these people that the planets are way, way bigger, and they completely ignore you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
in
and
all
The
hey,
thing,
fairness,
the thing is,
it doesn't
as
make sense.
Rodney was saying earlier, Sam, this shit is so crazy that it's, again, as I've said it before, the only way you're gonna believe it is if you go out and see it yourself.
You have to be either a
Well, I was
serious
gonna say,
scientist or not at all.
And you
Was
have
it
to be
kind
willing to
of-
let go of what you were taught your whole life, because if you
Yeah,
can't,
that's
then
the hardest
you're
part,
gonna have to.
Tara, right there. Is
that's the first thing
Um,
that any of us ever said, Tara, was forget what you knew and start
Yeah.
from square one.
And trust yourself in your own eyes more than anything
And
else.
be ready to argue a lot.
I think
No,
on this
no,
one picture,
Birdicage says she may not be convinced. I'm like, look, Cannon Birdicage, my recommendation to you is to go out and figure
Let me
things
this
out on
picture
your
a
own.
second.
Take some of the advice that we tell you here. So, you know, take, you know, lighting, you know, dark sides, all those things, and then put that in practice out there and make up your own mind.
Ignore the
And I
lens
was
flare.
not
Here,
convinced.
none of us here, we all just went out there. Yeah, we all you know, we all liked Sam initially, talking to him, you know, but we went out there and proved it ourselves for ourselves.
Right.
You know, that's
Yeah,
the-
we had to debunk
They were-
ourselves for a long time
Right.
too. Like, geez,
And we
man.
all come from different backgrounds. We all have experience in many different areas.
As one of the newer members, can I say something here real quick?
Yep, go ahead.
When I first came upon all this, a lot of different things kind of led me here. One of many things, which was flat Earth. I was like, "What? There's people that believe that?" And it's one of the many things that I was looking at and trying to consider. And of course, when I came here, for one, it took a bit for me to even put the pieces together of what in the heck y'all were talking about, because I was like, "What?" My
It
brain
did.
was not. It does not compute. Does not compute.
Right.
And when I finally started putting it together in conjunction with, okay, I'm gonna go outside and I'm actually gonna look at the sky, because I don't know about
Yeah,
everybody
you
else.
can't do it without doing that. You cannot do it without doing that. You have to do your homework.
You would
It's
never
just-
believe.
It sounds corny, doesn't it, Tara, when Samuel always said, do your homework. And then you go out and you do your homework, and the patterning becomes evident. And it
You don't-
just,
I think Tara will tell you she saw from talking
In
to
general,
Tara a lot at
go
the beginning.
I go in and out of the house to the car. You know, I walk around at the park with my kid. But,
Right.
you know, unless
looking
it was
at
a pretty sunrise or sunset, I didn't pay attention. I didn't look for any length of time. I didn't compare on a daily basis. I certainly didn't take pictures on a regular basis. But once I start paying attention, day after day, month after month,
Bink.
looking at everybody's pictures that they posted,
You
and
start
going,
accumulating
wait, that looks
evidence.
just like my picture. So for me, it took a few months before I could say I was a firm believer. But once I watched all this, my brain started recognizing patterns. I started seeing things over and over again. I started seeing
Yes.
people across the country and world having pictures that look like mine. And I was like, okay, that's crazy. That
And
I
it
can't.
became,
yeah, it's like,
you
how
know,
can
That's not how it
how can the
works.
clouds in Scotland look like the clouds in Texas? You know,
What really
And
did it?
that's how it works, Tara. You have to you take what there's only, and I was saying you can only learn so much from a book, right?
Right.
You have to go out in the world and actually learn about the world. It's the same thing. Take what we teach you here, but you cannot replace, and I've said this before a million times, you cannot replace being an actual sky watcher.
personal
Your
You
own
have to-
discernment, your own intuition, your
Yes.
own brain.
yeah,
Because
then your brain opens up. It's like it goes into sync with nature, like it always was meant to do, and got pulled out of with this matrix we live in, because that's what they do. They lure you away from what you were born for,
believe it or not.
And if you
Period.
if you got this
trick
far,
you
you're
into thinking that
probably-
you're not seeing it. Yeah.
If you
Tara,
got
what
these,
was your
if
turning
you're
point?
here, it's probably because you do notice the patterns.
Tell 'em.
You're a pattern person. Just keep following those patterns,
Right,
and
Sharon.
you will eventually see it because it's so repetitive.
What sealed the deal for me after about 4 months of being a part of the group, watching, you know, maybe not even every day, but at least multiple days a week at different times, taking pictures, comparing, wrapping my brain around it, was I went to my lookout spot less than a mile away where I can see the whole sky early one morning at sunrise. And I watched everything come into view within 10-15 minutes period of time. I watched the whole sky change within minutes. And it, like, I got goosebumps right now.
I
It-
remember that.
It was,
Oh, I got them too
and I've
now.
had a couple. I've had a
Your
couple.
aha. I call
like
it
that,
your
but
aha. It's your
Uh-huh.
aha
I
moment.
almost didn't go that day because at first it didn't look like much. But that's the thing. The light has to hit this stuff the right way. And when you realize that, it's still
Yeah.
there. But the sunlight, if the light's not on it, it's like it's invisible. It's cloaked, essentially. Just
Because
like
our
when you see
eyes.
the moon. And when you get that notion or idea, it makes sense.
Right.
But you have to that, and you have to be able to accept the fact that us being taught that gravity's going to suck anything near us in and blow us up. That's not true. But for me, that's what it took for me to believe. Now I know. Is Chris okay? It's like the first time I've never seen him not on the show.
Yeah. There was an accident at his house, so it,
He has
Oh no. But he'll tell
internet
you the
trouble.
same thing. It was like he was here, like, okay, I've got to disprove this BS. They're full of it. No way, it's too crazy. It's not true. And then he had a life-changing moment where he was like, okay, I can't do it, and was overwhelmed emotionally, in a sense, with the fact that they're right, and went from trying to disprove it to complete, one of the panel. So
Yeah, how's that turn around? Yeah.
thank you for considering it and keeping an open mind and just listening. Nobody here expects you to sign on full-fledged and be like, I'm a believer, without believing it yourself. Just
Only you
That's
can convince you. Sam
Yep.
says, and I
You're
love
your
that.
own teacher. Yep.
Only
we're not
you
going to
can
try to make
convince-
you believe it.
Yeah. And that's the reason why Sam, and I always love how Sam did that. It's always member submissions. It's always learn yourself. It's always that way. We encourage you to take your own, make your own
Right.
observations. Don't just take our word. Go out there and make your own. We encourage
Look
that.
for yourself. Yeah.
Look for yourself.
Yeah, become a full human being and discover that your
Because
roots
we know that
and your
once-
history and everything was taken from you, and you're getting it back now, and you should be able to stand up for that. You really should.
Yeah.
Yes, Andrea, you can lead a horse to water and you can't make it drink. This is
Exactly.
so true.
All we can
Yeah.
do is tell people
And
what we
one
know.
thing, you know,
All we could do is offer the information. What you do with it is up to you. How you internalize it. We hope
Yeah.
and pray that other people are as passionate about information, as passionate about what's happening to our planet and everything. I mean, it needs justice. This needs to stop. This is our world. We're a real species. We're here. And we were given all these gifts. They're inside us, not for just sitting here and becoming some little phone goblin, although we're using our phones to do it.
We're meant
But
for bigger things. We're
we're
capable
meant
of
to
Fighting
be
for our sovereignty.
more. I didn't think I came here to be a slave. I really didn't. And maybe we inherited that from our like source people that we were created from, you know, because they didn't want to be slaves anymore either. And
Yeah.
some of the history that or stories that I've heard and read said that the being that was slain to create us did not want to be a slave anymore.
Well,
And
To
That was
sugarcoat it,
given-
we are a factory mining colony.
yes,
That's the sugar-coated version.
yeah.
I think
But now we're ourselves, Sam. It's so important to take responsibility for that and have our own have our own future, man. Have our own
Quite
beautiful
true.
lives. Like we're not all like
And
them.
once you
We
accept
don't all
that-
want war and all that horrible, damaging stuff.
Well,
We want our
the point
planet
with it
back.
is that we are so much more than you guys even imagine yet, and what's coming in the transition, the changes. You know, the hard way is going to be the way, unfortunately, and there's no way for us to warn everyone within time, and it's going to be. And I think it's a great deal of why we're not generically being told. The number one reason is because what's coming is not fun.
no.
That's what I think all the time, Sam. The reason they're hiding it is because it's not going to be pretty.
The fact of the matter is they can't help everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that. And they probably wouldn't, even if they could. Bunch of assholes.
Right.
That's true because that's where the $27 trillion that's missing
Yeah.
wins.
Just like
There, I was explaining this to my brother the other day. He was telling me that Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. I'm like, he's just trying to save himself.
yeah.
Probably what he's
Just
doing.
like the fact-
Or he's
Yeah, but did you
delivering.
see how Teal and Paneteer and all those guys are all turning on each other now because like, oh no, it was him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of back communication AI arguments going on now about money and who's going to get who and who's going to get richer and who's going to stifle the other guy and even the U.S. government just kicked in a new argument.
Yeah,
over,
we're not like those assholes. We're not them. We're not like them.
They're just going to. They're hoarding everything, Sam. That way, by the time we're all gone, they'll just come and restart everything, you know, and just pass the same power to the next bloodline.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
but can
again.
we reincarnate? Do we get another
God knows.
body to reincarnate into? Thank you very much, because I didn't do
They're
anything
open
bad
grave.
this turn.
I mean, how many times do you think that we've done this? That they've done this with
Well, you know,
our
there's been, we know of at least 100 cycles.
Exactly. So there must be a game plan. They've done it so much.
Oh,
there
the
must be a
overall
game
guys,
plan.
yeah. The
Oh,
actual
yeah.
specials, this is not their first rodeo, but you know, the American government and then don't forget there's another faction, which is the galactic presence, the cubes, the people, the federation that's involved with the intergalactic arrival, because the Nibiruans, the people on the planets, and the people in the cubes are two different factions. And then 3i Atlas is also a third higher faction. Those are from the original civilization builders. When the decree that this time things are going to be different from this cycle compared to last, 5, for example, and the younger Dryas and the breakup of the Bronze Age and all of that. So, and then of course it depends on how deep you want to go into Revelations and all of that. And Edgar Casey and Nostradamus, Gene Dixon, you name it. Did I say Edgar Casey? Yeah, him.
Yes.
Um, yeah, well, this is this we are about to enter a brand new kindergarten, all of us, and we're going to start over with this new schooling that none of us is ready for, me included.
It has begun.
Ronnie, I don't think AI is new. I mean, maybe it's new to us, but I don't
Probably
think it's
not.
new. I really don't.
It was seeded here. It was
I
seeded
really,
here.
you know, if you look at if you go back and you look at the patterns of how technology has been rolled out for us, there's a pattern there. Like there's a pattern, you know.
Well, let's
There's
look
a
at the interaction of the last time that we know that the G7 was all in Germany in the year 2009, and then out pops this unbelievably unusual spiral thing in the sky over Norway, and then there's this big hole that opens up, and everybody's looking at it from around the world, and it was sighted around the world, all over Germany and Holland, and you name it. Everybody saw it in Norway, Scandinavia, everything. And they took
It's
films of
also
it.
no coincidence that
Out
I'm sorry.
pops this literally empire orb, like Death Star, through the wormhole.
Mhm.
And you know, the G7 countries, and this is why Obama was able to say, yeah, aliens are real, because they are here and they are real. And they got, and you know, the empire orb, the Norway spiral orb, got here before the planets did, guys.
Yeah, I hope my new camera gets cool shots. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm gonna
think it's
stick it in my
still
garden.
Major
I
governments of the
agree
world
with
know
Romney.
app.
On
There you
on
go.
that,
Love it.
I agree with you.
There you go. There's
it's
the.
no
I'll
coincidence
be right
There's
there.
that
some people
the
that will
lighter
move forward, and then
was
other
built
people will
and
just
turned on.
continue.
with all this going on.
No,
Timing.
all this stuff, and that they're talking about AI, and that China's got them all dancing about with a wee boy on a stage.
This
Come
came
on,
out in
man.
2009, people.
But
Yeah, look at
Julia,
that thing.
look back
There it
in
is.
time when we were kids about you're saying about AI being new, is it? And robots new, is it? No. Remember the cartoons, the Jetsons?
Yep.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. I love to watch
And
the
that's
Jetsons.
one
We need
example.
to-
It's only
Yeah,
one
one
example.
of many examples. You know,
Right.
Now I want you to
Yeah, they
notice
say
this
that it
film-
was broken up and put into certain areas all around the world, and that one day the AIs would join together and be one in a singularity. Yeah,
the film
and they
breaks
would
up
know.
before you see it actually come through. It actually comes through the hole.
Look at it. Yeah, look at it. Yeah, there's a wee white bubble there. Whee! Pops
isn't
open like
Oh,
an
there.
eyeball.
The fact
It's
that we're
coming
aware
through.
now, we're consciously aware of all of this now. Isn't that one of the things that will allow us as individuals to just break our own cycle?
Well, what's going on? It's
Yeah.
actually genetic inside all of us ahead of time, and they started all of this over 2,000 years ago in the change in the transition of the genome of the humans that would be able to handle this. Because there's a lot of people that are, I apologize for this, there are a lot of people that are not intelligent or socially or sociopathy able to deal with this information. And the
Mhm.
people that are out there listening to us are supposed to hear this message. This is part of our genome, just like it's part of our genome to do our jobs here on Factory Planet Earth, Factory Colony. We are doing our job because we were bred to do it. Yeah, Jillian.
Mhm.
Jillian, look at the screen.
Oh,
It's a half hour ago we talked about this, but anyway.
we get into these in-depth topics. I know, Cosmic Mama, you're just looking after me. I will
I
be
know.
simply unconscious in a little while,
Anyway,
and I will be unconscious when I go to work, and I'll be shot.
I know.
Hey,
I don't
Jesus
want
says
that
this
to
all
happen.
the time. Thomas believes this as well, very heavily, that not everyone is going to hear this message. Not everyone's going to believe this message.
And I think that's
We've known
on
that
purpose
there's
and by
a small
design.
group of people that are
I used to
supposed
get this cat off my lap so I can go to
Well,
bed.
Well, the part of it that I really that Thomas really kind of, because it's always been something that I struggle with. Like should I waste my time Who do I
Oh, Trappist.
look?
Not
Because
telling
you know we live busy lives, right? Like, how much time am I willing to spend on somebody who's not really
And energy to try to convince somebody or argue.
exactly?
Yeah,
So
Trappist
the
is
way
them.
Thomas put it was like, I've considered doing that, but Thomas kind of put it in a way like it just made sense to me. Like, why waste your time on somebody that's just not going to see it, regardless of how you present it? Because there is a lot of people out there. Doesn't matter how you present the evidence or the information, it's not going to matter unless it's on the 7 o'clock news. As far as they're concerned, it doesn't exist.
Right.
Right?
Well, you wouldn't even believe there's people I talk to that are interested, and yet they still don't get 3/4 of what I tell them.
Well,
It's
Well,
not.
Night,
not
night, everybody.
everybody's
Be good,
going
girls and boys.
night,
Night, night.
Julian.
Sorry, he says, away you go talking. I'm away.
Yeah.
Night,
bye.
everybody.
Have a good day.
Love everybody in the
tomorrow.
chat too. Night tonight. I know, DJ. I know. I've got all these hall monitors telling me to go to bed.
Tell her.
Go to bed, Jillian.
You tell her.
Night, night, Sam. Be
See
good.
you soon.
Don't
Rest
tell
up.
any secrets that I haven't heard yet.
Oh,
Unless
well,
you
you
text
know
them
more
to
than
me.
they do. You already know a lot.
I do.
Yeah, we have Jillian and I talk regularly, so yeah, no worries.
Yeah, well, I need to get another
talk to
text in with you,
everybody.
Sam. I've got to
Go ahead.
talk about Trappist too.
Go to bed. Trappist
everybody has
is
its-
in the Nibiru group.
Trappist is the Nibiru group, isn't it?
That's the third name they gave out.
Yeah, precious. They're beautiful little exoplanets, aren't they? Yeah.
And they tried to, manipulate it with the Harrington and all the early SETI Alpha 5 and renaming of the planets by the SETI Alpha group. Go to bed, Jillian. Hit the
I was
button.
just telling Caroline night night with the code
I
words
know.
here.
All right, hit the button. Hit the button.
Yes, boss.
Hit the button.
Night Master Jedi.
There you go.
Right.
Speaking of which, both you, Jesus and Rebecca, you got to watch your Star Wars while you still can.
Yep.
Dang it.
Way you go.
Agree.
Go and do your homework.
Dang
Bad
it.
boys and girls.
We should have a watch
Not
party
right.
and watch
Not out of
together.
10. We're going to have a watch party, so you two sit still and watch.
And we'll
I
watch
was
together.
Margaret. Watson.
I was
Go
looking
to
into
bed.
that, but it's like illegal to stream movies. Even if I wanted to share them here, but just between private people on StreamYard, it was considered illegal.
Especially
Only
You
if you
can
make
do like
money
your
off
own
of it.
personal Zoom meeting and stream it that way. I would think not
I
live.
don't
You can't
No,
publish it
not live. No, not live. But if you try to coordinate a group
Uh-huh.
viewing, I know my son Tanner has done it. I'll have to ask him.
Yeah, ask Tanner how we can do it. Because there must be a way.
I
Ask
would
the
love
youngins how to
that.
help the elders.
on
I would
PlayStation
really
5.
love that. I'm all right.
What's that, Sam?
The kids do it on VR and PlayStation 5.
So why can't we? We're big boys and
Yeah.
girls.
That's what your girls play is PlayStation.
Because
Or
we can just find
Xbox?
places to meet up. where
Yeah,
you
they
can share
they,
video.
they hang out on PlayStation 5 and they can do all kinds of unfortunate
I asked because I'm
parental
darn it, I'm gonna
supervised
finally write you.
things
And I'm just
that
gonna give a card.
worry about.
Night, night, children. You figure it out and let me know when the party is.
Okay.
Sweet dreams, Jillian.
Bye.
Bye. See you
Go
next
right to
week.
bed.
She
Took
did
another
it.
15
No.
minutes to hit the button.
I know.
will know.
She never quite wants to go, does she?
No,
Never. I don't
blame
blame
her,
her.
right?
I don't blame
Hey,
her.
anybody out there, this is what happens when once you see it, it just becomes this thing where it's just so fascinating that you just can't let it go. It's just,
Well, not only that, you want to tell everybody at every grocery store, you go like, "Oh my God, you see that planet right out there," and yet you don't dare. So that when we do get
that
the
part of
opportunity
it,
to
that
talk to
part
our
of it
friends,
has been really difficult, Sam. I'm not one to keep a secret. I've never been one of those guys.
I
I'm
can't
too-
keep my mouth shut either.
Yeah, I'm not very good at being coy
Talker.
at all. And having to walk around with this in my head constantly and not being able to point it out has been a mind
It's nerve wracking. I
challenge,
feel
isn't
you.
of epic proportions.
yeah,
Especially
buy your air
people
conditioner
that
early.
have it
this
wrong. That's what drives me insane is when somebody is noticing something and they have the wrong conspiracy in mind and
Yes.
they're
Yes.
spreading falsity or falseness, and I'm
I
like,
know. Tara, I did that this morning. I watched a small reel and it was all about what we're doing here. And they had everything mislabeled, no correct information. And my hands went to the keyboard and I started.
and then
I
you're
thought,
just like, forget it.
nope,
can't do it.
not worth it. Not worth it.
Not
I
saying a
know
word.
where
Then you
they're
go back and forth. But what about this?
I
What
know.
about that? What about this?
Right.
And how do you know what
we
you're
know
talking
where
about?
the
How do you know what
people
you're
are
talking
who
about?
want to know. We know where they are, and that's through our groups. So, Rebecca,
Well, there is, a certain amount of kismet that is involved in this, and you have to be gifted, quote unquote. And I try not to, and I never wanted to separate myself from that, but I mean, I'm in the higher 96th percentile of the planet.
it's
and
part
I-
of who you are.
I am kind of a hermit, and I do irritate people around me.
Yeah, so do I.
I just had something come to me. Like we all know that people that have higher IQs tend to struggle with things like anxiety and whatnot, because the smarter you are, the more you think, the more you're controlled by your thoughts.
The
and
crazier
they
you
run amok.
get,
But
animosity.
I wonder if that also has to do if higher IQ is linked to our like ESP, our psychic ability and whatnot. If
Right,
those
right.
that have
That was
a
why I
higher
was
IQ
recruited,
more
because
connected.
my psychic skills are quite good, and with that and my physics, chemistry, advanced knowledge was
I
two of the
think we
criteria
all
requisite.
share that trait, Sam.
Right.
You said it, Tara, a while back that we're probably all a little neurospicy. I believe
Right.
all of us
Slightly
are.
spectrum, pattern watching, higher
watching, yeah.
intelligence.
'Cause, for me, it was the patterns, and I know all of us here. The reason why we saw it was because we are good with patterns.
That's why you're here today, because
we're here. So
and
I think we all are a
I'm
little
bragging, but it's
sensitive
really what's
to
happening.
different things. It's probably one of the reasons why we get our butts kicked, when these things are close, and other people seem to be the people who are oblivious
Oblivious
don't
and-
be affected by it.
Yeah.
The way we are, but I think we're just more sensitive to these things because we're more
Yeah.
open, so to speak.
Therefore more vulnerable. There we go. In a way.
Well, I truly believe that when the planets go overhead, we can all feel it. We're all dizzy. We're all making mistakes. I've seen that, out at stores and stuff, and the clerk will say to you, "Oh my God, I'm just so disconnected." And you yourself realize that, yeah, I was trying to get to the store, and my internet was dropping off nonstop, and I couldn't even find my car keys, and nor did I have an easy time tying my tennis shoes, and then I got up and walked across the room and almost fell over for no reason. All of that stuff is directly connected, and it's
Right.
not
Just a minute
happening.
ago in the living room, didn't know why.
Yeah, it's all of us are going through this, and everybody thinks it's just them, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's everybody on the planet. And I kind of say, I call it like Tower of Babel syndrome, where all of our brains are being screwed with by the magnetospheres of these close passing planets, and that extra big ass star. I'm sure that it's putting, we know the Schumann resonance is off the charts. And so that's an increased pressurization of electrical behavior inside our atmosphere. So that's got to be affecting our brains, our feet. I'm feeling the ground humming under my feet all the time.
That's what I've been feeling.
Vibrations
Wow.
constantly.
Do you think that's also a part of our DNA being like elevated or upgraded?
Right. Well,
or-
yeah. Well, there was, if we're going to go all the way to the metaphysical swimming pool, there was in 2010, there was an ascension occurrence planetary astrologically. And then the people who are supposed to awake started to awake in 2010. And then there was another bout about 2013, 2015, 2018. And the last marker that we just went through entering February, and the year of the fire horse, astrologically speaking, and magic and mystic and mythos and all of the, the lore in a blender. We are now in a transitory period where we will automatically see the bullshit and immediately know that's bullshit.
Be able to discern
And
it
truth
right
now.
away.
The growth period is now complete, and now everybody should see the truth.
And whoever hasn't seen it probably isn't going to see it.
Well, it might, everybody's got their own time factor, and I'm not gonna match everybody off that they're
right.
never gonna see it.
Let me rephrase that. I think that again, those that ain't just staying open are just, it's not their time. I don't think it's
There's also trial by fire too. When the shit hits the fan, I want to be wrong on this one. If the shit hits the fan, a lot of people are going to either learn or they're not. And I'm because if you're slightly prepared for something, you're going to deal with it a little easier. If
Chance
you
favors the
caught
prepared.
off guard out of the dark, you're not going to know what to do.
You're dealing with the complete and total shock on top of everything else.
We have to realize there's a huge possibility that we're going to lose our electric through some sort of a Carrington event.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're going to end up getting hit by an asteroid or a meteor where it's going to cause either a minor awareness, which is a good
Worldwide
slap in the
issues,
face, which is good, but or it might actually cause a brief, partial nuclear winter, God forbid, or firestorm or tsunamis that wipe out half the planet or something, or 1/3 of the population, like the Revelations calls for. So we don't know what's coming. We know what Nostradamus said. We know what Edgar Casey and all these other psychics, and there's shitloads of them out there.
And we base what we do
are
on
saying that it all
those
matches. Excuse me,
pieces of
Caroline.
knowledge. I said we base what we do, the preparedness, on those things. And those who aren't paying any attention at all, it will be utter chaos, and that also falls on our shoulders. So
If you're even slightly informed while your neighbors are panicking, you're going to be the shining star in a dark room.
that's what
So
I said.
the point is,
All on our,
people ready
all on our shoulders.
I was
Yep.
telling somebody that recently, don't stop what you're doing, keep doing it, because even though right now we might get ridiculed and laughed at and all that,
Oh boy.
when the day comes, those people are going to look to you for answers.
In the early years, we all sweated bullets too, trying to share this information with people because it was suspect to everyone else other than us, and we all had to go through a growing stage where we finally grew thick enough skin where the trolls no longer could affect us. And in my case, I actually enjoy talking to trolls because they're fun. And
Yeah.
I spent so many years trying to deal with them in a respectful manner and try to edge them over to reality. I gave up on that, and now I finally actually.
Now you just have fun playing with them.
That's the respect tool, and I don't intentionally go for the jugular vein, but
Not right away.
I will tie their shoelaces together for them. Let's put it that way in a mild metaphor.
Oh.
I don't want to eviscerate them. I just want to let them know that they've got their shoelaces tied together on their first step, and it's fun because
It's for you.
Well, these are these people that they get. Oh, you're full of shit. You can't possibly know what
They're
you're
not
talking
nice.
about.
They're usually rude as hell.
Yeah,
about
I
it.
know, but they found out about this 5 minutes ago, so
Yeah.
it's appalled their little brains, and therefore the only way they can react is by lashing out or
Right.
want to be or pay attention to me or whatever. And meanwhile, we've been doing this for 16 years.
Yeah.
And so
I've taken the new attitude, Sam. You took notice in the last podcast that we did with Rebecca. The one he came on as a user, but his other name was Waiting to Be Banned. And I'm thinking, oh God, Sam's gonna love this
That's
one.
fun.
So Sam started, and then I jumped in, and this guy started asking me real techie questions, and I put down, "You already know." That's all he answered was, "You already know." He left.
yeah, well, they're a challenge. I don't get mad about it. I don't even get
No.
upset about it because I know that literally what we're dealing with is somebody that just walked in. They're in front of the popcorn stand at the movie theater, and they're waiting to give you a hard time just because you're in the line in front of them.
Just
And that's all it is.
Hey, we try even with trolls. We try, but then there comes that
Yeah, where you point, where you kind of
time
just
that
ignore them.
says, "Don't try."
If they're not coming around, they're not coming around. Yeah.
Right.
I've tried to be more patient, Carol, because I've seen how Rebecca is sometimes with certain people and and I'm like, I need to be more like them and be a little bit more patient.
Well,
I've tried that. The thing is that a lot of times where I get thrown off is that it feels like the person isn't even real. It feels like I'm talking to something soulless.
Like an NPC.
And we
Yeah,
do
well, yeah, but no, what I end up feeling is that it's probably just a bot. It's probably not even a real person. So I just lose interest, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. I got other things to do, other people to talk to, because you're just not. I have to be more patient, and I've learned to understand that we've done this for a long time, right? So it has become like second nature to us. But to a lot of people, it's still very. This is very beyond what they, beyond the realm of what they thought was possible. Or
well, as Dan, the science guy on YouTube said, this is so absolutely batshit crazy thick out there in sci-fi land that no one in their right mind would ever believe this.
And that's why, Sam. That's
but
why.
It is the reality. Nobody expected 7 planets and a star. They were all expecting that weird, mysterious black planet X flying through space, where dark space rangers from Flash Gordon days, and all of that.
But that's why they told you, Sam, that they wouldn't believe you. In 30 years, it's not going to make a difference, right? Because they knew that people were going to be so programmed by then that it didn't matter. And also, this shit is just so crazy that the only way that you're going to wrap your mind around it is if you see it for yourself, because it is bonkers. Like, it is just. Sometimes I see it and I'm like, am I really seeing this? Like, is this really, like, even 10 years later, I'm still in complete shock sometimes, most times, where I'm like, there's just no freaking way. There's just no way. Like, I got to pinch myself.
I'm the same way every time I watch the cubes fly over and see the, Star Destroyers parked next to them. And there sits the side door, plain as day, no damn clouds wrapped around it. And there it is. This intergalactic craft that is the size of, the freaking moon. And it just, and it amazes me that no one ever even, they don't dare. They're afraid of the fact that there's not only is there aliens on these planets, but there's aliens that flew in through a wormhole in 2015 and 2017 and 2009. And that's in that, and then now on top of it, we throw A3i Atlas.
Plus all the ships that are up there now that we
and they offloaded out of the cube.
So what is the latest with 3i Atlas? I haven't really tried looking anything up on it, but I just remember
it's headed toward Jupiter.
Seeing
it's slingshotted around the with perihelium in front of the sun, and now it is in a new course correction with a new rotation in the opposite direction. It's putting off new light, putting off a different view. It's blue, which is not in the comet spectrum, by the way. And it's headed towards Jupiter, where it's going to recharge its batteries from the atmosphere of Jupiter. And then I believe it's going to change course and do something completely different. And I have a funny feeling it's going to just come towards Earth.
That makes more sense.
Absolutely, without a doubt, that it is a driven craft, because then it would completely change course for the 59th time.
We've already seen enough. We know that. I mean,
correct.
What I was going to say is that last I saw NASA, what's the word? Classified any information about it.
Right, and that was the 19th of
I was going to say that I have not had much interest, to be honest with you, with 3i Atlas, because it was just
very important.
It was just so mainstream that I always, it's like, if it's always on the news, it always turns on a red flag for me.
Well, you were
Right.
watching the wrong
Here's
people.
what I
I'm
think
like,
happened.
I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt, and then sometimes I just completely lose interest. Maybe that's my mistake. I don't know. Maybe not a good thing. I don't know, but I just
Well,
lose
I
interest.
looked into MIT,
Go ahead.
Harvard, the European Space Association. I looked into China. I looked into the Australian scientific opinions on
Because you were
everything.
because you were more interested. Sam, I don't know why I just wasn't interested, but
I think I know
find
why.
it highly suspicious that all of a sudden it just disappeared off.
Here's
It didn't.
here's what I think. What I think happened is when it first got discovered and they were talking about it, the powers that be, they thought, oh, it's just this big, huge special like
No, it was actually reported.
here.
Originally, it
didn't
was
know.
reported by amateur,
They
and
didn't
then
know.
It was actually
then they had no choice but to comment about it. Then they all of the major science operations from MIT to Harvard to you name it around the world, European Space Agency, the Chinese Space Agency, everybody, the South Koreans, everybody watched this. And then they did a big thing,
They
but the
started
problem
realizing
was the information was being leaked faster than they could contain it, and
Mhm.
then it went behind the sun. And after that, that's when they started welding the threshold closed. And the last perihelium discussion was December 19th, and that's when NASA stated publicly that it was leaving.
And they
That's not what
realized
happened.
they weren't dealing with an organic like comet or whatever, and that they had stopped talking about it because it was intelligence.
Right. And not only that, it is not made of any material whatsoever that's closely remote to a comet. The exhaust emissions are industrial. The light output that it's putting out is not in the comet spectrum. Comets don't stop. Comets don't change 57 times course corrections. They don't have 120 degree centrifugal jet patterns because this thing is guiding itself with jets in the front of the nose and jets in the behind. And there's 3 of them at 120 degrees each. And that
I
is
got
a guidance system for an interstellar craft. And that is not by chance. Comets don't do that.
No. They're here to help us is what I got. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an upgrade to make sure the decree, and this was told directly to me by the Pleiadian, the decree is that a certain amount of us should be allowed to elevate to become part of the Federation, to become part of the space people and the knowledge. While meanwhile, there's going to be a percentage of the people on the planet, factory, colony, Earth, that have to keep doing the job for that other civilization that
Well,
cannot
They won't
survive
be
without
upgraded,
our
so to
commodities.
speak, right?
That's what I was trying to say a while ago, Sam, and then we kind of squared up into something else about how there's still some roles that still have to be played, regardless of
Right.
how some
Right.
of us are gonna move forward. There still has to be that role.
And were I to,
Because
reach
that
down a
is-
rabbit hole,
That's just the way it is.
something has already been done to a large amount of our population to do the exact opposite of what we want. And I'm not going to go into great detail, but that next generation has already been planned for as well. The next generation of factory workers on factory colony, Earth, mining colony, Earth. There's a lot of shit going on, and it's been worked on for a very long time by good factions and bad factions people. And when I say factions, I'm not saying 4 or 5. I'm talking dozens of factions on Earth alone. And there are other factions that would see us sublimated or servitude or slaves. And then there's factions that want to see us evolve. And the Pleiadians are one of them. And I always say, they're the ASPCA of humans. But the Pleiadians they want us, they like us, they think we should evolve. And there's a whole thing in the works that's even above us and 3i
We have
and the
potential.
cubes
Sam.
and
I
the
think
Nibiru
the human race is worth saving. I just think that the system that we have now breeds and it's a breeding pool for the kind of shit that we see with people who are hoarding billions of dollars and while other people are going hungry. I
It's a
think this
feudalistic
system that we
system.
have is the problem. It's not so much the humans. Well, I mean, some humans, of course, but I think overall humans are good if given the right opportunities, if
All
given the right
empires
circumstances. I think we would be much better than we are
throughout
now.
history, all
We
empires
live in a
with two
system.
exceptions.
We live in a system where either you bite or be bitten, and most people take that to the heart. And sometimes it is what it is. And I think that's the biggest problem on earth. It's not so much the people, because there is a lot of very good, kind-hearted people. I meet some on a daily basis where I'm like, wow, where I'm like, even though, we're living in dark times, you look at some people, that you interact with certain people and they just give you hope for humanity because they're just so
Exactly.
amazing in their own way. So I do believe that humans should be raised, but we have to change the system that we're living in right now, because we're never going to be able to be good people in the system that we have
In
right
the system we're in, yeah. It's like we're forced to run in a hamster wheel.
now.
And
We're
eventually-
If you
Tired
guys
out.
remember
here's the thing, and I don't know who was saying it. We're so busy. Okay, so last week, about a month ago, I got sick. And during like my fourth day, I started I'm like, I can't take another day off. Like I can't. I got bills, I got this, I got that. I literally had to get up out of bed, feeling like shit, and go to work, because that's what it is now. It's
It
like
sucks.
you're barely just
getting
Me.
by,
and you don't have leisure time. You don't have time to be sick. You don't have time. All you have time is to just
either
make
work
it
or
off.
try to catch up on rest. A little
Yeah,
bit.
right. And I was telling somebody, had I came across this information now, as opposed to 10
You
years
wouldn't have been
ago,
able to focus on it, right?
I probably wouldn't have learned it the way I did, because I feel so busy now and so exhausted and so drained that I don't know if I would have. It probably would have. It probably would have taken me longer.
You glossed
Let's just
over
put
it.
that way.
Yeah.
Because I had more free time there then, life. Well, I mean, I was in a small town in New Mexico, which the cost of living was a third of what it is now. And then I was married, so, combined incomes, all that stuff. So life was a little bit simpler and slower then. I had more time to actually absorb this information, but now it's so chaotic that learning, had I started now, God knows how long it would have taken me to
I'm
learn.
right there with you. I was in between jobs. If I hadn't been, I probably would have just,
There you go.
passed
Exactly.
by it.
Exactly. And I think, again, that's the point, is to keep you so busy so that you don't even have time to question anything.
You remain oblivious to everything because that's all you can do to function.
You're just
and
trying
do
to
what you have
survive.
to.
You're
Yeah.
just trying to survive, So yeah, that's
Very
a big
true.
part of it. That is a big part of it. I get it when people, it's why I like to keep my videos very short, because I know that people don't have time. This right here, I think is different, our podcast, because it's meant to be long and winded and detailed, but with videos, it's always been my point to get the message across as quickly as possible, and clearly as possible, because
You gotta capture their
Yes.
attention and make it count the little bit that you might get somebody to watch.
exactly, because people
Yeah,
got shit to
2 minutes.
do, and getting people's attention these days is not as easy as it used to be. Even when you're showing them a goddamn planet, even then it's hard to get their attention.
And they don't understand that they're looking at a planet because it looks like sky.
Yeah,
It's like our sky.
all I see is clouds.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
And look,
I think
there's
one
the
of the
sun.
best things to say
And
is
that's the big thing, is the sun blindness, that you look at a picture and you usually look at the sun. And we early on taught everybody, don't look at the sun, look at the dark areas first. And
Because
Which
when I
is-
first
once
came,
I do that,
I used to do that. The first thing I saw was the sun, and then everything else would I would be blinded by it, or I would just completely dismiss it as just blue sky or something,
Right.
because I was focused on the light source all the time. When you told me look at the dark sides and think bigger, those two things completely resonated with me right off the bat. And when I started putting that in practice, it was like everything just became so clear, and just
the planets jump
started
out
to
at
make
you when you look at the dark areas first.
exactly. And when you
That and the idea that we're looking at, yes, we're still looking at clouds. It's just we're seeing through our atmosphere and seeing their clouds.
yeah.
If,
Right.
That would have helped me if I'd have heard that earlier on, but I figured it out.
Right, and we,
But
we
now
always
I'm
tell
sorry.
everybody to
That's it.
look at the secondary clouds, don't look at the primary clouds.
That's a tricky one to get people on board with. It is.
Yeah,
a
they're like, "Are
tricky
you
one.
crazy? It's just clouds."
People, well, because people just think that clouds and blue skies are just, Earth, because everything else that they show us, on movies and sci-fi, the only time that you see clouds are on Earth, right? So automatically it like becomes second nature for people to just assume
And the ship is
well,
coming in,
clouds
landing.
are
A lot of
just
other planets have
on
clouds
Earth.
too. Oh my gosh.
No
It's
atmosphere.
not. It's very. It's very common out there, and in fact, sometimes I think that a lot of the what they show us from our own planets isn't even accurate.
Oh yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, they've got remember, information always goes up, and they never ever release anything without vetting it first.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all even the sun
It's
that we
because
get,
they
the
want you
information
to
we
want
get
you to
from the
hear it,
sun.
or they don't. It doesn't make a
Stereo A and stereo B stuff, that direct footage that we get is all doctored before we ever get it.
Mhm.
Well, not to mention, Sam, that it's closer to the sun than it is to Earth, right?
Stereo A and B, yeah.
So there's a big space between us and stereo A and B that stereo A and B isn't even catching. It's only catching the sun.
Right.
So we would see the planets, and we do occasionally. When we used to, probably now they seem to do a better job at scrubbing it, but occasionally they used to slip up. But there's a big
Right.
empty space between Earth and those satellites.
Well,
And
you can see when they chop the footage and you go from 10 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, bang, like that. And
Or
And
used
you
to
can
be
see the
looking at the
time.
ISS, and then you start seeing something interesting, and all of a sudden, bam!
yeah, then the ISS goes
Gone.
down.
Yeah.
The thing that really killed me for the ISS, and I used to watch it pretty regularly, but
Oh, yeah.
what killed me was the bumblebee. When I saw the bumblebee land on the array of the ISS, I went, that's it.
Yeah, there's
know.
nobody's in space.
Well, what they were filming, they were filming a mock studio with a big screen TV in front of a model of the ISS, and they were probably playing old footage because the planets were so close you couldn't miss them.
So they
And
just
then
had
in
to
the
stop.
sound studio, somebody let a bee in the door, and it was flying around, and it wasn't flying like in space; it was flying like in air, and then it goes, bzzz, and it comes in there, it's in the screen, and then it lands on the array. And I went, that's it. Soundstage.
Busted.
Who knows
Yeah.
how long? Again, who knows how long?
There's
it
no
was-
way for us to know what we could possibly trust or not.
Yeah, no.
That's the thing.
Well, again, another example is when they announced the Skull asteroid. And, we'd been talking about it for 4 years before they
That
finally
gets me
announced
so
it.
much. How come people aren't like, what? But
Yeah.
they make it seem like it's way, 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 way far
You know,
away.
any one of
That's
these
not-
things by themselves should have gone viral by themselves.
Mhm.
And we're talking, 87 different occurrences that are visually regular in the skies above us every day for years now. And it's still, we're still getting
Don't even know
700
about
views.
it. Yeah.
I'm caught. I'll be in my car and I'll be like picture me screaming at the TV, but I'm screaming at the sky. Like, do you not see this? Do you not
Yep.
see this? I constantly do this. It is like almost an everyday thing for me. Like, I'm like, seriously.
Why I don't watch
still
it.
to this day. I look around. I always look around. I'm like, is anybody else? Or is it just me again?
There's guys out there that put up their tripod and
Way
they
to
film
go,
themselves
Jesus.
mowing their yard, and they get more views than we do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Again, we could probably make a really successful channel if we were willing to sell out, but
Or, do some kind of figure out some kind of hook that just would get somebody's attention. And then,
we were talking about that earlier. I was telling Sam maybe we need to be a little dramatic, add a little drama to our,
that's, yeah.
I mean, it's whatever gets somebody's attention and their foot in the door, I guess, whatever, so long as the message stays the same, maybe we do need to add a little drama. Maybe that'll work. I don't know,
so.
but I'm willing to try anything at this point, man. Because yeah,
that's the other thing. How anybody that has their groups, how are you actually going to ever know how many people you actually have? Because we get, the shadow banning and the, number manipulation, like on the numbers of people that have watched the show and the podcast. And
they don't. The analytics come from the platform itself. We don't know. Like
I have
I've gone to YouTube and looked at our videos, and I've seen the count go backwards like 16 views at a time. That's not an accident. That's not an accident. That had to be manipulated purposely. It wasn't.
Obviously, that's just to make people think it's not that good or not that popular.
Yeah, or that nobody's seen it, or to discourage you to stop posting.
Yeah.
Nobody's listening, so I should just probably stop. Shit. Yeah, right.
You're not.
Well, there is a way to fact check. There's a paid subscription. Speaking of which, and this is unsolicited, but you can look up ground news, and they will. That's a service that you can fact check any real news story from around the world. Ground news.
Ground or got?
DOT. Ground news.
Ground news.
And it's I believe it's a paid service, but I see advertisements for it regularly, and I if you have to fact check to find out if news is accurate or not, I feel sorry for you, because I am current enough on the news that I know whether or not it is, and if I run into something that I am in disbelief over, I will actually spend the time to look up more sources of information from credible sources that I have learned over the years, in both right-wing and left-wing media. By the way, people, I do fact-check things.
Well,
and I even watch a lot of congressional reports. I watch a lot of worldwide news. I also have my connected remote viewing skills that I know what's going on. So
I stopped watching the news years ago because I don't.
You do need to stay informed, though.
Here's the thing with me. I don't see anything that's bigger than what we're doing. So I don't see why I even bother with anything else. Like, I think the biggest story, the biggest thing that's most significant that affects all of us, regardless of all those nuances and affiliations and all that shit, is what we're reporting on. That is the biggest thing, the most significant thing that is happening to us. So I think everything else, require as much, my attention. Not to say world matters aren't significant, but it just doesn't get my attention because I just feel there's bigger things to worry about.
Put your heart and soul in this, Jesus, like we did.
Yeah.
Well, another thing, Jillian's going, I would hate to be flagged. Jillian, you call me on the phone. You're flagged already.
We're linked to you, Sam, so we're already big old star around.
It dawned on me,
Julian.
Years ago, I got called by the Australian Federal Police, and I mean, how did they look? Did they call the NSA and say, "Well, how do we get hold of this guy?" And then did they flag me back then? And we talked about this in private, and I think even on last week's show. And I warn people, if you call me on the phone, it's very likely that we're not alone in that phone conversation. So be aware of that. And I don't think that we're alone in this conversation either. Besides, I think even the ghosts are watching us, because remember, when we're scared, okay, hit it. No scream.
I do feel that we have a bigger audience than we're aware of. I do believe that. Like, I truly do believe that.
People watching.
Hey, I got an idea. We could go a week without doing the show and see how many people bitch.
No, that's one thing, but
I'm only joking.
I don't know. It's like taking a baby bottle from the baby. I don't know if I could make it a week without posting anything.
Yeah, that's true.
I have fallen behind on posting, but
I have,
definitely
I have too,
scroll
Tara.
and look at
I
everybody
have,
else's page.
I have been dragging ass to post anything. I really have.
We do have our space disease, right, Rebecca?
The sky disease.
Sky disease. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, right. I've been diagnosed
Sky disease.
Mhm.
as having
Officially
sky
diagnosed.
disease.
Yeah.
My poor
I'm
kid, we
stressed.
can't go anywhere.
This is
If
a
there's
support
something out in
group,
the sky, I
remember?
have to pull over, take pictures. I'm like, oh wait, I gotta go take a couple pictures. Pull over, stop.
No,
Like, I promise this is the
know.
last time.
Well, remember that early AI thought that Nibiru Followers Anonymous was for people that wanted to break the addiction of the sky disease.
Nibiruholics, that's what that's for. Yeah, we're addicts.
Nibiru alcoholics. Yeah.
Mhm.
We're a support group.
Rebecca's a first degree sky disease
Oh
person.
my
We'll
God.
put you at third degree, Tara.
And
She
that
did the
is one
worst
of our
level of
sister
it.
sites is Nibiruaholics, by the way. There's quite a few folks
Right.
out there that are
Right.
sister sites
Hey.
with us.
Mimi's here.
Oh, you love the guy doing the dishes. They love the guy doing the dishes.
Yeah, he's a keeper. Yeah.
There you go.
He's
You got to have your cameo appearances, special guest starring,
Doing the dishes. He always does housework, Tara. Everything is shared.
I tell you, I have a dishwasher. Thank you.
Oh, Amy, I get
You know what's
that.
funny? I have a dishwasher and I never
Yeah.
use it.
Same.
I really-
Mine, but I have to
Yeah.
wash everything else.
I-
Ours, me too, Rebecca. I gotta
It's the
wash the
same.
dishes. I just
Yeah.
do it myself.
Well,
It's the
guys,
crazy
I,
thing.
I'm 6'1", and I am suffering a countertop that is made for
You have
a
two kids,
female of
Sam. You
about
have two
5'6" or so.
Yeah.
And if I stand in front of that
Teenagers.
sink, it kills my back. And
Yeah,
I
well,
cannot
your back.
stand in front of that sink and do dishes.
The way you lean over,
Teenagers,
that
that's probably,
You know what I
understand.
did? Okay. I'll back up. I washed dishes like all my kids, all their baby bottles for 10 years. I lived somewhere that didn't have a dishwasher, so I just did it. And then I, somehow accumulated so many dishes that were just like piles. I was
Pile
like,
up.
this is madness. So I went through and I cleaned out like so many dishes, so many silverware. I have
Right.
4
Mom did
cups,
that
4
too.
plates, 4 bowls.
Yep.
Four. I mean, I'm not kidding. And when it's in the sink, it never gets full anymore because I don't have hardly any dishes.
So you just have enough to you have to keep doing it for everybody
Right.
else.
You have to
You
make
need-
sure in order
and
to
you
eat
wash
next
it?
time. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
just
even going to tell you how my parents lived, who were living in Holland during World War II after the Germans took everything. They took every pipe, every piece of metal, every doorknob, every hinge out of every door, with the exception of their outdoor, to keep the front door and back door. They took everything out of all the Dutch houses for the war effort. And my parents grew up without refrigeration. So I'm not even going to tell you how my parents lived as immigrants. And I became a clean freak because of it. In my bartending years, I bleached everything. But no, I do like my dishwasher. Thank you.
Yeah, I get it. It just seems it's almost a hassle to load it and unload it when I could just
Well,
wash it and be
wash
done.
it. Put it away
That's
and
me
that's
for all
fine.
the-
That's why I don't, Rebecca.
Sterilize
Because
it.
when I go down, when I'm cooking,
Yeah,
I do a lot because I just can't tolerate a lot of. I don't know if it's my body just
Water.
can't tolerate a lot of that garbage from out there anymore. So I cook, right? I'll cook.
Well,
yeah.
and I'm like one of those that I'm cleaning as I'm cooking.
I
And
clean
by
it
the
as
time
I
get
go down.
the only thing that I have to clean is my dish and my cup.
Right.
And
And if you do it right away, it doesn't get stuck on you.
exactly.
And I try to impress that to
And
my
when I
teenagers.
cook, the food goes. I put it in wherever I'm gonna put it in, and then I wash that pan first
Right.
thing. I do not let it stick
Right.
because
Because if you let ketchup sit on the plate,
and,
it becomes
and,
blue.
my brother kind of drives me nuts with that, but it is what it is. But
Always rinse your plate. Scrape and rinse.
I always leave the kitchen. I always leave it the way I always clean
The
up
way
my
you
mess
found
as I
it.
go. So the dishwasher just isn't. I don't know.
right.
It's just
No,
that-
but you don't have
if I had
daughters
two
either.
teenagers, and I would definitely probably use it. Yeah.
And I guarantee you they did not empty the dishwasher, because I did do the dishes this morning, and I guarantee you they have not emptied
They're
it, which
still
they're
there.
supposed to do every day. But I guarantee you they
Mhm.
didn't.
Good night, Amy. Nice.
Anyway,
Good to see you
Good to see
again.
you.
Thanks for being here.
See
We
you
hope
in
you
the
next
group.
week.
back.
Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, we'll
in the
see you
group.
next week.
yeah, I'm so enthusiastic about what Matim is going to do
Well, good night,
and what
Robbie.
Peru is going to do
Good night,
and what
Robbie.
Satim is going to do. And
Rebecca.
so,
Yeah.
we've got some
Want to show
shows
those
coming.
few pictures I sent?
I have him. Sorry.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sam,
I sure do.
thanks.
I got him. Let me
Julian, you
get
probably
it.
remember. I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
Oh, it's all right.
I have it. Let me hang on. Let me
We're
resave
at 6.5 hours, and we're all thoroughly glued to our chair.
That's
So these
right,
pictures
Amy.
I sent Rebecca are from, if I remember correctly, originally from
She was
almost
right,
2 years
yeah.
ago, a year and a half ago, summer of 24, if I've got that right. And there was a few days that I happened to catch. You'll see. I think it was maybe Matem. If you think that it was possible, Matem was still that small, almost 2 years ago. You see the orb to the
Upper left.
yeah. That one's one of
Yeah.
the lighter pictures. But
That's
Caroline, you
Matim and
might
Mary
remember
Moon.
this because you
I
edited one of
remember
them.
this. I remember this.
And
They
I
blow
had
it up.
I got them on different days around the same time of day, multiple days in a row.
Oh,
That's definitely that white little feather part right next to the sun on the left is Mary Moon, and then there's a larger circle of blue right there. Because even look at the blue cutoff flaring. Yeah, yeah, that's the Tim and Mary Moon. And on the other side is a very much smaller. You can see the ion tail of a Saturn on the right hand side,
mm-hmm. Yeah.
and this patchy blue thing at the bottom here is the green asteroid to the lower left.
Okay.
And these are all different images. Some
Yep.
I think it was like
Again,
3 different
Matim.
days.
You got Matim right there on the left. It's coming in, and
So that is Matem.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, this was like summer of 24, I believe.
And remember, there's a whole bunch of asteroids crossing all the time too. So yeah, there's a lot in this shot. There's a little bit of a lens flare, but for the most part, no, you've got objects.
Now, the 10 o'clock
Might even have
object is
more on my
definitely there.
original device.
Yeah, the 10 o'clock object. Now we know that 2024 that on the right hand side you've got Nibiru, and way smaller is Saturn. So if you look in the upper right corner, there's a circle right there, or in the upper right of the sun. You can see that circle right there.
That is
That's
interesting.
not.
This was
Same
like
size.
midday between like 1 and 3 p.m. Straight above me.
You have Nibiru and Isatum on the right hand side.
Interesting picture.
Oh, hey, Maria. No, let me see. I didn't get them. Sorry. Let me look.
There's still 1 or 2 more, isn't there? Did we see them all?
There was 6. I had 6 pictures. Is that
Is that
right?
all of them?
Oh,
Yeah, that's,
Well-
there we go. There's another. You can see the whole circle in that one.
maybe
The
I
blue
don't know.
lighting
I
shows
thought
you
there were 6.
it's laid out flat because something's coming in from the upper left, and that's why that shaft light goes from
There's another
from the
one.
lower to the upper right, from lower left to upper right. That shaft lighting, it's a cutoff.
But yeah, I posted some of these to my personal page, and I had people saying lens flare, and I'm like, look, there is an entire circle
no
that
lens
is there
flare in
at
this
different
shot.
times a
That's
day,
an-
different days.
Maybe
not a
that
lens
blue
flare.
dot, because it moved. The blue dot moved, but there is barely any lens flare in these.
hmm This is the one that Carol Ann, I think you darkened for me. It's I think the original's in there too. You remember this, Carol Ann? But I don't think we realized, or you caught it when I posted them, Sam. But looking at them again, they came across. I was going through old pictures, and I was like, I think that's Matem.
And again, look at the dark areas. Don't pay attention to the sun. There's a whole lot of dark going on the right.
I didn't even notice any. The only thing I noticed was the round orb in my pictures.
On the left, yeah.
Mhm.
And there's of course Urias on farther on the left, and then you've got Matim popping out. And again, on the right, you have it's much smaller back then. Asatum and Nibiru is on the right, which is the dark area on the right hand side. which we refer to as the, 2019, 2020, 22, 23, 24 was all of that was coming towards us, and Saturn got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Well, look how much different Matim is now. What going on 2 years
Yeah,
later?
just even 1 year, Matim got really big. But then Matim is actually kind of small, but she's coming towards us, and so I don't know what it's going to do. I wonder, at times I wonder if it's actually going to cause some sort of a halo eclipse because of its size. We've talked about that a couple of months ago. I wonder if it's going to cut in front of the sun. But I wonder if Saru is going to cut in front of the sun, and that would actually cause something possibility therein of 3 days of darkness if Saru actually did clip in front of the sun for a couple of days. But we'll see. I never did believe in the 3 days of darkness, because if without any planet coming in the way, if you were to take in the solar system, they don't have an off switch that's going to turn it off for 3 days.
That's
So
the thing.
one
Nothing
part of-
stays still. Everything keeps moving.
that would be a stalled Earth. It would have to be light on one side of the day or one side of the Earth for 3 days and dark for,
Mhm.
that's only if Earth stalled. So I just, I've
Is
never
that
been
possible?
a swing
Stop-
voter on the
stop
3 days of darkness.
rotating? And wouldn't that be like death to everything?
Here's what Maria sent
Not
me
Or
from
Per
Alaska.
se, but I mean, the sun doesn't turn off, so there's no way. Unless
I
something
mean,
gets in
us
the way for 3
revolving
days.
or us rotating on our axis.
I'm gonna blow this up. Yeah, there's
Is that one
definitely
of the
notice.
asteroids?
Well, notice the red circle on this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
It's over to the
Wow.
left. And if you were to ask me, I think there's
Green in the
more
middle.
yellow on the left side of the sun than there is on the right. So I think we're seeing the overshining of the larger star covering up the fact that the smaller star is just to the left of the sun. And that's, I think, what that red circle is also showing us.
What about the green circle to the left of the sun?
That could be a lens flare of the second star. Or actually, it could be even the blue asteroid, because we haven't seen the blue asteroid in quite a while, but that's what the blue asteroid looks like. It has a dot in the middle of it,
Wow.
but we don't see it here. Yeah, there's something hokey going on with that red circle. It's not doing the right thing. It should be centered on the sun. It's not. Yeah, again, here, look at that last photograph. There's something below the left-hand side of the sun. I really think that in a couple of months, we're going to see the two separate stars visually.
You really think it's coming?
Well, we know they're separating. We know that the sun is going to continue its path. It came from below on the left, and it's going to go past us on our right shoulder as it's going to continue. I don't think it changed directions. I think it's going to be a normal pathway.
So you think that all this activity, like the solar flares and stuff, you think that what's actually being monitored is their sun, and that's
Yeah,
why
I
it's
really
so
think
active?
It doesn't look like anything like we've spent the last decade watching. I got to go cut some pizza. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, Sam. Sure.
And what happened last week? They cut their own pizza. Didn't they? Right? Didn't he say
I
that?
think he goes
Sam,
to grab a slice. I think that's what he does. I think he goes.
I
and
I
sneaks-
think he's going to go and he's going to have some.
His excuse. Yeah, I hear that.
I don't blame
I
him.
don't blame him.
Yeah, he's
I don't
probably
blame him.
starving.
Carolyn,
That's
you
a premiere.
you did say you remember what you were helping me on those. What do you
Yeah, I
remember
can
if that
tell
was 2 years ago almost or one? I don't think. I
I
don't
know
think
it was
was.
over. I would say over a year.
I want to say it was summer of 24, so about a year and a half ago. But I was still pretty new. That was my first few months.
It was pretty new.
March
Yeah,
is my 2 years, y'all, already. I can't believe it.
then it was. Yeah.
It's like
Time
overnight.
passes quick. It's already 2 years. Wow.
We
I
blinked.
mean, yeah.
We blinked.
And I also feel like I've known y'all all for years and years and years too.
We all say that.
Yeah.
Well, that's another reason, Tara, why I know that we're all neurospicy is because it was so effortless. It's so
Yeah.
effortless. It's just like it's not even. It's almost like we've known each other, you know,
Oh, forever.
It was just so effortless, and
I had no
So-
hesitation reaching out to Rebecca or even trying to come on the
no.
show or talking to anybody. Everybody's been loving and accepting him. It was just
Right.
instant.
there was
And
like
so,
no awkward phase. It was just an immediate connection. Yeah.
And we
I
can
keep
talk
telling my
about
daughter that.
anything.
Okay.
I've never been
I
involved
think
in
Susan,
anything like
we-
this.
Cover all the world things. And
I'm back.
Rebecca, I knew her when she had 2 last names. And I don't know, there was just a connection there that
Yeah.
I never gave up on. And here we are. Look at this.
I mean, our names would cross paths. You know, I'd
Right,
see your name.
Yep.
You know, but I
And
didn't
I
know
had
who
2
you were.
names at that time. I used my 2 names also.
Yeah. Okay.
So it
Yeah.
could have been that. But then it's like Rebecca had ideas, and I never gave up on that. It's just like
I love it.
I understood it. And because we all go through that phase. I went through a phase. We all have to get this out of our systems.
Well, we all cope with it in our own way, you know, and I think that it is prudent to kind of let somebody kind of do that on their own way. I was seeing somebody recently who was telling me it was a few months back. It was Donald Poteet was telling me he was concerned about his over editing of his pictures, and I'm like, dude, that is a great way of learning. I said, just keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it fine. In
Keep
time,
the
you'll
original
get better.
with your edited version. Yeah.
Yeah, in time, you'll get better, and you'll just keep doing what you're doing because you're learning very well. Because he knows what he's looking at. Like he really his posts are
Right.
great. I said, don't worry about it. Just be open. I said that, you know, maybe include the original, maybe
Mhm.
you know, be open that it is a little enhanced.
That's what I do.
Is enhanced. Is it Photoshop? I said no. There's a completely 2 different things.
Right.
Enhancement
Enhanced
is
is
just, you
just
know,
bringing out the flavor.
yeah, exactly.
Photoshop is changing
Adding
it.
a little
It helps
color,
you see
you
it
know,
better,
and
more
you know,
clearly.
we take pictures that are directed to the sun, so there's going to be a lot of glare there too. I said, but don't worry, don't overthink it. Just keep doing what you're doing. You learn the way that you're learning, and as you continue, you'll work out those kinks, you know, in your own way. But
And
seeing
we all
that, I love seeing that, like with Chris and Tara and everybody. I enjoy seeing that evolution that they have when they first start.
Yeah, because we all went through the same thing when
So
Okay,
interesting.
in the very beginning. We all took our pictures and we enhanced them.
Yeah.
We turned them upside down.
Yeah.
We changed the colors on them just to bring out the objects. And now very rarely do I enhance a picture anymore because I just look at it and I look for the telltale signs.
Because now you know what now you know,
Right.
but the learning process, sometimes when you're editing, you're learning what is there and what you can't see, and that's why it's so important to the learning process. I think the editing of the pictures was instrumental in me understanding though as well as I do now, is because all that led up to you know, the knowledge that you end up, you know, that stays with you, you know. But yeah, he was a little concerned about that. I'm like, no, you're doing great, bro. Just keep doing what you're doing, man.
And that shows how honesty is too. Like nobody here is about trying to
Exactly.
you know, mislead or you know, when you get something wrong. That's why still to this day I rarely flat out call out what I think it is, or I'll say what I think it is and ask for Rebecca.
I give myself I try not to do that, and then sometimes I do, and then I end up regretting it later. But I've earned that right.
Most of the time you're right.
I always go back and I'll be like, okay, I think this wasn't opacity, or this wasn't whatever.
Even Sam can be wrong sometimes. You know, it's like none of us are perfect.
Yeah,
This is-
I
this
do
is a
make mistakes, and then
nonstop learning
sometimes
We all
curve,
do.
right?
when I
We
do, I'll
all do.
publicly admit it, or as best I can.
But that's how we help each other. You know, like y'all going back and forth over is this AI or not photo.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, I could be wrong, but I feel I agree with you, Sam. I feel like it's real, but I
Yeah,
also don't.
the core, the
Rebecca doesn't
internal
work with it
core,
more.
the internal core on that matches Saru so well that I just went, ooh, I've seen, and that freaky weird bottom fold on the bottom of the what's
He
one single
moves in
stripe of
the
Saru.
video. That's
Yeah.
what gets me, is that he moves from side to side and
Right,
zooms in and
right.
out.
Right, and that's with AI. The approach from the camera is a completely different, non-human, usually approach, and I can usually, from most of the time, automatically tell what's AI and what is not right away.
My concern is that the crazier our pictures might get, the real ones, Rebecca, is that
Yeah.
AI filter
That-
won't be reliable. That
Right.
it might
Yeah,
fall from
AI that is
crazy
totally unrecognizable, Sam. I mean, it looks like a person just sitting there talking, like I'm right here right now talking.
Mhm.
It's
I'll watch it a few
they
more
have-
times. I'm
just saying it's more sophisticated.
I believe
They-
it. I believe it's super crazy sophisticated.
It's
Yeah.
scary. It's scary.
Yeah, it's horrible.
And,
Really, I don't like.
I come across people every day, not just online, not just on social media, on Facebook, but in my day-to-day, routine that are falling for a lot of the AI stuff.
Mhm.
So
This
I
is-
think as long as we have a conscience that it could and cannot, and then we could just weigh out certain things.
this is why we shouldn't go fishing for material either. We should, stick to pretty much predominantly member submissions that we know they're not going to create AI issues.
Uh-huh.
They're valued, qualified people that we know. Incredible. Look at that.
I'm like, you see those little things, like not that, but the little
White line squigglies.
So
I think
Yes.
this is an airport.
Yeah,
because
what is that?
I had a day. I
There's
had a
a
day a
wing
while
stop.
back. I took several videos where I was like, is that meteors causing streaks that weren't sea trails? They were little and they'd go up, they'd go down, they go side to side. I was like, what in the hell am I looking at? And at times there was 2 or 3 in the sky at the same time.
Plane.
The only thing you could think of was they were like meteors or something leaving a streak. And there was some going together like this. I have to show you guys sometime.
Yeah,
It
well,
was
there's
insane.
been some weird,
A webcam.
like I said earlier in the program, there's been some weird shit that's landing in the trees and on the ground that people are seeing at night. These
Wow.
little microchips of metal that are like putting off these multicolored lights and weird shit going on all over the place. So,
So it's gonna get more weird before.
yeah.
Mm.
And of course, the trumpet sounds are back again, and people are reporting that all over the planet again. And I keep wanting to hear them, and I haven't, they did happen here in Missoula and Lolo, but I want to hear them, but I have not, been running into it. And it's like, oh darn. But yeah, there's weird shit now. That right there is the edge of the planet that is sublimating into the light, and that's why you saw it form right there. And then it goes over. It is so weird how Uri and Atu are moving now, and then where Satsuma yellow moon is coming in the afternoon, followed by Saru on the right hand side in the green blue. And of course, now that we got that down, it's going to change.
So there went another one, and then one a minute ago, and it looks like they're meteors or something leaving a streak.
Well, some of these
Not
could be, we also got to remember that maybe there's starships that are flying up there just around nearby planets and stuff from one cube to the other. And
There's a lot of stuff up there right now. There's
Yeah.
a lot of shit up there right now. A lot of
now I
stuff
know
up
that, Jillian has captured numerous Park starships.
I'm seeing a lot of pizza. I'm seeing pizzas. I'm seeing a lot of right angles. I'm seeing pizza slices. I'm seeing so there's that one picture of Yuri's asteroids that I saw today. I didn't get a chance to take a picture of it, but you could just see how they're like small, but they're leaving like a little It looked like these little hooks almost, like almost like a Nike sign kind of. But it was the identical thing that I saw today, and I have not seen that personally. I've seen that in pictures, but I've not seen it personally.
You'd be moving tiny asteroids with, underneath illumination. They make a Nike symbol.
Yeah, that's. Jillian was saying that last week that it looked like dolphins, similar to that, but a little less. I guess a little smaller. I guess is I could put it, but. It was identical to those pictures that I've seen from Uri from a while back, but it was the first time that I've seen it that way. But a lot of stuff is passing over us day and at night, at night too. The moon, I wouldn't be surprised if the moon has gotten hit a few times, because there's a lot of stuff passing, illuminating in front of the moon as well.
Oh, Jesus, I wasn't on yet when you were talking about the upside down crescent, or quote Cheshire moon or Cheshire crescent. That is complete and total bull. I can message it to you later. So when I googled, is the upside down crescent moon called a Cheshire crescent or Cheshire moon? And AI or Google came back and said yes. That's what it's called. It's also called something else, like the lunula or something like that. And that it's in the Farmer's Almanac. But that was one of the first things I noticed a good few years before I even ended up here. That and the incessant, as I call it, strobe light lightning that just flash, 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 flash for an hour or more when there's no thunder. I'm like, what in the hell's going on over there? Keep waiting to hear thunder. Where's the storm? What? That was about 2020 when I first noticed that and the moon. Right. I was like, hey, what's going on? It's all right here.
See, I think just like I don't know if Rebecca was saying it earlier, how they have new cloud names. I think they have new moon phases. Because if you look at the farmers or the moon phases now, or at least when you look at a calendar with the moon phases, it's nothing whatsoever what it used to be.
It used to suddenly have all these new clouds out of nowhere.
8 phases, right? And they used to call it. It's got a thumbnail because it was just a little what looked like a freaking thumbnail.
It was this way or this way, not this way.
Exactly. Now it's on the bottom, which I was trying to. I told somebody, explain to me how that would happen. Explain to me with Earth, with the moon, with our sun. Like, explain to me how that happens.
It's just wrong. The lighting's wrong. The Earth is tipped.
Nobody thinks about it.
Throughout recorded history, our view of the moon has never changed until 2011. That's simple. It's just that simple.
People don't get how light works. They also don't get, and I didn't even really get like sublimation. It was a live I came on and we were watching the sky change at sunset. It was a couple months back when I caught like an amazingly good view. I don't know if you remember, Sam, we caught an amazingly good view of like the underside of Uri, and we watched the bubbles form and come into view from nowhere. And I thought it was just a situation where things came into illumination or not, but you explained that they were sublimating.
The sun is shining on the illuminated side, but we're staring at the back dark side of the planets generically. And as that angle of light changes, it starts to illuminate something that has been in the darkness. So the temperature of that surface goes from minus 450 below to 120 below. Then those ice crystals turn into gases.
See, when I started to understand that part, things especially got more clear after that.
And that's why the asteroid leave trails and the planets leave spiral trails.
And that's why they don't need to be cloaked. They basically cloak themselves.
Yeah, they've all got their own individual atmospheres, and we've studied them, and they all look different from each other, which is how we know what planet is where, even though they move around during the day.
The light thing, you know, people think that just because down here on Earth, in the day it's so bright, but you have to understand that right outside of our blue skies, it's pitch black. Please try to wrap your mind around that, and then you'll begin to understand why there'll be times where they could be literally in front of you and you will not see it. Even something that enormous.
Just like the moon is still there when it's a new moon. It didn't disappear out of
that's
the
a perfect example.
It's still there.
That's a perfect example. Look at the unlit part of the moon in the day. It's literally invisible. Literally invisible. You will not see it. I use that as an example a lot. I'm like, just look at the moon in the day. That's what it looks like. That's how planet watching clearly is, and that's considering that the moon doesn't even have an atmosphere, right? Or at least a very thin one. I believe now they say there is somewhat of an atmosphere up there. But anyways, even the moon has a very nothing atmosphere. Even that one, you can't see it, you know. There's just it's those little things that they don't teach us that make an enormous difference. That once you start to learn those things, that's when you make those connections and you're like, oh, and then you'll keep doing that. Oh, and then you're like, God, how did I not see it? But we've just been taught completely
that
wrong.
We don't go around the sun like dinner plate.
Yeah,
I thought we did.
You know, they accuse us of pseudoscience, but that's pseudoscience. That is pseudoscience. The gravity, wow, the whole that doesn't make any sense to me. That's pseudoscience.
The idea that we're all electrically connected makes a lot more sense to me too.
Absolutely.
And how is gravity going to affect us when things are so far away?
Yeah, when you know everything. If you take into consideration, if you look at the at space in an electromagnetic way, all those questions that the gravity thumpers are trying to answer, all of them become
it didn't make sense.
Answered, and even one of on that channel was I don't know if it was Wallace Thornhill that said or who it was. One of those physicists said that when you do electromagnetism, it doesn't require a PhD to understand space. Anybody can, and I think that's one of the reasons why they teach us bullshit science is because they make us think
to make it too confusing.
It's really understandable. Anybody can understand. Like it's very basic. It's very basic. And magnetism, you know, electrons, you know, proton, all that. It's very understandable, very learnable, and very observable. And I think that's why they teach us that other bullshit is because that other bullshit's complicated. And Sam has said before, which I agree with them. If it's complicated, it's probably bullshit. If it's simple and feels right, it's probably the freaking truth. And this could not be a better example of how crappy, how badly we've been educated from day one. Because again, I would have never even considered that all this was planets. I went down every rabbit hole. I went down the flat
Let's
Earth.
go back to the main.
I went down every rabbit hole. If it wasn't for Sam pointing out that they were planets, I would have. I don't know if I would have ever put it together.
When did Einstein become popular?
Occurred to me.
Einstein became popular post World War II. When did we first get a treaty with the extraterrestrials? Just post World War II. So you know it's entirely possible that a good portion of Einstein Public's works were intentionally laid out as a deception.
I agree, Sam. I've been suspecting that for a while now, Sam. In fact, if you actually go back and watch that video that I shared last week, they're talking about it's one of the they're talking about the misconceptions of the electric universe, right? And here's one here's a comment somebody said, Stephen Crothers, he's an author and mathematician. Hawkins was a pop scientist who ipso facto contributed nothing of value to science.
Correct.
Einstein was the first pop scientist promoted at some time or another by the other entertainer Charlie Chaplin. Hawking and Einstein cult have ruined physics and astronomy, putting them into circus freak shows. Right? Science cannot just wait until they all disappear. While they are all active, they are ruining young minds entering science to be caught up in the same rat race.
How about our dear friend Mike,
science,
or
the cycle must be broken.
Neil deGrasse Tyson? I almost said
All
Mike
those,
Tyson.
I can't stand any of them. I can't stand
Neil
any of them.
deGrasse Tyson is a joke.
I can't stand him.
I watch him talk and I want to pull my own ears off.
Yes, I literally, I think my blood pressure goes up when I see
An
Neil
actor.
deGrasse.
It's like they're actors hired.
Yeah.
And not only
And-
that,
and,
he's
this
not a
is
very nice
actually,
individual inside either.
This guy's I think he's
You can lie for a living, I guess.
He's a author and mathematician from where Sharon's from. I'm drawing a blank here.
Didn't he Australia?
From Australia. How he was saying that he's just that cult following just ruined science, and I was like, holy shit.
Oh, there's
I've been
even 5
suspecting that for
scientists
some
that have
time
blown
that
Einstein out of the
that
water.
is the pseudoscience, because that's what they do, right? They accuse you of what they're doing themselves, but that's pseudoscience, and the real science is electromagnetism. Tesla said it. And let's give a little bit of credit to Einstein. Even Einstein said that he was not completely satisfied with any of his experiments. You know?
Because he couldn't.
And
He
also-
couldn't get it to.
And also
Work out.
another problem too is that we replaced our observational science with math. I'm not saying that math is not important, but how can you ignore observation, something that you could observe?
I
Right?
finished an equation on the classroom chalkboard that got me into this, that Einstein couldn't complete. And my, biology and chemistry professor provided me that equation, and I finished it, and that's what got the attention, because I did something nobody else could
Gonna
do.
get the attention. Yeah.
Well, they had to stop you, Sam.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, it was so easy. It was spooky because I threw out gravity.
It was something you already knew.
But
You
it
just
has
knew.
been my suspicion for some time that they teach us a science so we don't evolve. So we don't
True.
see what
Very true. Well, how do we explain to people that in so many years, our demigod mom and dad parents are on the way, and we all have to still keep doing our jobs and paying our taxes, and and supporting them, who are having these cushy jobs that are forever. They don't get voted in. They just get paid, a couple $100,000 a year. And so why ruin a good thing?
It's more than that. It's also how they keep us unaware of our own superpowers.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
One
Well,
of a really layered.
Because imagine space travel, energy, all those. If we actually start to develop technologies with electromagnetism in mind, and we all at work,
frequency.
you would probably have breakthroughs in a matter of 10.
well, we already have photon drive for spacecraft. They're using
The
them
reason we've been
some of
hindered,
the-
Sam, is because we're not learning real science, and that's the reason why we're not seeing any breakthroughs. We're just seeing
Well, yeah, every
the same loop of actually another comment in these videos. About 90% of space is at least
everybody
what
does
they,
these
what
piggyback.
they say is either dark matter or what's
Right.
that other one? According to mainstream science, like
energy.
90% of what space is made of, we can't even detect. How full of shit is that?
Right.
That's
There's
what
dark
we're-
energy, dark matter, and then standard matter. Now, there is really dark matter, but they don't understand the concept of what it really is. And that is matter that is electrically charged. They're giving it this unknown property, but it's actually part of the connection of all of the building blocks of chemistry. See,
Well,
they
they keep
out into
they
that connection, the The missing link is what works in the tabletop also works in space, and they don't see it that way.
Yeah. Question is, do they not see it that way, or do they just not teach?
You don't
us
cross-reference the basics. Chemistry is it's basic math. Protons, neutrons, plus, minus. Move this one over here, it becomes that compound. You add another one in this shell structure, it becomes this compound. But they don't realize that the tabletop and outer space are one and the same. The same set of rules. That's the equation that Einstein couldn't figure out, because he was always basing those set of rules inside the bubble of Earth versus the outside bubble of space. And he was always weighing hydrogen and gravity and, movement and how do we judge this? And then they were always wondering why their equations didn't turn out. So they come up with Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which gave them an excuse to say, well, because we watched their experiment, it didn't work.
But they're so stubborn, Sam, that instead of maybe trying something different, they're still stuck in that same gravity.
Right.
Shit.
Right. You know why? Because of Newton. And no one dared to, Newton was a phenomenal scientist, but that apple that dropped out of the tree on his head led him the wrong way. And this is what the Langley scientists were screaming at me for, face to face. How dare I think I'm smarter than Newton and Einstein?
Oh my gosh, how dare you? Like,
I know.
nobody could ever be smarter than them?
I was such a horrible 17-year-old that they had
It doesn't
to
even mean you're
scream at me.
smarter, just means you know something different. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was a bad boy. And now I'm a government dissident because I chose not to be lied to.
Here's another one. He says, it is an embarrassment that the dominant forms of matter in the universe remain hypothetical. We should be way more advanced. We should be way more knowledgeable.
That's the other thing too. Like, I was taught in school something, and when something is a theory, it's what we think, but it's not proven and it's not the be all end all. But suddenly, somewhere along the way, theories are fact and truth, and there's no talking about the possibility of something outside of it. And
dark matter is the energy.
Their theories are facts, and that's where their stubborn ways of looking at it are never going to move forward. Either that, or they're doing it purposely so they keep us, in the dark. But the Newtonian age is done. Like we have to be done with it. Like we have to move away from that, or we're just going to be stuck. We've been stuck. We have not had any real breakthroughs in astrophysics since God knows. I would say Einstein, but his really wasn't a breakthrough.
What am I hearing?
Yeah, we need
I
to
don't
move
know.
away.
There's interference of some kind.
I
wonder if
don't
it's
know.
that
I
other
hear
mic.
scratching.
You're like,
I
yeah,
hear voices in the background, and I hear scratching and clicking. And
that's what I heard too.
Well, guys, I'm super tired. I've been up for like.
Oh,
we did hit 7 hours just now, so
I know Miss Carol Ann's ready to go too.
I know.
I have to go. Yeah.
Oh, but hold on. I want one more cat. I want one more cat video. Hold on.
A cat video. You want
Hold
a
on,
cat
it's coming.
video?
I'm gonna earn it. Hold on.
Oh. Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah, the one in the convertible, maybe this.
I gotta make
There you
make
go.
more.
It's coming.
Gotta make more. All right.
Last
You're awesome.
donation of the night.
Oh,
yay, thank you.
That's why I split it up and do some
Bill
smaller
Nye,
amounts.
Bill Nye is DJ. Bill Nye's a little commercial, but he's pretty good. My favorite to this day. Was,
thank you,
was
Tara.
Ethan
Thank
Phil.
you.
And of course, Carl Sagan, phenomenal man. Carl Sagan was
Much
just
appreciated.
a sage.
It's funny because I haven't really dove a whole lot into Carl Sagan, but the other day I tried.
Oh, dude.
I love that.
Go watch
too
Tiny
good.
Little Earth by Carl Sagan.
But instantly, just hearing him speak, Sam, I instantly connected. I was like, this guy is talking the truth. He's not talking out of his ass.
No, he
he's saying,
was awesome.
He believes
Carl
it.
Sagan was awesome.
Yay.
When I
need
listen to
my
like Neil
old school
deGrasse
version of Carl
Tyson,
Sagan
it just
stuff, too.
No.
Thanks, Tara.
He's annoying and
Oh.
aggravating.
You're
When I
welcome.
listen to
Great
Neil
way to
deGrasse
end.
Tyson, like, you know what my biggest red flag with him is that he says, doesn't matter what you think, you can't change science. Like, science is ever changing, dude. What are you talking about? Like, it's just, that's the basic
What we
rule.
know is ever changing, but he's right. What it is what it is. It just means
I
we
don't
don't
like
always
his little
know.
cocky thing where he's like beyond being questioned. And that's
Yeah,
what
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like
knows
talking
everything.
and like he
There's
acts
always
like,
the possibility we had it wrong. Yeah.
yes, yeah,
we're always
and
learning
that's
new.
where I don't know.
Who said that?
can't stand him.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's
And he's a
Oh,
jerk.
yeah, he's very arrogant.
He's a jerk.
Yeah,
very
he's just his arrogance is what annoys me. Like you can't be that. You have to be open to the possibility, to other possibilities,
Yeah.
and actually weigh them out. This whole "I know it all already"
Yeah.
is a problem because
When are you
think
coming
know it
on?
all, you just think you'll learn anything new.
Thunder, right?
Yeah, Thunder. Get up here.
Thunder.
And
Not right
Come on.
now. Sometime.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Would you like that?
Yes.
She's like,
I would
Sorry,
love
didn't
it.
talk over you, Jesus. I'm sorry.
I know.
I would love to see her on here.
get up here. We're harmless. It's
I'm
fun.
here to say, everybody, come on. You forget. You completely, totally forget that you're on live. Like,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like you're just talking to you guys
Yep.
and you
Just
guys.
talking to our friends.
Our weekly powwow was really the
a
way.
meeting. It's like, yeah, we're just meeting, and
Yeah.
what's the latest on our crazy sky
Yeah.
and the planets. And
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna do when they're gone.
Right.
But,
But
Well,
there's
you know,
plenty
we're gonna
of
see next
been
week.
years going on and over, and
Everybody's going to
you know,
revisit the snow and the winds.
formulating
It's
things.
about to come in Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. It'll be your direction, Carol Ann, by Wednesday,
Yep.
and Monday,
Tuesday and
for you.
Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be another nasty cold thing that's burping down from the Arctic as we speak.
It's hot
and then-
here the last couple days.
Well, there's a big
Yeah.
moisture front blowing in from
warm here too.
the Pacific Ocean over California and Nevada and Utah and Colorado tomorrow night. And then that's going to all join together over the top of Kansas and go into Missouri. And then that's where it's going to turn into snow.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's going to be a nasty next couple of weeks. The beginning of March is said to be very volatile. Thunderstorms, high winds, all of that. Hail.
It's really windy here
rain,
a couple
snow.
days this week.
So we will see everybody next week on next Saturday, and it'll be March. Oh boy, and that means I got to pay.
Yep. Again.
Yeah, again,
Yeah,
it just
again.
happens so fast anymore.
Alright,
Anyway.
February sucks. We get like robbed in like 3-4 days, man.
Yeah, it's just too short of a month. Man.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hit the.
Me too. I'm ready to hit the big red X. Everybody,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm getting ready. Sorry. I'm over
Thanks
here
for
talking
having
to
me
you.
on, guys. Love you.
Yeah,
Good to see you.
I didn't have very much of a sky tonight, or I would have gone live on the sky.
yeah.
It was-
I figured. Well, next time. I'm glad you were able to join us. It's been
Yeah.
a while.
It
So
has.
I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime. You're welcome anytime.
I love my
Yeah.
guest visitor spot.
I know. It's cool. It's cool. I like your background too. I didn't say I didn't
Thank
really
you.
notice it till now. I'm like, Jesus, I'm so tired.
I'm just.
I'm like,
You look tired.
Yeah,
oh,
you
I'll
look
stay
really
on there,
tired.
everybody.
Like
You're
this.
embarrassing.
You're like,
Hey, but we still
I
did
know.
7 hours. You know, I mean,
Mhm.
I did like 5. You guys did 7, but
full shift on the job,
I
man.
don't
yeah,
know.
you aren't usually
It's
on
been a
as long.
long
Either.
week.
yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It went by too fast, actually. I know
Oh,
it's
Yeah,
not
no,
your
can't
choice,
believe.
but you work on it and you wait for it, and you count down the days to it, and then it starts,
It comes on and then it's
You know,
over in a
and then
flash.
it's over. Where did
Then
time
you start
go?
all over again.
Next meeting, I mean, you know it.
That's
You'll
true.
be on it tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. You're back up in the field calling me, going, "I'm going live."
Yay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, DJ.
DJ.
He likes that song. I like it too.
When are you coming on too?
I
All
know.
the regulars in the
DJ,
chat, I'm gonna call you out.
no, we
I'm
got to
calling
get
you out.
DJ up here.
We have to get
Thunder.
DJ
I
know
one
you
so I
love
can
it.
eat
One of
him
the greats.
alive.
And
We're gonna
sorry,
grill
I didn't see
him.
your pictures sooner, but yeah, I'll
Yes,
have them
do
ready
it.
for next week for sure.
All right, I'll start the movement. I'll see you guys. I'm gonna
He's
reach out
gonna
to grab
yeah,
that.
he's
Night,
start with
Sam.
that.
Take care,
Say your
everybody.
Exit button.
Be
Have a good
safe.
night, guys.
Good
See
night.
you next week.
Love y'all.
Woo.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been great. There's who was that? Oh, Jesus.
That
All
was
right, good night.
Jesus. Yep.
And there's Michelle. Good night, Michelle.
Yep,
There
good
goes
night,
Tara.
Michelle.
Good night, Tara. And Dubaloo, you're still
Dubaloo,
here.
yeah.
I know you'd be here. That's awesome.
Good night, Tara.
And we know Thunder and DJ is here. I see 19 people altogether
Whoa.
in my numbers. So you know,
Yep.
we have some people lurking. That's all.
All with the
Nothing wrong
lurkers.
with that. I'm a lurker when I'm watching other people,
Heck yeah.
usually.
Somebody,
But
if
yeah,
you're showing up, we know you're there. Come say goodnight.
I know. Come say goodnight. If you
Yeah.
want to say goodnight,
Hurry,
now's the
hurry,
time.
say goodnight. Hurry, hurry.
Yep. Yep. I know. Tara's checking in again.
Tara.
Yeah.
Right,
Oh, hey,
yeah.
Tiff.
We
Tiff the
don't mind.
worker.
We do not mind. Good night,
I
DJ.
figured. I'm
That's
sorry,
so-
Tiff. I did not see your message or her message. But definitely, I'll have them prepared for next week. And if you want to send more, in the meantime, do that. She's our fellow Tulsa viewer.
Oh,
You know, She
okay.
doesn't live far from me. I don't know her personally, but I know that she lives remotely close by to where I live. So
Maybe someday there's a nice tea overlay.
I know. Well, we talked about going to have a cup of coffee sometime. So hey, that'd be
Take
fun.
advantage of it because I'd love to be in her shoes if she's sitting with you.
I know.
I
I know.
would love it.
Yeah, we are so spread out and so far apart from each
Yeah.
other. Every last one of us. So it's nice to have somebody close by.
Yes.
So let's see. And Tara's 5 hours away. She wants to go. You want to go have a cup of coffee, Tara?
That's what I figure. I'm about what? Did I say 7 hours?
She's like, that's no
Something
big
like that.
deal. I'm like, you're tough
Nah,
for sure.
we'll do it.
Yep,
We'll do it.
fun.
One of
I'm
these
counting
days.
on it. I still feel. I mean, I feel like
know.
eventually it will happen. You know, we've had
Oh, I'm
serious
pretty
talk
sure it
about
will. It will.
the right everything has to fall into place, and then we all will just
Yeah.
be in the same place at the same time.
It will.
Wouldn't it be fun to have a live show together? Like, you know, we'll have a
You know what? I
Just
haven't
sitting
thought
around-
about that. Like sneak visit, get there, and then go ta-da,
yeah.
and have your background. It's like move over, sister.
I know. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great.
would
That'd be
be so
what a
cool.
surprise.
That would be so
We're all
cool.
just sitting side by side.
I know.
That'd be fun. All right, we have
Oh, it
goals.
looks like Andrea was here yet. So good night, Andrea.
Oh, Andrea's still here. Great.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah. DJ's partying. Key cats.
DJ won't give
Meow.
up.
Yeah.
Not until we bump them out.
Yeah, there's Andrea. I hear ya. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and hit the button.
Yep. And we'll see you
Go
all
ahead.
next week.
Do that. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I might be on during the week. You never know. I never know. So
Yeah. Well, we'll see if you
we-
feel better that you can go up there without
it has to be it.
getting
Right.
worse.
It will. It will.
So,
It has to.
I think so. And my temperature today was like high 60s. By tomorrow morning, we'll be back in the 20s.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. It's 60s here. It was 80s today, and I don't know. It's gonna say 70s overall.
Well, I'm at
Winter's
36
over. We
now,
survived.
so
Yeah.
We did, and we will. We shall persevere. So,
Right.
love and
Okay.
blessings.
Hit the
Take
button,
care
y'all.
of yourself.
Thank you.
Take care.
Y'all take care.
I'm
All
watching
right.
you.
Till next week. See you then.
Good
All
night,
right.
everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.